How to Read People, the complete psychology guide to analyzing people, reading body language, and persuading, manipulating, and understanding how to influence human behavior. Introduction. Manipulation and persuasion come naturally for some people, while for others it must be worked on. Have you ever met someone who you can just never say no to? Their words and manner of talking just somehow seduce and persuade you. Well, now you can be that person too. In this book, I will teach you the techniques and strategies on how to get people to listen to you and to get them to do what you want them to do. You'll be surprised to learn that we all have it in us to get others to do what we want them to do. However, in some people, this ability remains dormant or undeveloped, while in others, it blooms to its fullest potential. This book will give you methods you can use to manipulate and persuade others to behave in the way you want them to do. This is not magic. This is not a miracle worker. Rather, this is showing you how you can read people and connect to them and persuade them to do what you want. This book was written with the specific purpose of helping you understand what manipulation and persuasion are, the power they retain, and how you can acquire and use them. It's not the easiest thing in the world, and there are certainly fortunate people who are born with the gift of manipulation and persuasion, but that doesn't mean that you can't catch up. Anyone can learn the fine art of manipulation and persuasion, and even go further into the controversial territories of influence and mind control. You just need to go through the process, step by step, and learn how. Luckily, this guide is here to help you out and teach you everything you need to know, with explanations, specific techniques, and practical applications of your persuasive powers. Don't wait 1 minute longer to put your skill into practice. Start learning how to improve your manipulation and persuasive skills now. Chapter 1. The Basics of Human Psychology for Any Beginner. The human mind is a far-reaching place. It holds so many thoughts, emotions, secrets, and expressions, it would be literally impossible to read them all the time. But if you understand the basics of the human mind, then you aren't going to have a problem when it comes to reading people. As you're learning about body language and how it relates to the mind, you're going to end up in the field of psychology. Although this seems to be daunting at first, once you have an understanding of what this is, you're going to see that it isn't all that scary after all. Psychology is a study of the combination of the human mind and behavior. This may sound surprising to you, but the mind and the behavior of a person are two different things, and they can be studied together or separately. A person who is studying the human mind may run across behaviors, and a person who is studying certain behaviors is certainly going to cross into the realm of the human mind. As someone who is learning about the body language and minds of people, you're reading the combination of the mind and action. You want to know why people do what they do and how they're feeling. You're going to learn this by what you see them doing. Psychology seeks to explain and influence behaviors. As a psychologist yourself, whether that be someone with an actual certificate or someone who enjoys hobby studies, you're going to notice that you spend an awful lot of time picking apart a person's behavior. There is a fine line between normal behavior and a different personality. You can make educated guesses on how someone is going to react, but you're going to have to factor in their personality as well. This is something that sounds very daunting when you're at the beginning of it, but the better you get at it, the faster you're going to be able to analyze people. It won't take long before you're able to make accurate guesses on what they are going to do next, and you're going to find that you're right much of the time. This is when you're going to be able to change what you're doing or saying to get them to feel a certain way, or to get them to come to your point of view. You're going to have to become a mini psychologist, but you're going to become a master at reading people. Each day is always different from the other. We experience mixed moods of anger and joy. The human brain has a remarkable capability to learn new skills and memorize them. It's not unfortunate to find that when we are interacting in groups, we find ourselves in conflicts every now and then due to the lack of cooperation. You find that at times, some of us suffer from emotional stress, depression, among others, and all of us are always alert and cautious to know the root of that problem and then try to solve them in our own ways. In our attempt to resolve these issues, we find that our understanding of these problems is mainly based on our beliefs and personal experiences in life, which might not always be true. The kind of knowledge that is accumulated by these means cannot be used to form theories or solve some of the immense challenges facing society. Due to this reason, we need to understand and rely on the principles that describe the working of the human mind and overall behavior. In this part, we'll dwell on the nature of human psychology, different branches of psychology, and the main activities carried out by psychologists. A moment of reflection will make it clear that the brain controls all the functions carried out by an individual daily. Any outcome that can be observed physically is a result of the coordination of the mind. It's evident that the brain has a physical structure, but the mind is the functional correlate in the brain. In short, the mind acts like the brain's software. In our everyday life, human beings behave differently, and they tend to use the term behavior to depict the verbal and nonverbal responses of the body. Chapter 2. The most powerful mind power tool, brain. Every time a person practices a new habit or thinks a new thought, they make a new pathway in the brain. Every time the habit is used or the idea is thought, the nerve pathway becomes even stronger. The human brain is wired at birth to be an efficient machine, and it is ready from birth to make an ever-increasing amount of nerve pathways and to strengthen the pathways that are used the most. Sometimes thoughts and habits need to be changed for the improvement of the person. When people decide that they would like to make a change in their lives, there will be a period of adjustment. This is true whether the change is mental, emotional, or physical. During this period of adjustment, there will be some level of discomfort. When a habit or a thought is already formed, it has made its own path in the brain. When a stimulus is seen or heard, the message travels along the preset nerve pathway to the spot in the brain that controls that thought or habit. In order to change a thought or a habit, it's necessary for the nerve path to be changed. Until the nerve path is changed, the old nerve path will remain in the brain. The discomfort comes from the brain trying to automatically access the old pathway and the new pathway at the same time. This is painful for the brain to do. It's easy to become frustrated when the brain goes back to its old patterns of thoughts and habits. Never fall into the habit of placing blame on a lack of willpower. Willpower has nothing to do with it. It is a very difficult thing to override preset pathways in the brain. The brain is a very powerful tool. When willpower fails and mistakes happen, remember to use kindness and compassion in dealing with the failure. The brain is very efficient at doing what it does. The only way to change the pathways in the brain is to keep working on new pathways that will eventually obliterate the old, undesirable ones. The brain needs a clear understanding that changes are about to take place and new pathways are about to be laid down. Remind the brain that new habits and new thoughts will be replacing the old ones. Blaming failure on a lack of willpower is a self-defeating statement. The process of making new nerve paths in the brain takes hard work and time. It will help to keep reminding oneself of the impending change. By doing this over and over, it makes the process no longer about possible character flaws. The focus is now put on the habit of thought that is being built. While this may seem like a very simple example, it is exactly how nerve pathways are created in the brain. Every action, thought, or habit has its own nerve pathway. All pathways must be created. No one was born knowing to sit in front of the television and mindlessly eat dip with chips. No one was born lamenting the excess pounds they carry in strange places. No one was born hating their body. All behaviors are learned, good and bad, and the bad ones can be replaced with good ones. So if the ability to program negative thoughts into the brain exists, then the ability to disrupt those negative thoughts with positive thoughts also exists. The brain can be reprogrammed. It's a powerful tool, and its main function is to turn thoughts into reality. The brain is always working, so why not use the power of the brain to benefit rather than harm? Just because a particular habit or thought has been around forever, it does not mean it needs to stay. Use the power of the brain to choose new habits and thoughts to focus on, and replace the old negative thought pathways in the brain. The new thought needs to be believable. The new habit needs to be doable. It's not good to try to stick to a habit that is impossible to accomplish, or to try to believe a thought that is unbelievable. After years of seeing the reality of an obese body, it would be nearly impossible to suddenly believe that the image in the mirror is that of a skinny person, but the brain will likely accept something that mentions learning to take care of the body, or learning to accept the body in order to correct its flaws. The brain will turn a belief into reality. Believing a positive thought will lead to quite a different result than the ending where only negative thoughts are present. Be prepared to repeat and repeat some more. The primary key to being able to make a new habit stay is repeating it constantly. The more a new desirable habit is practiced, the more the brain begins to accept it. The nerve pathway becomes stronger every day. With constant practice, this new nerve path will become the path the brain will prefer to use, and the old one will cease to exist. In any case, be sure to allow enough time to effectively create a change. Accept the starting point, and constantly visualize the ending point. Accept the fact that the path to the goal of a new habit or thought will not be easy or perfect. The path will almost never travel in a straight line. Sometimes, people fall completely off the path, and that's okay too. Just get back up and get back on. Don't get sidetracked by the idea that this journey will be easy and carefree, because it will not be. Just keep thinking of the new nerve pathway that will be created by the new thought or habit, and it will eventually become a reality. One best practice to use to get rid of negative thoughts is to counter them with positive thoughts. This will take time and practice, but it is a very powerful and useful technique. Whenever a negative thought pops into the conscious mind, immediately counter it with a positive thought that is dripping with strong emotion. The actual truth will come out somewhere in between the two thoughts. Another way to counter negative emotions is to delete them, just like using a remote control. When a negative thought comes into the conscious mind, imagine destroying it. Imagine writing that thought on paper and burning it. Imagine pointing a remote control at the thought and pressing a huge delete button. Whatever form is used to imagine deleting the thought, the important thing is to get rid of it before it can take hold in the subconscious mind. Find something energizing and use it to reach a goal. Those things that are found to be energizing bring boundless energy to positive thoughts. It's often necessary to invent motivation, at least in the beginning, to learn to create new habits and thoughts, but with a bit of practice and a lot of positive thought, new positive habits will soon be burned into the subconscious mind, and the old negative thoughts and habits will fade away. Chapter 3. Techniques to influence human behavior. These techniques will serve different purposes, and not all of them will be appropriate for everyone, but that's the beauty of it. You can choose to only apply what you're comfortable with. I've divided these techniques by level of power, so you can only dabble into some beginner persuasion if you want, or you can play with the big boys and try your hand at mind control. I'm just laying out the options, and from here on out, it's up to you. Persuasion. Our first stop, and the bottom of our totem pole on the scale of convincing. Simple, basic persuasion is innocent and doesn't do any harm. You're just presenting yourself in a certain way and giving off a certain authoritative vibe, but the rest is all them. The effects of persuasion are the result of their own psychological response to you and their own perception of you. It's not your fault they look at you and think, wow, this person sounds like they know what they're talking about, but you certainly help them arrive at that conclusion. Influence. Influence is a step above just basic persuasion, and it's a bit stronger, more forceful, and more powerful. Influence is when someone trusts you enough to follow your advice, words, and general steering. Generally, it's easier to influence someone you're close with and know well, because you're more likely to develop this kind of relationship based on blind trust. In addition, they're more susceptible to the techniques you apply. It's good to know that this isn't for absolute beginners. You need to have played this game for a while and know some tricks in order to be able to influence someone. While it uses similar principles to persuasion, this is a bit more advanced. Mind control. Mind control involves using influence and persuasion to change the behaviors and beliefs in someone. That someone might be the person themselves, or it might be someone else. Mind control has also been referred to as brainwashing, thought reform, coercive persuasion, mental control, and manipulation, just to name a few. Some people feel that everything is done by manipulation, but if that is true, or to be believed, then important points about manipulation will be lost. Influence is much better thought of as a mental continuum with two extremes. One side has influences that are respectful and ethical and work to improve the individual while showing respect for them and their basic human rights. The other side contains influences that are dark and destructive that work to remove basic human rights from a person, such as independence, the ability for rational thought, and sometimes their total identity. When thinking of mind control, it's better to see it as a way to use influence on other people that will disrupt something in them, like their way of thinking or living. Influence works on the very basis of what makes people human, such as their behaviors, beliefs, and values. It can disrupt the very way they choose personal preferences or make critical decisions. Mind control is nothing more than using words and ideas to convince someone to say or do something they might never have thought of saying or doing on their own. Mind control uses the idea that someone's decisions and emotions can be controlled using psychological means. It is using powers of negotiation or mental influence to ensure the outcome of the interaction is more favorable to one person over the other. This is basically what marketing is, convincing someone to do something particular or buy something in particular. Being able to control someone else's mind merely means understanding the power of human emotion and being able to play upon those emotions. It's easier to have a mental impact on people if there is a basic understanding of human emotions. A lot of the forms of mind control are considered to be rooted in dark psychology, because many people believe that mind control is an impure strategy used by those who cannot be bothered to do things themselves. They believe that it's a form of evil, hence why it's called dark psychology. While we certainly do not want to alleviate the blame from true criminals, you should understand that you're not a criminal for using mind control strategies. Mind control, in this day and age, can be a powerful way to encourage people to do the things you need or want them to do. Obviously, this type of powerful strategy can not only be used to have people do bad things or to create criminal results, but it can also be used to encourage positive results. Chapter 4. The key points to analyzing people. It is important to remember that you can read a person you see, and you can read a person you're talking to, but you can't form an accurate opinion about a person until you've analyzed them. In order to effectively analyze someone to the point you can make an opinion about them, you're going to need to have more than one encounter with them. Now, of course, there is such a thing as first impressions, and there are times when you're only going to get a single shot at speaking with someone, but you have to remember that there is such an in-depth concept to get a hold of in your mind. It would be impossible to make an accurate opinion on someone without meeting them several times. Watch and observe. This can be a touchy one, but it is important that you don't become a creep. Watch and observe people in a perfectly normal way, and that is how you're going to learn their personality. There's a difference between knowing a person and knowing their personality. You can learn what a person's personality is without ever speaking to them, but by watching. Draw conclusions, but don't make assumptions. Never assume anything about a person. When you are analyzing people the right way, you know that you need to watch and learn. You can't base your opinion on someone on what you have heard, and you can't base it on a single interaction. Study the people around you and conclude what you do. Don't make assumptions or base your belief on some loose theory. Form an opinion after several encounters. Sometimes you're going to have bad experiences with someone. There are times when that is your only experience with someone, but it's very important that you don't base your opinion on someone after that one experience. There are a lot of people who start out as enemies and end up best friends. This would never have happened if one of them didn't give the other person a chance. When you're meeting people, don't get stuck in the first impression realm. You need to learn about them, figure them out. Only then can you make an opinion. Play off of aspects you pick up on. Once you learn how to read people and put that to work, you're going to get good at it. Then you can take it to the next step and start to influence the people around you. Learn the likes and dislikes of people and roll with it. Do you know someone who doesn't like crude language or swearing? Don't do it around them. Do you know someone who doesn't like violent things? Don't talk about that movie you saw in front of them. Do you know someone who likes fashion? Make mention that you like their outfit. These are all subtle things that don't seem like much, but they make a major impression on the person you're interacting with. If you do this enough, they're going to like you, regardless of other differences, and the more you get people to like you, the more agreeable they are to your ideas. Keep an open mind about people as they change, and so do you. You should never form a universal opinion about someone. You can know what they're like, and you can stand by an opinion you have formed the right way, but don't ever trap people. If you know someone who you have a poor opinion about, don't keep them there if they change. The beauty of being human is that you have the power to change, and for many, this change happens naturally. Be open-minded and give everyone a chance. Of course, you are allowed to dislike some people. No one likes everyone, but you don't have to put them in that box and keep them there. The key to analyzing and reading people is truly getting to know them and learning about them. The more you truly know someone, the better you will be able to influence them. Chapter 5. Mastering the Art of Persuasion. The art of persuasion is an amalgamation of a number of factors and skills that work in tandem to put across a powerful message: do as I want you to do. As mentioned earlier, this is a skill that can be acquired and mastered, though you will find many people out there who are just born with it. Let's look at how to string all the knowledge we have gathered until now to get what you want. That was the intent with which you started reading this book. To get there, you'll need to speak the right language. The language of persuasion is made of two parts: body language and verbal language. Both require some special features to help you achieve your goal. Learning about it, however, is not enough. It takes a lot of practice and preparation to master these points, but once you do, you become unstoppable. Did you know that your body speaks more eloquently than words? Body language is at work constantly, whether you're aware of it or not. When you want to master the art of persuasion, you need not only understand and read accurately body language, but also learn to use it to drive your point home. Body language is a mix of hand and facial gestures, posture, and overall appearance. Using these to your advantage, you can get people to do what you want without them realizing that you're actually controlling the outcome of the discussion. Quiet dominance. Stand with your feet and arms slightly stretched wide open for about 2 minutes. Alternatively, lean back in your seat and raise your feet up on your desk. Another power position is pulling your shoulders back and holding your head up, pushing your chin slightly forward in a mock, arrogant stance. Take deep and calm breaths. These postures make you feel in charge and in control because it stimulates the production of testosterone while, at the same time, lowers the level of the stress hormone cortisol. The effect this has on the people who see you is worth watching. Try it and observe. In most cases, you'll become the dominant person. In others, where you might find another dominant person, it will balance the power equation. Encourage participation. Participation in discussion makes persuasion easier. You bond with the other person. Trust is developed, and the other person opens up to your subtle suggestions. To invite participation, pay total attention to the person you're talking to. Don't do anything else like checking your phone, sending emails, looking at your watch, or playing with a pen, etc. Devote your full attention to the person and listen. Make eye contact, lean your body, and tilt your head towards the person. Encourage collaboration. To succeed at persuading the other person to do what you want, you need to, first of all, put him or her at ease. He or she should be totally comfortable with you. Pay attention to anything that comes in between your connection. Literally, remove all obstacles waist upward between you two. Even a cup of coffee can be a barrier. In fact, why not carry out a small experiment? Instant connect. A foolproof way to connect is to shake hands. Extend a firm hand, grasp it tight for a brief second, share, and release. People who shake hands are more likely to connect and open up to your suggestions. To disarm, smile. Smile when you want to connect with the other person and bring his or her guard down. Smiling is a nonverbal cue for friendliness and trust, which crosses mental barriers. This is why almost always when you smile at anyone, the other person instinctively smiles back. A smile stimulates good feelings and trust. Confirm agreement, mirror stance. You must be familiar with the phrase, imitation is the purest form of flattery. You tend to imitate the person you like or admire. In body language, when you mirror the stance, very subtly, of the person in front of you, you're actually saying, I agree with you. You'll observe that you will do this inadvertently when you like someone. To come across as an authority, lower your voice. You would observe in the movies that the villain is scarier when he delivers his dialogues in lower tones than when shouting wildly. This is a tactic that projects authority. Try lowering your voice a pitch when talking on the phone or your colleagues and watch the change. Even those who are overly comfortable with you will defer to you. A lower pitch, calm tone, and even speech spells authority. Most people will stop and listen. The feet tell the truth, even when lips don't. People who are familiar with body language would learn over time to control it when they do not speak the truth. The telltale signs can be manipulated and covered to a large extent, but you could still know whether the person is telling the truth or not from his or her body language. The feet will tell you the truth. Get your audience to listen to you. If you want to capture the attention of your audience and create an impact, ensure that they are in the receiving mode. Look at their body's stance. If the majority sit cross-legged with their hands folded in their lap or across their chest, you don't have them yet. Change the way you speak, stand, or move. Get them to the position where they open their hands and keep them at their sides, lean forward towards you, and have their heads tilted slightly forward. To show you're in control, minimize movement. People who fidget a lot, show too much enthusiasm and exuberance, and speak and laugh loudly come across as nervous and weak. To show you're in control, move deliberately and speak in a calm and controlled voice. While smiling is a good thing, laughing out aloud, moving briskly, and gesturing wildly would project you as a person who is seeking approval. Diffuse arguments by realigning your body. You can diffuse an argument by showing empathy and agreement to the person who is arguing with you. Just align your body to the person by taking a place next to him or her and tilting your head towards them. Move your hands to your waist level and open them up. This shows trust and empathy. Eye contact is important. You would have heard this dialogue a lot of times. Look me in the eye and tell me that this is not a lie. A person who lies cannot look another person in the eye. It's part of the body's language that gives you away. You're not comfortable with the fact that you're not telling the truth, and hence, you cannot meet another person's eye. Wear the right colors. Add color to your clothes. People who wear color come across as more friendly than those who wear grays and whites. Black is a definite no-no, as it shows you as a closed person and makes you inaccessible to others. Pay attention that the colors you do choose complement your natural tone. How to use persuasion. There are a number of different ways that you can persuade a person to do something for you, or to change their perspective over a certain topic or idea. We're not going to discuss anything that could get you in trouble when it comes to persuading someone about something in this section, just some of the more common practices that people use. Some of these techniques may not work right away. You may have to practice them in order to really bring them into your persuasive repertoire and make them effective. Anchor points. When you are in negotiations, you can create an anchoring bias that will help to influence the way that negotiations go. The first offer often becomes the point that most future negotiations are based on. So by putting your offer in first, you'll be able to sway negotiations a little bit more in your favor over that of what the company or the other person may actually want. For example, if you're in negotiations for a pay raise, suggest a higher number as the first offer. Although the final result may not be as high as that first number, you may still get more than what you were actually expecting to get. Appeal to social needs. A majority of people gravitate towards products that promote the beliefs that they hold or the image they would like to have. By giving a person the idea that if they buy your product, they'll become closer to the person they want to be, or they'll show off the products that match their beliefs. Association. If you're trying to sell a product or are trying to market something in general, having a catchy slogan or jingle or mascot will allow the customers or people who you're trying to reach to more easily remember what you're trying to sell. It's a type of association that will allow you to build a relationship with the brand and will help to bring it to mind, like the Aflac duck, or the Geico gecko, or the Cadbury bunny. Consistency. Being consistent will show people that you are reliable and dependable. If you show up to work every day on time, you're going to show that you are solid and dependable, and this will help you convince people to publicly commit to something. Create a need. This is commonly used by advertisers to convince people to buy their products. They have a blanket, but not just any blanket, a blanket with sleeves. They need to then say to their consumers that they need this product because it can be good for outdoor sporting events so that they can stay warm when it is cold and not worry about knocking a blanket off their lap when they stand up to cheer. There may not be an actual need for this blanket with sleeves, but at least some consumers thought that they needed it because of the artificial need that this company created for their consumers. Emotion. This is one of the most basic forms of rhetoric that we've been discussing in the entire book. This is most commonly used with advertisers so that they can encourage people to buy their products through their emotions while they shop with idle brains. If you're going to be using this, you need to know who you're targeting and what kind of emotions you're trying and stir up in a person so that they will buy your product or listen to what you're trying to convince them of. Get your foot in the door. A common technique when it comes to getting someone to do something for you is to ask for a small favor first. If the person agrees to the small favor, then you could ask them to do a bigger favor. Go big and then small. This is a common sales technique. A salesperson comes to your door and has a big, pretty unrealistic offer for you. You figuratively slam the door on his or her sales offer, which he or she will respond to, by giving you a smaller offer, which seems a little conciliatory. You may feel obligated to respond to the offer, maybe even purchasing the object to help the salesperson. This is the exact opposite technique of the foot in the door, so in order to know which one to use, you need to know who you're trying to persuade and what you're trying to persuade them to do. Limit your availability. This runs off the theory that by limiting your availability, you'll become more attractive to the person whose attention you're trying to get. The same thing works if it is the last thing available on the shelf or if it is a limited run. If you're looking to limit your own availability to become more attractive to someone or for a business, do not just say that you're busy. Actually go out and do stuff. Logic. This is one of the basics of persuasion that we've been discussing throughout the entire book. Using this method effectively requires that you know your facts for both sides. You can try to present only one side, but most people will catch on that you are only stating the facts that support your argument. Knowing both sides of the argument will also help you to tear down any arguments that the other side may bring up. Notice persuasive messages. Noticing the persuasive messages around you will help you to notice a lot more messages that are going on around you while you work on your own persuasion skills. It may also lead you towards some new techniques that were not covered in this book and to work towards mastering them. Repetition. This is a fast way for you to convince someone to buy something that you're selling because you will use the company, brand, or product name to drill it into the person's head so that it is constantly in their head. This will stick with them when they go to the store so that they will want to buy the products. The power of reciprocity. We brushed on this topic earlier. When someone does something for you, you feel the need to return the favor to them. It's commonly called the norm of reciprocity. So if you want someone to do something for you, do a small favor for them first. Advertisers often try to capitalize on this by offering special discounts or extras for people so that consumers feel compelled to buy the product. Trust. As we covered earlier, people often respect those in positions of authority and will follow the instructions that those people give. Presenting yourself as an expert in whatever you're trying to sell or to convince a person on a certain topic will incline them to listen to you even more and will encourage them to come over to what you're trying to convince them of. Chapter 6. Fundamental Techniques to Handling People. So, you want to be persuasive? You want to be able to get people to do what you want and to think like you think and to say yes when you ask for something? Of course you do. Who doesn't want these things? But so many people think that they can't do it. They think they're too shy, or that they aren't a people person, or that they aren't the kind of person that could pull something like that off. Set limits on the people that you have interactions with. There are times when we feel as though we have to stand and listen to the people who are talking to us. We fear that if we walk away, we're going to appear as though we don't care about the person who is speaking to us, but this isn't true. You can pay attention to someone and listen to what they have to say, within reason. Know where your boundary is and stick with it. Rise above the people you are around. You don't have to think that you're better than anyone else, but you don't have to blend in with the people who you are around either. You can rise above the situation and the people you are around, and you can be around plenty of people and never become one of them. So many people wrongly think that they need to belong in a crowd and that they are an outcast if they don't. The fact of the matter is that you can be among, and you don't have to be the same, and that you can be around, but live on a higher level than the people that you spend your time with. Remain aware of your emotions and the emotions of the person you're speaking with. This is a major key point when you're analyzing people. If you know where you stand, as well as where they stand, you're going to be a lot better at responding to the situation, as well as diffusing what is going on. Emotions are a funny thing. If you get caught up in them, you're going to get stuck in the realm of fighting over the petty things. But if you're able to rise above and keep your head on straight, you aren't about to get stuck in back-and-forth arguments that suck your energy out of you. Set boundaries. So many people think that if they work with someone or if they live with someone, that there is no such thing as boundaries. This couldn't be further from the truth, and it is something that you're going to have to establish if you want any sort of peace in your life. Don't be afraid to close a door, whether that be figuratively or literally. You need you time, and that is that. You might not want to talk about something, or you might just want a bit of you time. There's nothing wrong with this, and it's essential if you want to maintain sanity. When you master these traits, you're going to find that you can handle virtually any situation that you find yourself in, and you are going to gain an upper hand with anyone who you're talking to. Learn how to analyze people fully, and you're going to gain the skills needed to communicate with them effectively, which is going to in turn lead to your ability to influence them with confidence. Chapter 7. How to Analyze People. If you want to be able to persuade people effectively, you're going to have to know how to make your attack. If you come at them from an angle that they already have, assuming that they are going to disagree with you, you're setting yourself up for disaster. If you want to change a person's way of thinking, you have to be able to know what they're thinking to begin with. Know where they stand and how they're feeling about what you're saying, and respond to them accordingly. The ability to read another person is going to put you miles ahead when it comes to actually persuading them, so take a look at these key points and how you can apply them to the next person who you are trying to persuade. Knowing these key points is going to change the way the entire interaction goes. Body language. The first thing that you need to keep an eye on is the person's body language. Ask yourself these questions. Do they look interested in what I'm talking about? Do they seem relaxed or tense? Do they seem receptive to my point of view? Are they listening to me? You'll be able to tell quite easily if the person with whom you are speaking is relaxed. They're going to smile, stand at ease, and won't have their arms crossed. If they seem to be in a hurry, disinterested, or stand rigid, they are on the fight and won't likely listen to what you're saying. Vocal analytics. Listen to the tone of voice they're using. If they're tense, argumentative, or sarcastic, it's unlikely that they are genuinely listening to what you are saying. You want them to be open to you, so you need to loosen them up. A person who is arguing with you is on guard. This means that they're making a point of sticking to what they already think. This doesn't make your job impossible, but it does make it a lot harder. You need to loosen them up. Make them laugh. Show them that they can lower their defenses. This is going to take some time and practice to master, but when you do, you're going to see a major difference in how they interact with you. Subliminal messages. Pay attention to their eyes. A person who is making eye contact with you is going to be a lot more interested in what you're talking about than a person who is constantly looking around the room. Look at what they're doing with their hands. Hands that are placed in the pockets or are making open gestures are hands that show interest, enthusiasm, and are receptive to what you are saying. Look at the feet. If they're tapping their feet, or if they look like they're going to take a step back, you're coming on too strong, or you're annoying them. If they're standing relaxed, they're listening and want to hear what you're saying. It's going to take some time for you to get the hang of this, but when you know what to look for, you're going to be able to read and respond like a professional. Chapter 8. The Secret to Persuasion, Influence. So often when we think of persuasion, we think of a person who is good with people, someone who knows what to say and when to say it. We don't tend to think of that person much beyond those main lines, but perhaps we should. One thing we fail to see in a persuasive person is that they are a person of influence. They know how to lead people, and they know how to get people to follow. They don't force themselves on people. They say and do things that make people want to follow them. It is an art, this tactic. To make another person want to be like you in one way or another is flattery in its highest form. And I'm going to show you how you can get just that. How to use communication to influence. If you want to use communication to influence the people with whom you're speaking, you're going to need to learn how to communicate effectively. When you think of persuasion, you think of a person who walks up to another person and merely talks them into something. There is so much more to it than that. In order to effectively communicate, there are a few key techniques that you need to use. Identify the issues that matter, both to you and to the person with whom you're speaking. Speak openly and directly. Learn to listen. Act with confidence. When you're in a discussion with another person, the main thing that you need to focus on is giving and taking. The key to effective communication is to make it a two-way street. Make the other person feel like you hear what they're saying, that you care about and understand their point of view, and that you respect their position. As soon as you cross the line with any of these points, you're going to offend the other person. The goal in effective communication is to lower the walls, not put them up. Just as it is difficult to talk to a person who you have offended, you're going to find that it is remarkably easy to talk to a person who has their defenses lowered. As soon as you have their defenses lowered, you have them right where you want them. This is when you're ready to make your move. Start simple and start small. Work your point of view into the conversation and don't waver from it. This alone is going to pique the interest of the person you're speaking with, which is going to make them more inclined to come to your point of view. How to use persuasion to influence. Now that you have your subject where you want them, you can merge from communication to persuasion to influence them to your point of view. This is going to take some skill, but it isn't that hard to pull off if you're careful. Smile. This is key when you want to win someone over to your point of view. Smiling is friendly, open, and draws them in. Agree. You can agree with certain points and not agree with the person as a whole. If you pick out points that you do agree with, you're going to make them feel like you know where they're coming from, making them feel understood. Key in gaining their confidence. Point out the benefits of your point of view. Everyone automatically assumes that their way is right, often without giving it a lot of thought. When you point out why you're right, you're more apt to win them over rather than when you point out why they are wrong. Encourage them in your point of view. In other words, don't leave them hanging. If they come over to your way of thinking, push them along in it. This is going to solidify in their minds why they chose to agree with you and keep them on that path. All of this is going to have to be mixed with a good level of charm if you want it to work, but with practice, you are going to get the hang of it. The golden tactics to persuasion. Your goal is to change their point of view to your own in as short amount of time as possible. You're going to do what you need to do to make that happen and not worry about the rest. Hang on to charm and utilize your best smile. The more open and easygoing you appear to be, the more contagious you're going to be to those around you. Everyone wants to be right, so act like you are and flaunt it like you know it, and you're going to have people flocking to you left and right. Chapter 9. Becoming a Master of Influence. You know how to read people. You know how to talk to them, and you know that you need to have the guts to do it. So, you're all ready to get out there and start your miniature empire, right? You might think that you have all the answers, but unless you have the tricks of the trade, along with the tools of the trade, you aren't going to make it out of the pond very far. Put it into practice. You are human, and so are the people who you're going to be influencing. This means that you're going to run into all kinds of different situations that no book could prepare you for. So, to combat this, you're going to need to make an effort to put it into practice. Practice, practice, practice. Work in front of the mirror and see how you look. Smile until you know that you have it down at a moment's notice. There are times when you need to smile when all you want to do is scream, and you need to laugh when you want to cry. If you practice all of these things in front of a mirror, you know how to make yourself look genuine and how to convince no matter what the situation is. If you know that you look convincing, you're going to behave with so much more confidence than if you're just hoping that no one can see through your charade. The main rule that you need to follow is that it isn't being the person you act like you are. It's convincing the world that you are the person that you act like you are. If you can do this effectively, you can persuade and influence whoever you want. To lead, you need to follow. You have to live in balance with all of this. I know that I've emphasized a lot that you need to be confident and never falter with what you're doing, but at the same time, you have to put out there that you don't know everything. There's a striking difference between someone who is a know-it-all and someone who knows what they're talking about. Strike this balance, and you're going to find that you are irresistible to those who are around you. Most people are turned off by a person who thinks they have all the answers. To teach, you need to learn. The biggest mistake that you can make when you're trying to convince someone to come to your way of thinking is to be unsure of what you believe. You may not have all of the answers about what you believe, but you sure as heck had better have what you believe straightened out before you try to convince someone else. If you want something, be prepared to tell them why. Give them the reasons that they are asking and show them that you know it's true. If you second guess yourself, or if you don't know how you feel about something, they're going to do the same thing. Do your homework and get the answers. This is going to become invaluable information when you're in the heat of the discussion. Stand your ground and watch others follow your lead. Nobody wants to follow a coward. Stand your ground with what you want, and you're going to have a lot better chance of getting it. If you're always going back and forth about it, you're going to see your followers do the same. If you want that new position at work, live like you want it. If you want to get the attention of a particular person, don't play games. Live like you want them, and only them, to notice you. So many people try way too hard to win at mind games, and they only end up harming themselves in the long run. If you know what you want, then make sure you're focused on getting that, and that you show the person you need to show that you are the best choice. Convince them by living it out. You can say what you want to say, but if you don't live like you mean it, your words don't mean anything. Chapter 10. How to Persuade People. The ability to influence someone during a conversation and make a decision is necessary in order to become one of the most important people in the world today. This ability is useful in business negotiations and in everyday life. In general, the impact on people is not so obvious. The basic idea is that people's behavior is often guided by their subconscious, simple desires, and to achieve your goals, you need to understand the simple desires of people and then make your interlocutor passionately wish for something. It should be noted that in order to influence people, you should not try to impose or force them to make a hasty decision. It may seem incredible, but the person who wants to reach mutually beneficial cooperation becomes a huge advantage compared to those who are trying to impose something on others. If you're willing to put yourself in the shoes of another person from whom you want to get something and understand his or her thoughts, then you do not have to worry about your relationship with the person. The secret lies in the ability to help the self-affirmation of the interlocutor. It's necessary to make sure that your companion looks decent in his or her own eyes. First things first, there are 6 basic principles that will absolutely affect any of your interlocutors. To achieve their goals, people often use the influence of psychology, which helps to manipulate man. Even in ancient times, it can be seen that priests ruled the people, instilling in them that religion is harsh, and everyone will be punished if they cannot follow the established rules and practices. Psychological influence strongly acts on the subconscious, causing the victim being influenced to be led by a skilled manipulator. If you want to succeed and learn how to manage people, these words of the great American entrepreneur should be your credo. You will grow your personality only when you are in close cooperation with the community. From childhood, we develop the basic patterns of behavior and outlook produced by the long historical, biological, and mental development of humankind. In order to have influence and control over another person, it is required that you know their personality and behavior traits. Most importantly, learn how to use this knowledge to master the specific methods and techniques of influence and control the behavior of the other on the basis of his or her outlook, character, personality type, and other important psychological features. If you want to learn how to manage people, secret techniques in this article will let you know not only the theoretical aspect of the question, but also allow the use of this knowledge in real life. To help people look beyond the limits of consciousness, professionals use a variety of methods and techniques. One of the most effective of these is hypnosis. This method of direct influence on the psyche, whose essence consists of the introduction of a human narrowed state of consciousness, makes it easy to control someone else's suggestion and management. Not using hypnosis the right way is unprofessional or even illegal. Therefore, psychologists use hypnosis exclusively to pull from the sphere of the unconscious psyche those repressed thoughts and feelings that interfere with productive life and are the foundation of many of the problems and conflicts. The ability to manage people, primarily, is to combine the knowledge of human psychology and their personal characteristics. They help to change their own behavior so that this change will cause the desired reaction in others. Try to be more observant while communicating. It will help you better understand the individual psychological characteristics of the interlocutor. Based on this knowledge, try using the following methods and techniques that will help you manage people correctly and efficiently. To learn how to manipulate people, you must know how it feels to be on both sides. After all, you need to understand the feelings and emotions experienced by each side. This section of the learning process will be much more efficient. Just focus on the moral side of the issue. If you are ashamed to receive from people who are important to you, you do not accept selfish purposes. Better close and do not hurt their highly moral consciousness of the information received. Chapter 11. Mind Reading. The logic of many living things is quite simple. If there were no incidents, then there would be no subjects to talk about. That is, if people could not read each other's thoughts, then no one would know of such a thing as telepathy. You do not necessarily have to possess special skills to read thoughts. Many of us were already able to do so, except that it happened without us knowing, and we never realized. Remember how in some stressful situations, there is someone with superpowers, or people start to run twice as fast to overcome fear, or started to hear voices? All these examples prove once again that man has great potential. The most important thing is for this ability to manifest itself in us. So, is it possible to learn to read minds, and that it is important? Let's start with the fact that mind reading is nothing but an exchange of energy information. How do you learn to read the thoughts of other people using this energy? We all remember the famous expression that says that thought is material. That is, the human thinking process is a flow of energy and part of the information field. In this world, there are hundreds of examples where people in different parts of the world had seen the same dream about a great event that later took place. This also explains the so-called prophetic dreams. Our task is to learn to control our mind and gain the ability to capture from the general stream of thought of a particular interlocutor. Prepare your mind after you've relaxed. However, do not tighten the process of immersion in meditation, or your partner will get tired of waiting for you to be ready. Release your thoughts and create silence in your mind. Try to grasp what your partner is thinking. Gradually, you will see fragments of an event that is not connected with your thoughts and your condition. Once you understand the images you have seen, and thoughts are certainly not a figment of your imagination and come from somewhere else, you can complete the experiment and start discussing what you saw with your partner. As a rule, such an exercise should be repeated a few times before you learn to relax and see the extraneous images and read other people's thoughts. Gradually, your partner may think about anything and move very far away from you. Having mastered this exercise, you will not have to wrestle with learning to read minds. Manage your own mind, and then you'll be surprised what amazing abilities people possess. Body language. In today's world, body language and facial expressions are important, but not compared to how important verbal communication is. Therefore, a great importance is attached to their interpretation. The use of a variety of gestures and facial expressions when communicating is called nonverbal communication. Often, people do not care about the expression on their face and the gestures they make. In fact, these are not just a reflection of our perception of incoming information, but can also have an impact on the interlocutor. For these reasons, the idea of body language was so widespread among politicians and big business persons. Cleverly resorting to it, you can acquire partners with similar interests, effectively present a service, product, project, achieve the signing of lucrative contracts, and get the audience to closely monitor your performance. But also, an understanding of what lies behind certain gestures can be useful in personal, intimate relationships. It is important to understand the values and remember the main signals which are evident on the body and use them for more effective interactions and communication with people. Instead of 1,000 words. Often, when dealing with people, we do and serve our interlocutors many subtle and very large signals. These gestures are perceived by our counterpart unconsciously and are fraught with a lot of limiting information. Interpreting this information will be possible after mastering body language. If you decide to study body language, learn to read a person by analyzing the body language of his or her interlocutors. You should remember that the same gesture can be interpreted in different ways. For instance, the effect, the general background, and the essence of the conversation can be interpreted in different ways. Also, do not forget that inhabitants of different countries have their different interpretations for the same gestures. Understanding nonverbal communication when communicating allows you to read your opponent, understand what the other person heard, and know what his or her opinion is even before it is made public. With expertise in the field of human subconscious, you can just adjust their behavior to achieve the desired outcome when dealing with other people. Common facial expressions and gestures. The key communicative gestures and facial expressions as a person do not vary a lot in different countries. Someone who is happy, smiling. Someone in grief, frowning. A man in a fit of rage and anger, too, has his own distinctive facial expression. A very clear example of a universally valid, universally accepted gesture is a shrug. It's very clear for all people and means misunderstanding. Nonverbal signs perfectly reflect the position of a person in society, their level of education, and occupation. Given the above, it's important to know and use the sign language so you can always put yourself at a greater advantage. Many people do not know what to do with their hands while talking. For important communications, it's required that you reduce your rate of gesture. You can only use the most basic and universal movements that accompany the phrases used when meeting or communicating with a secular person. Mimicry, reading a person. Even if a person happens to lie with words, then completely controlling his or her body language is something none of us can do. Facial expressions, a mirror of the feelings and thoughts of humankind. Through a person's face, you can understand everything that is going on in the person's mind. Understanding facial expressions will help you achieve mutual understanding when communicating with one another. Thus, wide eyes, raised eyebrows, and drooping corners of the mouth are signs that a person is surprised. A frowning brow, frowning eyebrows, narrowed eyes, and tightly closed lips are clear signs that your opponent is angry. Grief and sadness are shown by closing the eyes, the eyebrows coming together with the mouth drooping at the corners. If the eyes are lit with a serene expression and there is a barely perceptible smile at the corners of the lip, then these are clear indications that people are currently satisfied and happy. No wonder they say that the eyes are the mirror of the soul. Indeed, they are the most expressive part of the face. A look can convey the diversity of semantic information, irony, fear, joy, happiness, surprise, and confusion, the whole range of human emotions. Of course, the science of body language is very versatile and voluminous that it could not fit in one article, so we will look at and interpret only the most common nonverbal signals we face in everyday communication. Protective gestures. When there is an explicit antipathy and acute distrust of the other party, the feeling of discomfort or danger will cause any one of us on a subconscious level to protect ourselves, shut down by negative factors. Be sure to note if your counterpart is protected from or exposed to a barrier designed to separate you, which could be in the form of his or her bag or stack of papers while sitting leg to leg or arms crossed. If a pleasant or constructive dialogue between you two fails, your partner will feel a sense of discomfort and unknowingly try to repel the attack. Also, fists are still one of the nonverbal signs with a strong negative connotation. Gestures that show respect. A respectful sign, showing a respectful attitude to your interlocutor, in fact, does not involve so much. The most characteristic of these gestures is a handshake. A respectful handshake requires the simultaneous extension and gripping of each other's palms. Stretching and shaking the hand usually does not take long. If a man takes a woman's hand when leaving the vehicle, it is also a gesture of respect. Another gesture we use every day is the welcome head tilt. Gestures that show location and openness. In contrast, there are protective gestures that show the openness of the interlocutor, his or her degree of confidence in what he or she sees or hears. Understand that the person is open and you can be on the loose or in a little relaxed position. If the person buttons the unbuttoned robes, slightly leans forward towards the interlocutor, demonstrates the open palm gestures, and straightens his or her legs, or makes the dome shape with the fingers, these all show sincerity towards the interlocutor. If you notice these signals, you can be sure that the other party is easy and friendly to have a conversation with, and you can get the desired result from the meeting and a conversation with him or her. Gestures that show boredom. The gestures described below allow us to understand what the other party is not interested in and what bores him or her, so you can change the subject or end the conversation altogether. To understand what gets your buddy bored and the need to change the topic of conversation or end the conversation, it is important to know a few rules of sign language. You could easily get your counterparts bored by constantly throwing glances at his or her watch or phone, going over a situation again and again, scattered eyes, yawning, fine hand movements, tapping, shuffling items, tramping the foot, and the like. Gestures that show concern and interest. If something is interesting in a society, a man will show some special signs, signaling empathy. Women show these signs while communicating with a man who plays with her hair or clothes or curls. They also show these signs by shaking their hips, stroking his shoulders or knees. A profound and long gaze directed at the man characterizes these signals, and a light appears in the eyes. Here is a full list of female sexual signals. When a woman is communicating with a man, she usually tightens and aligns her back, straightens her shoulders, and occasionally fiddles with her clothes and hairstyle. Gestures that show doubt. The ability to read nonverbal signs of this category is useful in arguments, especially for decision-making by an interlocutor. Psychologists say that people who are not sure of the other person or decision usually either rub their nose, scratch their eyes, rub their neck, twist the fingers, lock the arms, or restlessly move their fingers. Gestures of subordination and superiority. A raised chin, straightened shoulders, locking the hands behind the back, putting the palm on top in a handshake, takes your palm down, and stuffing the hands in the front pockets of clothes and thumbs on the outside are all clear signs that your counterpart feels superior. A clear sign of superiority and even aggression is shown when an opponent sits on a chair top. When a person appears lower than he or she actually is, slouching, sitting, but you're staying at the same stand, and he or she tilts his or her head, and his or her feet are inside, you have to understand that the interlocutor is trying to appear superior. If your counterpart is blinking frequently, it could arouse confusion and the inner urge to defend. Chapter 12. Benefits of Analyzing People. Reading people gives us the ability to be more considerate. Reading others gives us the power to develop greater empathy and emotional intelligence. It also helps us become more considerate in our approach to others. We learn to understand other people by gaining a better insight of their feelings, thoughts, perspective, and ideas. There is a greater ability to be able to appreciate arguments that do not agree with ours. This leads to healthier debates, problem-solving, and negotiations. We are always well-equipped. How many sleepless nights did you spend guessing various reactions of your audience during a presentation, or how a negotiation will go, or how a date will unfold? The ability to analyze people takes away the guesswork and puts us in the driver's seat. We are well prepared to tackle any situation that arises based on our ability to read people correctly. Yes, you will always be on target. Professional success. Unless you're working under a rock, a major part of your work involves dealing with other people on a daily basis. You are selling, closing deals, impressing clients, handling feedback from your boss, giving instructions to your subordinates, and closely working with your team members every day. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you professionally if you developed a natural ability to understand exactly what is in your boss's mind or what drives your subordinates? The sharpest and shrewdest trial attorneys are trained in the art of reading people. This helps them gather invaluable insights about which way the jury is tilting. A single twitch of the nose or hand gesture is enough to speak volumes about what the juror is thinking. Effective speaker and communicator. Reading people's body language and verbal communication patterns make you an exceptional communicator and speaker. As a presenter, orator, or public speaker, you'll learn to watch out for audience clues to tailor your talk according to their requirements or expectations. You can make clever adjustments in the way you convey a point to make it more appealing and persuasive for your audience. You will know exactly when to stop or at what point to say something dramatic that instantly grabs their attention. The speech can be modified to accomplish a common ground with your listeners, where you become more relatable and identifiable for them. It becomes simpler to establish a more credible and authoritative presence while reinforcing your position as a leader when you can preempt audience reaction. Pick better employees and business partners. Imagine the time, effort, and hassle you'll save yourself if you can hire the right people for your organization. Can you spot honesty, dedication, and integrity in people? Are you able to tell when people are being genuine during jobs interviews and when they're simply fibbing to make a favorable impression on the interviewer? Do job applications really possess the traits needed to fulfill a role or position satisfactorily? As an interviewer or business owner, you have the power to pick the right kind of people to be a part of your organization by reading them. It allows us to be better partners. Way too many people are stressed about being the perfect partners or lovers without understanding what the other person seeks. If you're having constant disagreements, arguments, or conflicts, you both aren't on the same page. The ability to analyze your partner gives you control over what you can say or do to enjoy more harmonious and fulfilling interpersonal relationships. It takes the conflict out of everyday situations and allows us to focus on solutions that lead to more rewarding relationships at home. Chapter 13. Decoding Human Behavior Basics. It is at the core of comprehending how people act, decide, speak, memorize, and plan. Human behavior is a highly multidimensional and dynamic study field that requires various investigation points to offer accurate insights. You cannot study one aspect of influencing human behavior in isolation to other factors. Each factor contributes towards determining a majority of our behavior, though it varies according to the environment. Understanding human behavior is a complex task, and learning newer and more evolving trends in the science of human behavior makes it even trickier. Classical conditioning. Classical conditioning is a psychological process through which a human being learns behavior in pairs of stimulus and response. For instance, sour food generally stimulates salivation. The same process is in fact used in pet training too. Each time your pet puppy fetches the ball, it gets a treat. Thus, it comes to associate a stimulus with a response, which means each time it fetches the ball, it knows a treat will follow the act. Today, it's used as one of the most powerful and widely used principles for understanding people's behavior. Human behavior and physiology. There are certain physiological reactions the human body undergoes when people do not speak the truth. It can be anything from the dilation of pupils to an increase in the heart rate to the twitching of the toes. People do not always display absolute honesty when it comes to voicing how they feel. It may not always be because they are manipulative or crafty. Sometimes it's more to do with their inability to express their emotions verbally or pressure to give a certain kind of response. It isn't always easy to coherently express your mood or emotions, is it? Emotions and human behavior. Emotion is extremely scientific or clinical. It can be described as a short, conscious experience comprising mental activity and feelings that do not originate from a place of logic or knowledge. For instance, even when we have pressing evidence of the fact that our partner has been unfaithful to us, we refuse to break ties. There's a tendency to act on brief impulses or feelings over reasoning and available knowledge or evidence. Thus, people's behaviors are primarily driven by their emotion. The ability to understand people's emotions gives us the power to understand or predict their emotional behavioral patterns. Subconscious mind and human behavior. We are aware of everything we are feeling and perceiving. It allows us to process internal feelings, ideas, and thoughts that we accumulate from our environment. However, a huge part of human behavior is driven by unconscious processes. Have you seen an iceberg? It has tons and tons of hidden or invisible layers. Our mind is pretty much the same. It has multiple layers which, even unknown to us, influence our behavior. Human behavior and experiences. While some psychologists ascribe a major portion of our behavior to genetics, others are of the opinion that our behavior is merely an aggregation of everything we have experienced since birth. They believe it is experience or the environment alone that shapes our behavior. For instance, a person who is constantly differentiated against due to race or lack of a privileged upbringing may turn out to abhor wealth or class. He or she will be likelier to empathize with the situation of the oppressed or underprivileged. Their life experiences have shaped their outlook and behavior. Chapter 14. Psychology of Lying. Almost everybody tells a lie once a day or gets lied to. Lying is a part of the human being with the motive to protect himself or herself against certain situations or to praise oneself. The reasons for lying are endless. Can you remember the very first time you realized that you were lying or you got lied to? There is a series of ideas as to why people lie, ranging from saving the hurting of oneself or something else, or with the motive to achieve personal gains. However, science has a different perspective as to why people tell lies and the different types of lies that exist. Nobody likes to be lied to, and it's not surprising to find that most liars do not like to be considered as liars. Kind-hearted liars. Maybe you found yourself telling lies to protect the other person's feelings. For instance, you might have found yourself telling a person that you like their outfits, but you know deep down it's a lie. In most cases, you do this to protect their feelings and from getting demoralized. The psychologist noted that this kind of lie is mostly exchanged between women. It's told with the aim of protecting the other person, to make them feel better, and spare their feelings from getting hurt. Almost everyone has told a kind-hearted lie at least once in their lifetime. However, to decide whether to tell this lie depends on your relationship with the other person. You are more likely to say this lie to the people you don't know very well. However, with the people who you are direct with, you can tell them directly that they don't look right, or whatever, because they won't get hurt as close friends, and they will appreciate knowing the truth. Self-serving lies are close to impossible to detect. A recent study done on students who changed their grades to make themselves look better suggests that this kind of lying is very different from other types of lying. A past performance induced these students to lie so that they could maintain the image as better performers. Some kinds of lying are aimed more at the person who is telling a lie than at the person who is being lied to. This kind of lying might help to distinguish between braggers and imposters from the people who are expressing their personal aspirations. Moreover, psychologists have also found that it puts a psychological or physical strain on the person telling a lie. People with a guilty knowledge of an event that they know the truth about, but decided to lie because of personal protection, often undergo stress afterward because of telling a lie due to their conscience. Trying to hold a lot of secrets is mentally exhausting. The act of suppressing information in the mind and not letting it out can flood the consciousness. In most cases, when people are telling severe lies, they are often tenser compared to if they were telling the truth. Ways to notice when somebody is telling lies. You wouldn't have any trouble in believing anybody in a perfect world, but unfortunately, it's not perfect. So you need to be cautious about whom to believe and who not to. There are professionals, primarily in law enforcement, who are trained to detect liars. You don't have to have access to the polygraph machines so that you can understand who is lying to you and who is not. There are many behavioral clues that you could use to know who is telling the truth and who is not. In general, lying requires more cognitive effort rather than telling the truth, because you must work harder and strain to make your information or statement sound authentic. After you have settled on the path of lying, you must remember all the facts. But how? You already changed all the facts. Having presented you with the small background about detecting lies, the following are now the various ways by which you could identify a person who is lying to you. A liar leaves out sensory details. When a liar is giving you information, they will most probably skip the essential aspects of the story than if the same story was to be told by an honest person. The additional points he or she adds to manipulate the story are harder to keep, so he will end up changing the story again if he must tell it to someone else. For example, someone who is describing an event by telling the truth can remember the visuals and the background music that was playing. On the contrary, a liar will try his or her best to connect the points to show that he or she was indeed there, and he or she can even indicate the exact time because he or she knows that this is difficult to construct. A liar will admit frequently faulty memory. A person who is telling the truth doesn't have a lot of difficulties in explaining how an event was like and the flow of occurrences. Remembering a real fact is quite simple because they lived it. They witnessed everything, so they're not trying to imagine things that could have been there. On the other hand, liars will try to imagine things that they associate with that event, or start giving lame excuses and blaming lousy memory. Their memory is functioning just right. The only problem they have is trying to recall a lie. They keep on making corrections to their stories. Liars tend to make automatic corrections to their stories, and they like backtracking often, and for this reason, they will heavily edit their stories. They will keep on changing names like, her name was Tina, not Rita, or I think it was Lena. They will act as if they are confusing the names, but the fact of the matter is that they are just lying and can't recall the initial lie they used. If you notice that this is often happening in somebody's speech, most probably he or she is telling lies. Keeps a short story and vague. You might have noticed that the longer the story, the more appealing and exciting it is, and the more likely it is to be true. Again, telling a lie takes more effort because you must connect pieces together to make up the story. You need to be creative enough to join all the parts together perfectly so that you can come up with something that can confuse the listener. No matter how well you structure your lies, the true nature of your lies will still be noticeable. A liar does not make sense and is full of contradictions. By nature, a true story will come out correctly than a string of lies attached together to form a fake story. For instance, if you purchase an item at a low price and then you tell your friends that you bought it from an expensive shop, it is easy to detect that you are lying because it is quite likely for them to discover that the items from a costly store look much more costly than what you claim it to be. The point is that if what you see does not fit or is not even close to what you know, then most probably you're being lied to. Some liars are always tense and nervous. It takes a great deal for a liar to pull together fake points to convince you. However, this is not the case with professional liars, as these ones know how to do it just right. But for those who are not used to telling lies, you will quickly notice that their body language is betraying them. On the other hand, a person who is telling the truth looks relaxed and happy as far as the story that he or she is telling is not a sad or a painful one. Liars make few compliments or give negative comments. This sounds counterintuitive, but it's a fact. A person who wants to make a positive impression, even if he or she is telling lies, would want to remain positive. Those people who seek to impress others by showing them the fake side instead of reality do this for acknowledgement and to cover up their negative part so that they will be liked and favored. Some talk unusually slow. If you've ever observed or listened to somebody telling a true story, you might have realized that his or her speech is normal. However, some liars tend to take quite a long time before they can respond, so that they have a chance to edit their story. They act as if they're trying to be consistent and avoid negative comments, but for other people, it might be hard to detect when they're telling lies, especially salespersons. This is because they have recited lines they keep on mentioning every day with their numerous encounters with customers. You need to keep check of these factors when you're speaking to a person so that you can analyze them and determine when they are telling a lie. Chapter 15. Ways to manipulate and persuade people. Human beings have various personality traits and types, such as being warm, passionate, adventurous, loyal and dependable, idealistic, analytical, fun-loving personalities, and many others. Our personality traits are greatly influenced by the biochemical processes ongoing in our bodies. These processes affect how we behave at a given time, making some persons have unpredictable natures and sudden mood swings. Despite all these inconsistencies of the human characters and lives, you still need to learn ways to manipulate and persuade people to get what you want from them. There are various ways of manipulating a person through persuasion, but you can persuade and influence using your body language and manners of speech, respectively. Let us look at some ways to manage and control people. Polishing and improving your manipulation strategies. You can clean your skills for effective manipulation of others through mastering the art of public speaking, theatrical displays, creating parallels in correspondences, exhibiting charismatic traits by displaying self-confidence, and learning from the experts. Applying various methods of manipulation. Getting what you want will not be possible if you do not know how to use some techniques of manipulating people, like using rationality and logic to present your requests to a person. You can even act like a scapegoat and the victim in dangerous situations. These tactics will subconsciously compel your target to give you what you desire without any restraint. Another way to get what you want from a person is by using a bribing pattern, like offering a person something in exchange for what you want from him or her. Using manipulation techniques on your friends and acquaintances. Your friends and acquaintances are the best persons to manipulate to get whatever you want. This is because they must have known you and your personality traits, and probably, despite your faults, will continue to stick to you no matter what happens. To achieve this, you will play on their emotions because your friends should have feelings for you, and most importantly, they commit to help you and make you happy or comfortable if it is in their power to do it. Play on their conscience by reminding them how you've been helpful in the past, and this will motivate them to offer you whatever you desire. Another way of getting what you want from your crush is by dressing in very hot or cute attire. By looking at your sexy appearance, your partner may find it difficult turning down your offer, as the case may be. Then, if he or she wants to have a feel of your romantic gestures, then he or she will give you what you want beforehand. Chapter 16. The necessary steps used in manipulating people. Most times, you may not get what you want in life if you're not ready to take some necessary steps in manipulating other people involved in the process. It is challenging to get what you desire if you're not exactly a careful manipulator. Therefore, you need to learn the necessary steps to use in manipulating people. These steps will surely give you an edge over others because you will know how to appeal to their conscience and mentality without being caught in the act, which may annoy them. Let us make an analysis of these steps, which involves using some body language expressions and spoken words, such as manipulative looks and stares. Manipulative looks and stares include the wearing of stony faces, suggesting displeasure and anger over an incident or something else. Death stares used for intimidating others. Sexy looks and stares intended to seduce and lure a person into sexual intimacy. Maintaining eye contact with someone without saying anything, the rolling of eyes, and many others. Shouting someone down or yelling. Insidious or manipulative persons have a way of using these tactics to cow and frighten their victims. Shouting someone down or yelling at people is a manipulative tendency aimed at making the other person or persons shut up in fear and condescend to your whims and caprices unconsciously. Mostly, bosses use this manipulative tendency or traits in the offices to suppress the staff's anger and maintain control or leadership of the firm. In some cases, the staff are never comfortable whenever the boss is around. Everybody whisks away in fear of the next reprimanding action that may happen. Manipulations by avoiding you at all means. When someone avoids or ignores you, by all means, something is possibly wrong in your relationship with that person. This type of attitude manifests in so many ways, such as when someone leaves a meeting when you enter. If a person does not acknowledge your presence in a place, but acknowledges others, or does not respond to your emails, phone calls, and messages. Moreover, if a person avoids eye contact with you, you should know that something is fishy, and beware of interactions with such persons. Preferential or silent treatment. One of the ways to manipulate someone to give you what you want is by showing them unusual, preferred, or silent treatment. After giving them this type of attention and care, the chances are that they must succumb to your wishes and desires. Playing on the emotions. Master manipulators like to play on your emotions to coerce you to give them what they want from you. They know that if they can make you have feelings for them, you will surely respond to their requests. Therefore, they look for words and expressions that can captivate your feelings and thoughts to give them a way into your heart. These manipulators may use words such as, "I love you," or anything that can endear them to you. This attitude is to get what they want from you. Cold behaviors. This is another good tactic of manipulation, but as the behavior is severe, it does not show up boldly and directly. It manifests subtly and is merely displaying aggression and anger as inert frustrations. They are angry, but maintain a coolness and calmness. With this mindset, they will surely ignore their responsibilities. They will always arrive late for duties, avoid interacting with other persons, and neglecting to perform their functions purposefully. Additionally, they will be carrying out their jobs poorly and shabbily, unnecessarily delaying routines, making sarcastic remarks, acting deaf and dumb to instructions, and many other ugly behavioral traits. Undue obstinacy and difficulty. Crafty manipulators are unduly obstinate and challenging. They have a purposeful resolution to be hard and stubborn, always disagreeing with everyone, and not condescending to any form of concession. They are crafty negotiators but never arrive at a meaningful agreement or conclusion. This class of persons is very argumentative and quarrelsome. Most of the time, people tend to ignore them in order not to have a headache arguing on simple matters and even quarreling. Unnecessary deadline pressures. Giving unnecessary deadlines is a tactic of some bosses and employers to purposely manipulate their subordinates and even victimize them at the place of work. With this approach, the worker does not have enough time to think and may be under pressure to coordinate himself or herself properly, and may miss deadlines and other salient requirements, thereby incurring punishments, as the case may be. Suspending sex, food, and other gratifications. A careful manipulator may, in a relationship, such as between husband and wife, decide to discontinue offering sex, food, and other forms of gratification to their partner to induce or coerce him or her to approve something or agree to do something. It could even be done tactically to get help, money, or other pleasantries from the spouse. Unsolicited treats, gifts, and favors. When someone decides to offer you unwanted gifts, treats, and favors, it could portend that one is looking for a way into your life to get something they've been expecting. People usually say, "There is no free lunch anywhere." That saying means that nothing goes for nothing, and anything someone gives you is bait for something bigger or equivalent to what they have given to you. Manipulation using compliments and flattery. Some persons can manipulate you using unnecessary compliments and flattery, which is intended to get a favor from you. They tend to influence you with their words as they shower you with praises in an attempt to appeal to your conscience and reasoning. Chapter 17. How to influence others with emotions and logic. Humans are emotional beings with little concern for logic and rationality. That means humanity is motivated by their emotions more than the reasoning faculty. That is the rule employed by the media in broadcasting, as they tend to portray or report incidences with emotional biases that can provoke similar reactions from the public, as the case may be. One of the most critical factors in analyzing how people respond to persuasiveness is through their emotions. Emotions release abundant energy to complete any set task. Even in selling, a prospect cannot buy any product from you based on all the logic you have to present. He or she responds to the force of emotional stimuli when you are able to ignite in him or her during your presentations. On the other hand, logic is based on facts and figures. That is the rationality and reasoning behind the issues at hand. Moreover, a salesperson may not be able to sell anything based on any facts about the product or the clear logic presented by the marketer concerning his or her firm and their services. Nevertheless, if such a sales executive hinges his or her philosophy based on emotions, he or she will succeed and make sales. Wait a minute. Do you think humans are rational beings? Are decisions and opinions based on logic? How do humans react to facts all the time? These are arrays of questions a curious person needs to answer to be able to carefully juxtapose the relationship between emotions and logic, and how a person can apply these two great psychological and intellectual phenomena in influencing other human beings positively. Your ability to convey logical information emotionally will bring about a spike in responses in your audience, while a message full of facts and logic with no emotional appeal will inevitably end without a positive reaction from the listeners. Logic and reasoning persuade men, but emotion is the motion that compels someone to take a decisive action, which will yield a great result. Let us analyze some of the ways you can influence others through a blend of emotions and logic, such as establishing a common identity with the other person. One of the means of controlling people is by creating common ground with the others as you build rapport as much as possible. There is a saying, it takes two persons to tangle, and before tangling together, both of you must share common goals, experiences, and ideas. This way, it becomes easier to influence the person. Common grounds in a partnership or relationship is more comfortable among persons with the same identity other than people with different cultures. By establishing similarity of character, we are united by the same goals and objectives, and then our emotions and feelings become the bond holding us together based on logic and the rationale of our collective beliefs, that is our collective vision and mission. Profoundly exploring your partner's belief system. You cannot maintain a deep relationship or mutually satisfying association with someone you do not know regarding his or her personality traits and other necessary human psychological tendencies. Nevertheless, by profoundly exploring your partner's belief system, you can understand the person and then positively influence him or her slightly to your advantage. Looking for ways to captivate his or her bias. Influencing a person with a different belief system is very difficult, no matter the soundness of your logic. Instead, look for ways of captivating his or her biases by playing the bias card efficiently. How do you play the bias card? By looking for some ideas and points he or she likes so much and presenting them to him or her. With this approach, he or she will be relaxed and comfortable with you and eventually give you undue access to his or her private life. Avoiding instances of flight or fight in your discussions. Influencing people based on logic and emotion works best if you carefully avoid instances of flight or fight during your meetings and discussions. This is because whenever there are conflicts and misunderstandings in relationships, rationality and reasoning are misconstrued and objectives are thwarted. At this point, no matter the emotional inclination on a subject or the logical notion expressing the pros and cons, it will not make any headway in an ambiance of fight or flight. Chapter 18, Common Mistakes and How to Avoid Them. These are things that are common to those who are just starting out, but this list will help you recognize those mistakes and keep you from making them yourself. You should not be a creep. Be in tune to what they are feeling, and be discreet in your observing. You need to watch them, but don't give off the vibe that you're going to creep up on them. Remember, too, that they don't have to be the ones to see you watching. If you are that guy or girl in the corner of the room staring at everyone, someone is going to notice, and the news is going to spread like wildfire. Be natural. Be yourself. Keep an eye on what is going on, but don't be that dark guy or girl in the corner. You should not point out what they are doing. Everything we have said about a person's body language is something that they do naturally. No one is thinking about it as they do it, and they're going to feel put on the spot or made fun of if you point it out to them. You must read them silently and adjust your actions based on what they are doing, but never ever point out to them what they're doing or what you are doing. Instead, keep your thoughts to yourself and do what you do in response to what they are doing. If you see that they're losing interest, or they have a lot of interest, continue to do what you're doing or change it, but never say a word about it to them. What is going to happen is that they're going to realize that you are able to calm them down when they're upset, or you're going to be that guy who always knows what to say. Either way, it is a win for you, and you don't have to let anyone know what your secret is. You should not assume everyone is the same. While there are universal things people do when they are feeling a certain way, different people are going to react differently to different things. You can't assume that just because someone thinks a mistake is no big deal, that all people will then think that it is no big deal. You have to take all of these observances and actions on a case-by-case basis, and you have to measure what your reaction is based on what you are currently dealing with. When you're able to change what you're doing based on who you are with and what they are feeling, you're going to see how easy it is to control any situation you happen to find yourself in. Stay relaxed, no matter who you're talking to, and see how they are responding to the conversation. Then, make your move. Don't think that one failure with someone is a failure with all, or one success with someone is a success with all. It's all case by case, one day at a time. You should never take a huge gamble with someone you just met. You may be feeling confident. You might have them laughing and talking and eating right out of your hand, but that is not the time to take a risk. You can have someone like you and be horribly impressed with you and lose them with one poorly timed gamble. You want to leave the person with a good impression of you and not have to recover from that impression the next time they see you. They say that if you want to make a change, you're going to have to take risks, but what they don't say is that you need to be smart about those risks. Take it to the real world. This book has given you a lot of information, and you have probably noticed that I have reminded you quite a bit to keep an open mind and to take things one day at a time. Use your skills and use your head, and you're going to read anyone you want to read every time. Chapter 19, How to Make People Always Say Yes. Now, we've gone through all of the things that you need to know to read people, to convince people, and to be that person who is worth following. So, where does all this leave us? All too many times, when you go into a situation, especially one when you're hoping to get a yes answer, you are going to be nervous. This is going to shine out in how you act and what you say, and it is going to ring out clear to the person with whom you are speaking. If you want to get that yes answer for sure, then you need to approach the situation with the attitude that you are going to get it. They say that confidence is key, and in the previous chapters of this book, you saw how to get that confidence. Simply approach the situation as though you know you're going to get that answer, and you are going to get what you want. Be patient and don't badger, but stay on top of it. You don't ever want to harass anyone for anything, but make sure that they know you want an answer and that you are expecting a yes. Show them why it should be a yes and go with that. Give them the time that they need, but follow up when the time is up. Don't bother them when they're thinking about it or when you shouldn't be, but when the time is right, feel free to ask about it. If you are that charming person with the confidence that we encourage you to have, you are going to get that yes time and time again. People love a happy, confident person. Be that person of influence, and you are going to persuade them to say yes every time. Chapter 20, Why You're Not Persuasive and How That's Affecting Your Life. Like in any other aspect of life, some people were blessed, while others got the short end of the stick. Confidence and the ability to persuade doesn't come naturally to everyone, which is why the world is pretty much divided into two broad categories: born salesmen and the people who buy what they're selling. Now, since you're here reading this book, allow me to make a wild and inappropriate assumption and say you're probably in the latter category. You're the person sold to, but never the one to sell, whether that's used cars, ideas, or lies. But why not? Can you pinpoint what exactly is holding you back? What you're lacking in? Except for persuasive skills. You lack the necessary confidence. You're not persuasive because you don't believe what you're saying. You don't know how to fake believing what you're saying. There can't be any doubt that you are absolutely convinced by the ideas you're presenting, and that's where you're wrong. You have to start building up your confidence with daily uplifting and positive mantras, and in the meantime, fake it till you make it. You hesitate too much. Confident people aren't ones to hesitate about anything. They are self-assured, and everything they do is deliberate. What they say, how they say it, the way they look, and even the way they walk. Their decisions are clear, and there is no room for doubt. They know what they're doing and why they're doing it, and more than anything, they are absolutely sure that they're right. Any other option doesn't even exist. Even if you're not yet as convincing as you should be, take some cues from self-assured people you know. Don't agonize over decisions, and don't pick your words. Don't hem and haw over different options and choices. You know what you want, or at least you can pretend for now. People will listen to you if you seem to know what you're doing, not so much if you're hesitating. You're not focused enough. You'll notice that really persuasive people have a clear direction or intent, whether they're talking or doing something. They're focused. If you half listen to a motivational speaker, it'll seem like they're just talking nonsense and waffling. But listen closely. Really pay attention. Their speech is extremely focused, and everything they're saying is meant to convince their audience. Especially when you have limited time, it's very important to be able to concentrate your ideas and persuasive powers and make the most of them. You're not relaxed enough. You need to change your outlook a little bit and build up some self-confidence. Trust me, it will start showing on your face, in your voice, and in the way you carry yourself. You're not an effective leader. Have you ever run for student body president or something? Did you ever win? No offense or anything, but I'm guessing not. It's not your fault. You just didn't have the persuasive skills you needed to make a good politician. Maybe you don't even want to be one, but that ability to influence and lead people comes in handy. As it stands, you'll miss out on leadership positions again and again because in order to advance in your career, you need to have underlings, but no one will take you seriously unless you start working on influencing people to see the you want them to see. You never get dates. Think back. Who in your group of friends is always the one to score dates? Is it the one who's all shy and asks quietly, or is it the smooth talker who's super confident and could sell ice to an Eskimo? There's certainly nothing wrong with being reserved, but if you want to make a bold move and ask someone out, man or woman, you need to know how to ask in order to get a positive response. Persuasive skills basically do the job for you, but you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Chapter 21. Ensuring your manipulative traits are not exposed. Manipulators are everywhere, at home, between husband and wife, in the offices, between the boss and his subordinates, and virtually everywhere. One of the crucial things to note as you indulge in manipulation is ensuring your manipulative skills are not exposed, or else you will be caught. Therefore, tread with caution and tactically effect your plans. Before you are caught with your manipulative traits and tendencies, here are some possible attitudes you may be exhibiting to people consciously and unconsciously. Presenting a charming attitude. Highly skilled manipulators know how to give you an unforgettable first impression. They are smart and adroit on winning your heart at the beginning of the relationship, only to rend your heart into pieces and frustrate all your efforts. Even most of the time, they can cause confusion in your business, and disrupt all your plans, leaving you in trouble and bewilderment. Have you ever found yourself in this circumstance? Then you must have met face-to-face with a manipulator. Skillfully sympathetic and emotional. Manipulative personalities are skillfully sympathetic and emotional. They are easygoing, outgoing, and very self-confident. Moreover, they are resourceful, resilient, calculative, and mentally capable of carrying out their wishes and plans with little or no chances of failure. Manipulators appear to be dutifully responsible in their jobs and businesses, whereas they are the worst staff, causing trouble for everyone. They seem to be kind, considerate, and compassionate in their dealings, but with a sinister agenda and an ulterior motive. Always taking advantage of other persons. When someone decides to tell you a private or personal issue in confidence, such a person is trusting that you may divulge your details to him or her in reciprocity to enable him or her to take advantage of you. With this trade-off between both of you, you will be relaxed and then discuss your plans and purposes with them, only for them to take over and begin to implement your ideas which you shared with them. These are cruel manipulators at work. If you're one of them, then someone may be watching you. Beware and be warned. Pretending to be in control of everything. If you notice someone displaying these obnoxious characteristics, especially in the office or any other public place, such a person may be after some dough or bucks and other hidden privileges which others may not know. Inclined to misrepresent the facts. Anyone willing to always misrepresent the facts and figures of any detail, especially to favor his or her cause, is probably a manipulator. If you are in a relationship where you can't trust your partner or even your boss in the office because every interaction does not always go smoothly, then you should be wary. Manipulators carry an unwelcoming attitude. Are you feeling uncomfortable in the presence of someone? Are you being harassed, intimidated, or even denied privileges? Then you should know that you are in the wrong relationship, engagement, and also work with a crucial manipulator as a boss. If you always feel uncomfortable with someone, either your boss or a friend, then you should know that such association is standing on a broken leg. Chapter 22. Why People Are Persuasive. What makes a person convincing? Why are they persuasive and you aren't? This is the answer we're going to pursue in this ebook, but I'm telling you now, there's no single short answer to that question. What makes this persuasive influence so difficult to pin down and elusive is precisely this almost mosaic quality it has. It's the result of the perfect merger of several important aspects that you wouldn't normally attribute to such an influence. These aspects of their being don't only affect them, but affect us as well. That's the fascination around it. It's all psychological. It's an overwhelming and sometimes unintentional psychological influence on the people around them. Confidence is the absolutely most important aspect when it comes to persuasion. There's no doubt. It has been scientifically proven that it's easier to persuade people when you're confident. That's because it's just assumed that you're an authority on the topic, and they'll listen to you because they have no knowledge or experience, but you seem to have both. It's also crucial to understand that humans are doubtful creatures. We're not very confident, and we don't really believe in our own abilities or even experience. So when someone comes along and appears to be confident and to know more, we follow them like a herd of dim sheep. Persuasion is just as much about the impression you leave upon people as it is about your actual skill. Like many other times in life, appearances are more real than actual reality because it's all other people will ever know about you. It doesn't matter if deep inside you're insecure or you don't really think you know what you're doing. On the outside, you're this dazzling, confident creature who can persuade anyone into doing anything because you've mastered all the important contributing factors: confidence, eye contact, body language, manner of speaking, tone, facial expressions, as well as your general demeanor. Confidence. How do you think so many scammers make a living? No, that sketchy guy selling you snake oil isn't really a doctor, but he speaks like he is one, so people believe him and throw money at him, genuinely believing he will solve their problems. Now, I'm not advocating that you try to trick people, but I am telling you that you need to work on your confidence. You'll notice that every single person you find convincing has some sort of authoritative stance. It's like their presence demands attention and respect. Eye contact. Eye contact is a classic, natural display of dominance. It's a technique that's even present in the animal kingdom, and if a lion doesn't intimidate you, I don't know who can. It's true that the goal isn't to intimidate. Eye contact can do that very effectively. Body language. Do you know how often people underestimate body language or just ignore it outright? I don't know why, because body language is an amazing tool for persuasion. People are always advised to display open body language, like facing your audience, making sure not to keep your arms crossed against your chest, keep your palms open, and all sorts of little tips that we'll discuss at length later. What you maybe haven't heard is that in order to be effectively persuasive, you also need to take note of and use the body language of the person you're talking to. Manner of speaking. Your choice of words is overwhelmingly important when attempting to convince someone because it must be very deliberate. There's a clear strategy behind verbal persuasion, and it relies on appealing to the person's emotions. The way you speak and what you say are both equally important because even though your message may be perfect, if the delivery is lacking, it won't do much good. We've already established that speaking with authority is half the battle, but you also have to speak the right words in order to win it. Tone. Continuing on the idea that the way you say things is vastly important, let's talk about tone and why it matters. In fact, I lied when I said tone and message are equally important. Tone weighs much more on a person's impression. If someone has a very somber voice, a serious, measured tone, and an equally severe facial expression, it almost doesn't matter what they're saying. You're going to assume it's grave and important. The actual words, or what they mean, matter less. A joke told with a serious tone isn't funny at all. Facial expressions. Facial expressions go hand in hand with body language and eye contact and is similarly important to tonality. Creating the impression that you mean what you say involves your face, because it will be the very first to betray you or, on the contrary, help you enforce your message. General demeanor. Now, a lot of different aspects of your being can fall under demeanor. In a way, it's a sum of everything we've discussed so far: body language, facial expression, tone, etc. General demeanor is actually one of the main things you need to master, and it has one major rule: mirror the demeanor of the person you're trying to persuade. In other words, read the room. What's the atmosphere like? What kind of energy can you sense? Are people tired? Is there an upbeat feeling you can identify? Is there a sadness that overwhelms the space? Match your energy accordingly. Chapter 23. What you can obtain through persuasion. Persuasion is a very powerful and very valuable skill that not everyone has, but that everyone should have. It comes in handy throughout your life in virtually any aspect of your existence, from sweet-talking your way into free movie tickets to convincing your boss you deserve a raise. In your personal life, your relationship with your spouse. Far from being unfair or manipulative, having the ability to convince your significant other can actually improve your relationship because you have fewer fights about your disagreements and lack of compromise. Now you can use all that extra time and energy implementing your superior decisions. Your relationship with your children. Having the persuasion skills and indisputable power and authority to convince your children to actually do what you tell them to is as close to magic as you can possibly get. If you don't believe me, try it. Your relationship with your friends. We all have that one friend who always makes terrible life choices and no one can get through to them and steer them towards the right path. Except you, that is. If you have influence and persuasion skills, don't keep them for yourself. Use them for good, not evil. In your professional life, get paid what you deserve. Negotiating absolutely falls under persuasion, so really, absolutely everyone should have this skill. No matter if you're haggling at the market or discussing a higher salary, you need to have the ability to convince your opponent that you deserve this and you should have it. It's mostly applicable in the workplace where, let's be real, no boss will ever willingly part with their money and hand it over to you, so it's your job to convince them to do it. You've earned it, you deserve it, and it's rightfully yours. You have to ask for it, but you have to know how, and persuasive skills help with that. Earn the trust and respect of your boss. You can accomplish that by becoming their go-to person. Offer your bright ideas, come up with solutions to problems the company is facing, persuade them to implement your suggestions and that you're the contribution the company needs right now. In time, you will reap the rewards when your boss comes to consult with you first. Be a good leader to your colleagues. Obviously, your persuasive abilities will prove to be invaluable to a position like this if you want people to respect you, your work, and your ideas. It should be obvious for everyone that your way is the right way, and there will be minimal dissent if you have the necessary influence over them. In everyday life, get out of paying tickets. Legally, a ticket is a mandatory consequence of breaking the law in some way, by speeding, failing to wear your seatbelt, talking on your cell while driving, etc. Practically, however, a ticket can be a negotiation, as long as you have the necessary skills. Get into coveted clubs or restaurants. If you're persuasive enough, you can influence any menial gatekeeper and convince them to just let you through without needing to jump through fiery hoops or grease the well-meaning palms of anyone. Talk about some sweet perks. Get important information. If you can talk the talk well enough, you can basically convince anyone to tell you anything. Gossip from your friend, preferred customer sales dates from sales attendants, where they keep the extra free peanuts from the flight attendant, you get the idea. Sweet talk yourself into perks and valuable info. Chapter 24. Comprehend the decision cycle. Each one of us moves through the decision cycle when deciding something. The decision cycle comprises of 5 major predictable stages which eventually lead you to make a certain decision which can be desired or even undesired. To be able to successfully influence people, you need to have an understanding of the decision cycle and then be able to identify the stage someone is on, as well as the stage you are on, so you can use the appropriate techniques and convince him or her. Identify the need and a decision that needs to be made. This is the first stage of the decision-making cycle, when someone realizes he or she has a need for something and has to make a certain decision. At this stage, you need to be clear about the decision you wish to make, so you take the right step forward and can influence the people involved in the decision effectively. Collect enough relevant information. At this stage, you need to gather as much information as possible regarding the decision you wish to take, so you can be sure of it and reach a more informed conclusion. Continuing with the earlier example of moving to another state to pursue a job, you need to gather information on the living expenses in that new state, education expenses of children, and other different factors that entail living there, so that you can assess the pros and cons of shifting there and those of living in your current state. Once you have enough data, you can make the right decision for yourself and others involved in the decision. Similarly, if you wish for your friends to agree on something as simple as watching your choice of movie, collect as much information as you can on how that is the best movie to watch that night and how it will be exciting for everyone. In this scenario, the decision is that of watching a movie, and the next step is to pick one. If your friends have agreed on watching a movie, you now need to supply them with the right kind of information to convince them to watch a film you want. Identifying different alternatives available and evaluating each. As you collect sufficient information to support your decision, you also need to start looking for different alternatives of that choice. This ensures that you make an informed decision instead of jumping for the first thing that catches your fancy. When you present a certain solution or option to anybody, you would like to convince them to do a certain act, and he or she is likely to look for any substitutes available for that option. Your job at this stage is to stay calm and, instead of directly telling them how seeking alternatives is not a healthy approach, provide them with substitutes that aren't as good as your choice. Also, you can share the cons of the different alternatives they pick so they ultimately agree to do what you want. Making a choice. Once all the different options have been weighed against one another, you and the others involved in the decision are ready to reach a conclusion. When someone reaches this stage, you need to stay as poised as possible and make sure you keep your facial expressions as calm as possible. You must not flinch, twitch, or make any expression that makes the other person feel uncomfortable or that his or her choice or decision is not good enough. However, you also need to stick to your stance and make it clear that you feel it is the best decision for everyone. If you feel your team should select a certain marketing strategy that involves using social media instead of spending a hefty amount of money on a billboard advertisement, state it clearly. If you are in a position to make the final call, do so. If, however, you are not in that position and have to somehow accept the decision that everyone agrees to make, do so gracefully without budging from the stance. When the time is right and others experience a setback due to their decision, inform them politely of how you suggested differently and that they should try what you suggested. Review the final decision and any consequences faced. This is the final stage of the process, when you analyze the decision that was taken and assess whether or not it worked out well in your favor. If the decision failed to meet the need that was identified at the start, you need to make another decision. If you had agreed to do what the other person wanted, but the decision did not turn out to be beneficial, clearly indicate the consequences to that person. It's likely they would now agree to do what you want. A very effective technique to influence others is to let them have their way first, especially if you are sure it would backfire. Once the outcome is not even close to what they expect, you can gently barge in, rub in the fact that you made a different suggestion, and now is the time to try that out. The other person is likely to feel remorseful then and easily agree to what you want. Since he or she feels sorry for making the wrong decision, the likelihood of him or her agreeing to your decisions is quite high the next time around. Following the decision-making cycle and trying different strategies to sway the person at different stages of the cycle is one of the many ways to influence people. Let us now learn about using body language to manipulate others. Chapter 25. How to manipulate people using your body language. Body language is a potent tool needed for mastering how to manipulate people. If you can honestly understand how body language works and be able to analyze it, then you'll be in control of the other person, though in a tactical manner. The way body language works as a compass is by telling you very important things about how the person is feeling and what they are thinking in the present. This information will help you understand how they feel about their environment and what is going on around them, as well as how they feel about you and their interactions with you or anyone else with whom they may be sharing interactions. Knowing this information means that you have an incredible upper hand when it comes to interacting with the person. With it, you now know when you should approach them and how, which manipulation and persuasion strategies you should use, what wording would likely work best on them, and even the exact timing of when you should be able to completely tip them in your favor. As you can clearly tell, body language is an essential compass in helping you effectively manipulate people. This is the very first step before you move toward anything else. For that reason, it is vital that you understand the reading formula, or how you will assess the 3 types of body language that you will be reading on the person in front of you. This formula is basic and can even be crafted into an easy-to-remember sentence, just like the one you use to remember the 3 steps of manipulation. As you now know, basic body language is the part of the body language you are reading to get a general understanding of what a person is thinking and feeling at the moment. This is the first thing you want to read before you approach a person or begin manipulating them, as this will give you an understanding of where they stand and what path you need to take to get to where you want to go. After you have gained this general understanding, you typically do not want to find yourself focused excessively on basic body language. When you're reading complex body language signals, you want to look at 2 primary areas: their hands and their feet. The location and actions being taken with these 2 parts of the body will tell you more than almost anywhere else on the entire body. By reading the signs being given to you by the hands and feet, you can get an idea of what the person is thinking and how they're feeling. In general, you want to watch the movements taking place in the hands and feet during your conversation with the person you're talking to and wanting to manipulate. Use them to determine whether you are successfully driving the person into the emotion that you need them to be in for manipulation to happen, or if you need to adjust your tactics to get them there. Pay attention to them during the course of the entire conversation, especially when you use a specific manipulation tactic. These complex signals will act as a form of compass to guide you through the conversation step by step, on their terms that are secretly orchestrated by you. Let us analyze some of the possible ways a person can manipulate others using his or her body language. Manipulation by mirroring the other person. When you consciously and deliberately change your body language to fit into another person's class, and even behave like the person by learning their tone of voice, posture, facial expressions, including microexpressions, this merely is mimicry or imitation aimed at impressing someone else. Although this process could be risky, because the other person may get to know you are just trying to make a false impression and it could cost you the relationship or other valuable details, it is better to maintain your natural body language than mirroring another person's traits, which has the potential of backfiring in the end, leaving you in pieces. Exciting and captivating their emotions. This step is a beautiful method of manipulating people easily by exciting and captivating their minds through their emotions. Finding out the issue troubling their heart and using it as bait in luring them into doing what will be an advantage to you. Make people like you. You may want to ask me, what shall I do to make people like me? No matter the intrigues and tactics you want to use in manipulating people, it may not work if they don't like you naturally. Therefore, endeavor to make yourself a likable person. The character is one of the criteria that will cause people to quickly and gullibly accept whatever you say to them. Howbeit, remember that your ultimate goal is to make everything work to your advantage, nothing less than that. Present yourself as a trustworthy person. Trust is the crucial thing in every relationship. If your friend does not trust you, he or she will not commit salient details to you. One of the criteria to win the trust of your friend is to share a very private issue with him or her, and that will make him or her open up his or her heart for you too. With this gesture, you may win the confidence of your partner as he or she is poised to confide in you. Use your emotions to manipulate them. The very first step to analyzing anyone is to analyze their body language. Body language is something that virtually every master manipulator has learned how to read, and it is essential that you learn how to. Body language is a level of language that we use to communicate beyond the spoken word. You have likely heard about it, and maybe even learned about body language in the past. Still, it is vital that you understand how to read body language from a manipulator's point of view if you want to effectively analyze a person. Set a baseline. When you have a baseline about people, reading body language and other nonverbal clues becomes more accurate. Tune in to people completely to figure out their baseline or essential behavior. This will help you relate nonverbal clues more effectively. How does someone react to different circumstances and situations? What is their inherent personality? How are their communication skills? How is their speech and choice of words? What about the voice? Are they essentially confident or anxious? Look for a group of clues. Read clues in clusters, which offer a more accurate analysis of what a person is thinking or feeling. Do not make quick and sporadic conclusions based on isolated nonverbal signals. Spotting lies and deception. While reading people for deception, it is crucial to keep their baseline behavior and the physical setting and culture or religion in context too. Reading or analyzing people through body language is not an overnight process, but it keeps getting accurate with practice. Try deciphering what people are thinking or feeling by practicing people reading skills at the airport, in the train to work, at the doctor's clinic, or cafe. You'll learn to tune into their actions and behavior accurately over a period of time. General body language signs. If you're speaking and someone is leaning in your direction, he or she is clearly interested in what you are saying or keenly listening to you. Likewise, crossed arms and legs are a huge sign of switching off or being completely closed to what you're trying to communicate. The person does not really subscribe to your views or isn't confident about what you are saying. Sometimes, people offer wide smiles, yet cross their arms while listening to you. Smile. This information can be extremely valuable considering smiling is the single largest weapon people use to conceal their real thoughts, emotions, and feelings. It is a widely established conclusion among psychological experts that a smile is tough to fake. There has to be a genuine experience of joy or happiness for creating that specific expression. When you aren't really happy, the expressions will not settle into their place. Chapter 26. Work on your body language and speaking style. About 80% of the communication you have with others is through your body language, which encompasses your facial expressions, postures, hand gestures, eye movements, use of space, and touching different things or body parts with your hands. Without uttering any word, you can easily communicate your confidence, feelings, and emotions to others. If you wish to come off as an influential person, you need to keep your body language as effective as possible, so you are perceived as an authority figure and are held in utmost respect by others. Just like your body language speaks volumes about your thoughts, feelings, and confidence, that of others around you does the same. While you need to pay attention to structuring your body language the right way so you come off as a strong, confident, charismatic, and pleasant individual, you also need to closely observe the body language of all those you wish to influence, so you can then target them appropriately using different strategies. For instance, if you're pitching your business idea to a group of interested investors, and one of them seems puzzled, which is evident through the twitching of his or her eyes, or how he or she keeps pursing his or her lips, it is possible he or she is interested in your idea, but needs more information to convince him or her. At this point, you need to illustrate your in-depth knowledge of the problem and talk to him or her in detail about how your idea and business will solve a particular problem faced by the target audience. Similarly, if a friend shares an idea with you and asks you for your input, however, you can clearly see how unconfident he or she is about his or her idea by the shrugging of his or her shoulders and the dullness in his or her eyes. It's time to give him or her a good suggestion and reinforce it by providing enough evidence so he or she agrees to do what you want. To ensure every strategy you try with someone ends up winning that person over, you need to pay attention to both your body language and that of others. Improve your body language. Here are some things you must work on to build powerful and persuasive body language. Right posture. Whether you are standing or sitting, your head must be held high. Chin should point slightly upwards. Shoulders need to be open and broad, while the spine must be straight. While standing, keep your feet at hip distance apart. Your pelvis should be open. Legs must not shake and arms should be at your side. Eye contact. Your eye contact is another tool that gives away your confidence or a lack of it. If you're constantly moving your gaze away from someone and cannot look him or her in the eye, either you are shying away from that person, are unconfident about yourself, or are scared due to some reason. All of this is likely to go against you if you're trying to win someone over, especially if it's someone you share a professional relationship with. When conversing with someone, you must maintain direct eye contact with him or her so your anxiety, even if there is any, is not exhibited through your eyes. When talking to someone on a one-to-one basis, pick a spot slightly above your listener's eyes and gently focus on it. You need to hold eye contact at that point, or even directly in your listener's eyes, for 4 or 5 seconds after every 30 to 40 seconds. On breaking the eye contact, gently glance to his or her side before continuing with your gaze. While looking away, do so very gently, as darting your eyes may make you appear shy. Remember, not to look at the floor, as it is a sign of nervousness and may make it difficult for you to influence your listener. Every time you start saying something, make direct eye contact with him or her and keep your gaze as gentle as possible. Remember to maintain eye contact about 50% of the time when you speak, and around 70 to 80% of the times when you're listening to the other person, as that makes you appear to be a keen listener, which the other person is going to love and appreciate about you, making it easier for you to influence him or her. If you're speaking to more than one person at once, do not take the entire group as one person, but try to initiate individual conversations with different people in the group, one at a time. Talk to the entire group, but maintain eye contact with one person at a time. After you have maintained eye contact with someone for a couple of minutes, choose another person. Smile. A nice, hearty smile speaks volumes about your sincerity and cordial behavior. When conversing with someone, make sure to flash a smile at your listener. Things said with a sweet smile melt the heart of others easily, so when you speak to someone, do so with a pleasant smile on your face. Remember to smile at your listener occasionally to send pleasant vibes out to him or her. Do not practice gestures that convey wrong messages to your listener. There are certain body poses and gestures that convey wrong and inappropriate messages to your listeners, which is why you should refrain from practicing them. For instance, if you're constantly biting your lip, that may mean you're hiding something, are extremely nervous, or are disturbed. If your listeners acknowledge your frustration, they're quite likely not to lean towards you as you hope. Also, never cover your face while speaking to someone, as it is perceived as a sign of dishonesty and is likely to make you appear as a dishonest person to others. Pace around. If you're walking while talking to someone, calmly pace around and take firm strides. Your legs should not tremble as you walk, and you need to keep your gait as confident as possible. Make confident gestures when needed. During your conversations, make confident hand gestures whenever needed. Make a fist pump to motivate others. Thump your fist on the table to stress something, and give your listeners a thumbs up to appreciate him or her. Positive and confident hand gestures complement your talk while making it easier for you to influence others. Observe the body language of others. The different body language cues of those around you can give you valuable information about them and their behavior. Here are some cues you should look out for when interacting with and trying to manipulate people. Crossed legs and arms. If you see someone with arms crossed over their chest or crossed legs, it is likely they are angry, defensive, or frustrated. With such people, you need to be compassionate and make them feel comfortable prior to bringing up an idea or topic you want their consent on. If you see your boss sitting with crossed arms and you're going to ask him or her for a 10-day leave, cordially ask him or her if everything is okay and offer to help. If he or she does share his or her troubles with you, do what you can to ease his or her pain and then bring up your demand. He or she is likely to agree with it then. Distance and leaning. People lean towards people and things they like, and lean away from all those they do not really like. If you see someone leaning towards something, understand that he or she is interested in it, so bring up that thing in your conversation. Also, if someone leans toward you during a conversation, it is likely he or she likes you, and you then need to sustain that interest by talking about things he or she likes. In case someone you wish to influence leans away from you, focus on what interests him or her and incorporate that in your conversation. Biting lips. If someone is licking or biting their lips or picking their cuticles, it is likely he or she is under pressure and is trying to calm his or herself down. When you see someone doing that, gently ask him or her if everything is okay and express your concern. If he or she refuses to discuss it further, leave the topic right away and bring up something else while encouraging him or her to share his or her input on the topic. Soon enough, he or she will understand your concern and talk about their problem with you. Hiding hands. If you see someone with his or her hands in his or her lap or pocket, or hands behind his or her back, it is likely they are trying to hide something from you. In that case, indirectly ask him or her if everything is okay, and then carry some research on your own. You need to tactfully handle the matter so the other person eventually shares his or her stuff with you without doubting your intentions. As you work on your body language, you also need to pay attention to your speaking style and the voice projection so you speak in an influential manner and are able to get the desired outcome of the different influential and manipulative tactics you employ with others. Your speaking style. Here are some things you must work on to persuade others while speaking to them. Moderate tone. Make sure your tone is neither too loud nor too hushed when speaking. An extremely loud tone makes you come off as an aggressive person, which is likely to repel others. Naturally, when people see you as an angry soul who does not know how to respect others, they are likely not to become drawn to you, let alone listen to you. Speaking in a very low tone may make you appear as a soft-spoken and cordial individual, but will not help you much in influencing others. If people cannot hear you clearly, they will not understand you. Also, often, a hushed tone is seen as a symbol of a lack of confidence, and that is always a deal breaker when it comes to being influenced. Your tone needs to be moderate, so when you speak, you come off as a poised individual who is sure of what he or she is speaking and knows how to regulate his or her emotions. When people see you as someone calm, they easily discuss their viewpoints with you, and the more information you have on others, the better you can influence them. That said, it is important to raise your voice when making a point, so others know that you stand for what you believe in and things that you perceive as important and crucial. Reiterate an important point. When you make an important point, reiterate it a few times in front of your listener. This does two things. First, it makes the other person become more aware of your viewpoint and understand how that belief is important to you. Secondly, when you repeat a certain suggestion, you reinforce it in your subconscious as well as that of others. If you keep saying how you think feminism rocks and present the viewpoints with evidence and respect, you will make the other person become more open to it as well. Speak clearly. Mumbling is a huge sign of a lack of confidence and a practice that will not help you influence anybody much. When speaking to someone, do so very clearly so others can easily understand whatever you say. Mimic the style of the other person. Deep down, all of us have an inbuilt need of being connected to the other person and finding some sort of common ground with them. You need to leverage this innate need and use it to influence others. When conversing with someone, pick any prominent cue related to their speech, such as their style of speaking, the way they pronounce a certain word, or how they repeat a certain phrase, and mimic it yourself. Do it very casually and in a manner that the other person does not feel offended, and within a little while, you will observe him or her becoming more comfortable in your presence and easily sharing his or her things with you. Rephrase things as many times as needed. Oftentimes, it so happens that you are unable to convey your message as desired, and it ends up coming off as something else entirely. You may just be asking someone to be attentive in his or her work, but he or she may end up thinking that you are ridiculing them. When you talk to someone, you need to be as cordial as possible, especially if you want to influence someone. On other occasions, such as when you're trying to explain your viewpoint, simplify your message as much as you can, and if the need arises, rephrase it countless times without letting your agitation appear in your tone. Breathe properly while talking. When you breathe quite shallowly in the chest, instead of doing so deeply in the abdomen, your voice is likely to sound jittery and weaker. Yes, it can be very tough to breathe very deeply when you're undergoing stress, but by taking deep and calm breaths, you improve the quality and depth of your voice. You sound more confident, calmer, and poised, which makes it easier for you to influence others. Keep your focus straight. Try to be clear on the agenda of your conversation and speech when initiating it, so you keep it in sight and keep bringing up that topic throughout the conversation. Ask questions. When talking to someone, do not only focus on saying things and presenting your viewpoints to others. Instead, ask more questions, especially related to the viewpoints of the other person. If someone is talking about his or her childhood, ask more questions about it and how that affected him or her. If someone brings up the topic of consumerism, take interest in it and ask questions. This makes the other person feel how keen you are in his or her talk and makes him or her feel drawn towards you. When the other person starts leaning towards you, he or she starts to listen to you more and pay heed to it as well. Listen attentively. As important as it is to speak influentially and present your viewpoint clearly in front of the other person, it is equally important to keenly and attentively listen to him or her as well. Give the other person an equal chance to speak, and when he or she speaks, do not interrupt him or her at all, even if he or she says something you completely disagree with and reject. You need to patiently listen to his or her viewpoint and let him or her explain it in detail. Maintain direct and subtle eye contact with him or her while he or she speaks, and pay complete attention to him by ensuring you do not fidget with your watch or keep checking your phone. Just keep looking at your listener, nod in places to show your agreement when you need to, and keep your facial expressions as calm as possible, even when you feel like flinching because you disapprove of what he or she says. The more interest you take in his or her chat, the keener you will appear, which will make him or her respect and admire you even more. All of us have an innate need to be heard and speak about our feelings, and desperately need a keen listening ear to which we can pour our heart out. Unfortunately, this remains only a wish for many of us, which increases that yearning inside us to be heard and appreciated. If you can be that one person for others who can listen to them and shower attention onto them, they will love and revere you more. Often people show respect to others by paying heed to their demands, so it is likely they will listen to you more and do as you want. Stay hydrated. The quality and pitch of your voice plays a huge role in helping you influence others, and one of the other factors that is dependent on is how hydrated you are. If you're well hydrated, your vocal cords have the right amount of moisture, making you sound clear and your tone smooth. However, if you've been consuming more soda, wine, and coffee instead of water, your voice will lack the moisture it needs to sound clear. The vocal cords in men vibrate around 120 times a second, and around 200 times a second in women, which means you need to provide your throat with enough moisture to keep it well lubricated so you do not sound hoarse while speaking and speak fluently to charm others. Chapter 27. Build trust and be consistent in your efforts. If someone does not trust you and you are not consistent in your efforts, you will always struggle to build a good rapport with people and influence them as you wish to. Naturally, if someone cannot bring him or herself up to the point to place his or her faith in you, maybe because you keep shifting in the way you treat him or her, or because you do not come off as an authentic person, he or she will not be drawn towards you, and when someone is not attracted to you, he or she will not listen to you either. You obviously don't want that, right? To ensure you achieve your motive in influencing others, you must do two more things. Let us talk about them in depth here. Build faith. Trust is by far the most important element you need to work on when interacting with others so you can leverage its power and control others exactly how you wish. If you cannot bring yourself close to someone you do not trust and are likely to reject everything they say, how do you propose that someone else will bring him or herself to do the same with you if they cannot bring an ounce of trust in the relationship they share with you? As difficult as it seems, trust is actually not that difficult to build. You do a few things right, and you can easily make someone put all their confidence in you. Two of those techniques are to listen intently to the other person when he or she speaks, and ask questions when talking to him or her. You can do a number of things to achieve this. Be authentic. If you're not genuine in your behavior with others, they will only distrust you. For someone to rely on you, you need to come off as an honest, sincere, and authentic person who practices what he or she preaches. If you say you are a person of principles, show that as well. If you portray yourself as a punctual person, always be on time. If you struggle with being honest, but want to inculcate that character trait, accept your mistakes and sincerely exhibit the fact that you struggle with establishing credibility. This may make it a little tough for someone to trust you, but he or she will appreciate your honesty and the fact that you are being upfront about your problem, which will only draw him or her closer to you. Whoever you are as a person, accept and acknowledge it, and portray just that. If you are aware of any of your shortcomings, and you know that can make it hard for someone to trust and like you, work on overcoming that drawback to become a better person. Also, list your positive traits and try to highlight them as much as you can in your personality. If you're a fun, easygoing person, portray yourself as exactly that. Try to be as laid back and engaging with others as you can, and do so genuinely so your lighter side comes out in the limelight and draws others towards you. Don't go back on your words. To appear as a trustworthy individual, you need to keep your promises and always abide by what you say. If you commit to something or someone, never go back on your words, and fulfill that promise and commitment no matter how little or big it is. Charisma is not just exuded by the way you dress up, walk, and speak. It's a mixture of a score of things, of which one is to establish trust by fulfilling even your littlest of commitments. If you have committed to your boss to pick up certain documents from the bank, even if it is not one of your official duties, do so because that is how he or she will trust you more and then give you the power to influence him or her. Be there for people. If you are not there for people in the hour of need, especially if you are the one they solely rely on, or if the fulfillment of their need is directly dependent on you, you will never win over their trust. You need to be there for others to show them you care enough for them. So, if you wish to influence friends, and one of them calls you at 4 a.m. due to an emergency, do not question them and meet them as soon as possible. When you prove to be there for people, you will eventually win them over and influence them. Show love, care, and concern. Additionally, Shower your love, concern, and affection on people you wish to control, and live as you want. Whether it is your business partner you would like to manipulate, or your children who do not pay heed to your commands, you need to create the foundation of love, trust, and care in the relationships you share with them. Keep telling your children how much you love them, and do so genuinely. It may take you a while to get there, but there will come a point when they will love you back. Similarly, if you keep showing your concern to your business partner and take interest in his or her life, you will bring him or her to the point where he or she trusts you blindly and is ready to be indirectly influenced by you. An important rule to make all these tactics work is to do them consistently. Consistency is indeed the key to success, and this applies to every aspect of life. Logic. Another great way to make someone an offer they cannot refuse is to use logic. While logic obviously works wonders on the logical personality type, it can also work well with egotistical and emotional personality types if you use it properly. Since you have already been learning how to use logic on a logical person, we will not look at that route. Instead, you can pick any of the other manipulation strategies. However, we will look at how you can tailor a logic-based comment to appeal to an egotistical or emotional personality type. Egotistical. When it comes to creating an offer that an egotistical personality type can't refuse, that is based on logic, you may already be able to expect what that entails. That is, you need to choose logical claims that support their ability to see how the choice will inevitably make them superior and feed into their ego. For example, all of the high-class society friends I have chosen eat at this restaurant, so naturally, we must go too. The fact is that the restaurant is attended by many high-class people, and because it directly speaks to the egotistical person's need to be seen as a part of this upper-class society, they will naturally want to be a part of that scene. Therefore, they will be more likely to go with your restaurant choice over theirs. This can work in virtually any setting with any goal. You want to make sure that you're looking for ways that you can generate facts that are founded on creating a sense of superiority in one way or another. By making it clear that the option you want them to choose is the superior choice, and then backing it up by evidence that other people who are part of a high-class society choose that option, you make it so that the egotistical personality wants to choose that option as well. That way, they can feel as though they are a part of the very part of society that they desire to engage with. Emotional. Using logic on emotional people means using facts that somehow support the emotional part of their personality. You want to use evidence that suggests that the choice you want the person to choose will provide them with a feeling that is attractive to them, such as positivity, happiness, sexiness, or otherwise. You want them to associate the choice you want them to choose with a good feeling, and you want to use logical evidence to back up that claim. For example, say you want to manipulate them to choose your restaurant of choice rather than a different one. You could say, "The vibe in this restaurant is really enjoyable. I have several friends who have gone here that say they had a great time because the energy is so positive and uplifting. Plus, the food is amazing, which makes the experience that much more enjoyable." Again, you're backing up your claims by factual evidence that you have gathered from several friends. Then, you emphasize the emotional parts of the evidence to help the person see why your choice is the better option. Whether you want them to purchase something, go somewhere, say something, or offer you something, taking the time to help them see why it will make them feel good, and showing them evidence of how it has brought good feelings to other people before them will help them choose your solution. The biggest key is that you support the feel-good qualities with evidence of people who have had that feel-good experience in the past, By promising them a good time, it makes it difficult for them to refuse your offer. Chapter 28. Adjusting your skills. Once you have developed a basic understanding of manipulation, and you've begun using it in everyday conversation, it's time to start adjusting your skills. This is the part where you can take your skills to the next level and begin manipulating people effortlessly. These tactics are next-level strategies that you can use to master manipulation, so be sure to pay attention and look for opportunities to work them into your active manipulation practice. Talk fast. Talking fast is a great way to get people to agree with you and move through the conversation quickly. Not only does this keep people paying attention as closely as possible, but it also keeps everything flowing at a quick pace. This means that people are less likely to have the time to say no or look for reasons to decline your offer. When you speak quick enough that they don't have much time to formulate their own opinions or look for alternatives, but slow enough that they can understand you, it becomes easier for you to get people to act in your favor. Master your body language. If you want to truly master your body language and use it to your advantage, you should start by assuming that everyone knows just as much as you do about body language. Assume that everyone is fully aware of complex body language and facial expressions to a degree that you are, and that they can clearly tell when someone is not telling the truth. Assume that they know how to read the direction of your feet, the movement of your hands, and the small twitches on your face. Then, look to control these habits and mannerisms so that you can manipulate your body to serve their needs. Mirror your target. The trick with mirroring your target is that you do not want to make it completely obvious that you're doing so. If it becomes apparent and obvious that you are mirroring them, it will look unnatural and forced. They may begin to feel uncomfortable in your presence, and their immediate and natural response will be to relieve themselves of your presence and find somewhere new and more comfortable to be. Be consistent and persistent. You've already learned the importance of maintaining consistency in your strategies and in your character, but consistency is key in a much broader sense too. In addition to helping you stay in character and keep yourself from contradicting anything you've already stated, maintaining consistency and persistence helps you continue gently applying pressure to get someone to agree with you. Practice often. Your ability to succeed at learning any new skill often comes from actively practicing what you are aspiring to learn. No one can master a new skill overnight, not even you. No matter how well written or described this manual is, you will not be able to completely master the art of manipulation in such a short window of time. Start slowly. When you're practicing, consider practicing slowly. What that means is, instead of trying to master all of the skills in one go, consider trying to master just one or two at a time. The slower you go with the process, the easier it will be for you to master it. That's because you will no longer be trying to recall all the different strategies and use them in any given situation, thus stumbling and outing yourself. Take the pressure off. Pressure on your target is good. Pressure on you is not always good. If you're a master at manipulating, you will be able to navigate through the pressure and get your desired result effortlessly. However, if there is too much pressure on you, in the beginning, you may underperform and therefore struggle to have any level of success with your strategy. Practice getting out of getting caught. When you're learning to manipulate people, you need to have your own brakes for when the situation begins to go out of your favor and out of control. When the person you are attempting to manipulate begins to catch on, you need to know how to recover your position and come back into the place of control quickly. Of course, you do not want to intentionally out yourself. Review your strategies often. When you are reviewing strategies, consider the person you are talking to and what their personality type was. Then, consider how different parts of your strategies worked on them. If certain parts did not work, attempt to discover the reasoning why. Did it simply not work well with this person? Did you not use your words in an effective way that emphasized why your solution was so positive for them? Was there a certain tactic or method you should have pulled on that you missed the opportunity for? How long did it take you to get the results? Do you feel you could have gotten them faster if you'd done better? Seek to grow rather than bully. Finally, you always want manipulation to work in your favor, but never be afraid to fail. If something goes wrong and you do not get your desired results, do not use that as an opportunity to beat yourself up. Instead, go back to the process of reviewing your strategies and see where you could have improved. Use these refined and improved strategies going forward and allow this to be a learning process. Chapter 29. Why learn to influence others? The most influential business people, collaborators, entrepreneurs, innovators, and leaders across the globe have one thing in common, which is also the most important characteristic that facilitates them in accomplishing their goals and bringing the change they wish to see in the society: their ability to connect with people and win them over. Influencing people is a skill that never goes out of fashion and is always required to live a successful, meaningful life. Influence refers to having the power that leaves an important and lasting effect on something or someone. When you influence someone, you try to change that person in an indirect way. The influence can be both positive or negative. At times, someone trying to influence someone does not have the intention to do so, but quite often, this is done with the motive to achieve a certain goal and enjoy some benefit. When you try to win over someone or influence him or her, you have the intention to make that person do any or all of the following: agree to do you a certain favor, fulfill a certain demand, help you out with the task, abandon their viewpoint and accept yours, accept your ideas and work as you want to. Do not object to your beliefs and acknowledge them. Respect your wishes and abide by them. Willingly and happily follow your instructions without nurturing any ill feelings about it. Hold you in great reverence and see you as an authority and influential figure. Shower affection and care for you. Be ready to hang out with you. Engage cordially with you and share a harmonious relationship with you. When someone does one or more of the aforementioned things, it's likely because you have been able to effectively influence him or her because of your strong and charismatic personality. Your goal needs to be to win people over instead of trying to control them. When you do the latter, you're not able to sustain that power over people for a long time because eventually they become aware of the manipulation and often end up feeling that they are being mistreated. When this realization dawns upon them, they're likely to break free from your control and abandon you. As opposed to this, if you focus more on winning people over and positively influencing them, you can have your cake and eat it too. When you do not try to manipulate people, just slowly and gradually build to the point where you can easily convince them without harming their emotional well-being and self-esteem, deal with them in a manner that they feel happy while agreeing with you on everything, you can easily achieve all your goals and sustain happy relationships as well. Influencing and positively manipulating people enables you to enjoy the following benefits. Make loved ones agree to accept your decisions. In a family, there are many situations when you have to make tough decisions for the entire family. If, at that point, your loved ones do not agree with you, it can be quite a problem for you. However, if you know how to deal with them and influence them, you can easily make them agree with the decisions you make. Avoid intense arguments. You're likely to encounter some conflict in your relationships or even at work. In all these situations, you need to know how to easily sway and convince others so that you avoid arguments and achieve your goal without coming off as a controlling person. Utilize good opportunities. Opportunities often knock on your door, disguised as threats or obstacles. If you can perceive those threats as opportunities and know how to turn things around, you need to be able to communicate the same message to other people involved in that situation too. This is how you can avail good opportunities and move further in life. Achieve success in business. Your business growth and success is largely dependent on the performance of your entire team. To make sure all the team members put in their best effort and work towards the company's benefit, you need to be able to positively influence them first. Landing a good job. If you know how to influence people, you can easily apply the trick on your interviewers, give a terrific job interview, and land the job of your dreams. Discipline and raise your children the way you want. Raising children is a humongous responsibility, one that comes with many challenges. You need to ensure you discipline them, take care of their emotional and physical development and well-being, and be fun-loving, laid-back, appreciative, and supportive too. Doing all of that at the same time, while making sure you do not overly spoil your babies, is a tough one, but definitely doable, especially if you know how to influence people and sway them successfully. Enjoy a large social network. If you are good at influencing people, you're likely to have quite a nice, big social network full of people who will help you out in the hour of need. Become an influential leader. Leadership is a skill that not everyone possesses, but is definitely one that you can work on. If you know how to control and influence people without negatively affecting their well-being, you can effectively lead them and make them pay heed to all your commands. Create a positive impact on the society. One of our innate needs is to create an impact on the society, which you can easily achieve if you know how to influence people and make them understand your viewpoint. You can help them unleash their potential, explore it, and use it for the betterment of society. Additionally, being able to influence people helps you create harmony in every relationship you share with someone, be it in a professional capacity or a completely personal one. Now that you know all the reasons why it is important to develop this skill, let us move on to discussing the techniques you can employ to become an influential person. Chapter 30. Making Requests. Now that you have effectively learned to analyze your target, it's time to learn the process of manipulation. The first part of manipulation that you need to understand is the art of making requests. This is where you are ultimately going to be able to get anything you want from a person, no matter what it is. Making the request early on is a great way to plant seeds and get people thinking in your favor. When done right, it can also provide you with the opportunity to analyze their response to see where they stand on your request. Making requests for egotistical personalities. When you are requesting something from an egotistical personality type, it is always crucial that you factor in their ego. That is, you want to consider how the request will benefit them in regard to their status. Pay attention to how you can verbalize your request to get them to see things the way you do. The best way to make a request for an ego-driven person is to provide two solutions, one unusual or outrageous, and then the one you want them to choose. The one you want them to choose should be embellished with evidence that it will help boost their ego, either by giving them more authority, higher social status, or some added form of luxury that no one else has. Give the request an exclusive feel that will make them feel as though they're part of a high society club or secret society if they agree to what you are asking from them. Do not embellish the alternative option. Do not make it sound like it has any foothold in society, as you do not want them to choose this option. This option should be worded carefully in a way that makes it sound lower class or like it would take away from their social status. If you cannot do that, then simply make it neutral and really emphasize the one you have embellished. Making requests for emotional personalities. When it's time to request something from someone who is emotionally driven, it is imperative that you stay sensitive to their emotional needs. Each emotionally driven person will have a slightly unique emotional response to what you request of them. For that reason, you have to stay very alert to their body language and verbal cues to ensure that you're not driving them away and ultimately going against the art of manipulating them. To request something from an emotionally driven person, you want to infuse the request with emotion. In this unique case, however, you want to embellish the desired answer with positive, feel-good emotions and depress the undesired answer with negative, bad-feeling emotions. By doing this, you give them the idea that what you want them to choose is far more emotionally positive than the alternative. Don't become blatantly obvious about your intentions with emotional people, as they tend to be very intuitive and can feel when you are being untrue to them. They may feel put off by you if you are overly emotional, or if you are pushy with their emotions, as they tend to be very sensitive. In general, emotional people have been given the runaround a few times in their lives, and now tend to have their guard up a lot more when it comes to manipulation strategies. For that reason, you want to ensure that you are implementing emotionally driven manipulation strategies in a subtle manner. By keeping your tone conversational and pointing out the emotional facts with both solutions and options, you speak directly to the emotionally driven part of the person you're manipulating. In this circumstance, you don't speak about class or authority like you would do with ego-driven people, and you didn't state any true facts like you would for logical people. Instead, you simply spoke about the emotional attachments associated with each movie and allowed the person to have the final say. Because one will make them feel good, and they are emotionally driven, and therefore like to choose feel-good options, they're more likely to choose that one. Sometimes you're not going to be able to find any overly negative things about the alternative option that a person has. When this happens, you will want to simply keep the wording of the request neutral and focus on using negative-oriented persuasion techniques. Making requests for logical personalities. Individuals who have a logical personality type are, as you know, heavily driven by factual information. They like statistics, evidence, and facts that will encourage them to believe that the option you are providing them with is the superior choice, and that they should not decide to go elsewhere for what you are offering, or simply decline altogether. Logically driven people tend to be slower when it comes to making decisions, so you want to pressure them to make their decision quickly, but you don't want it to appear as though you're putting the pressure on. The best way to do this is to create a sense of urgency without actually saying the situation is urgent. For example, instead of saying, "This sale only lasts for today," simply skip straight to the final request. "So, which will it be?" This makes them feel like they have to give you an answer one way or another right now, without actually making it look like you're putting the pressure on or trying to manipulate them to answer before they are ready. When you're working with someone who is logically driven, always seek to answer any questions they might have about your pitch and end it with a question that requires them to take definitive action. Because they feel like you are speaking on their level and talking directly to their needs, the person will be far more likely to choose you in your favor rather than select an alternative option. It also makes them feel like you are the expert, and therefore they do not have to go home and do their own research to confirm what you have shared. Logic ego-driven. By effectively nurturing both personality types, you make it much harder for the person to refuse your request. It is far easier for them to agree with you when they feel like you are speaking directly to their needs than it is for them to agree with you when they do not feel like they can relate to what you are saying. Speak in a relatable manner that they can appreciate if you want them to say yes to you. Chapter 31. More effective techniques to influence others. Along with all the techniques that you have learnt so far, here are a few more which, if you work on committedly, will help you achieve the desired results and always achieve success when it comes to manipulating others. Generate urgency. To influence, you need to create urgency. Unless you do that, oftentimes people will not respond as positively as you hope them to. Creating urgency means that you create a scenario or paint a picture of a problem at hand in a manner that appears as a pressing issue, making the other person feel he or she must act as you want. If you want your friend to file for medical insurance, make him or her feel how urgent that is and how he or she must not wait another minute to act on it. Make use of objective criteria. When trying to persuade someone to carry out a certain task, make use of objective criteria. Settle on a framework based on objective criteria using facts, figures, statements, and underlying interests, needs, goals, and opinions. When choosing objective criteria for a certain matter, take into consideration factors such as market value, legal standards, contractual terms, mission and objectives, vision, and other factors according to the nature of the problem. Be the authority on the matter. To be an authority, you need to have command over the topic and be fully aware of the ins and outs related with it so that you have complete knowledge on the issue and can convince others about it easily. If you want your business partner to buy certain software for your small business, become convinced about it first and use your knowledge about it to persuade him or her then. Carry out in-depth research on the issue to collect as much data on it as possible and then study it on your own to brush up on your knowledge of it. It is only when you're well-versed on it that you can share it with others, educate others about it, and influence them in the desired manner. Bring in the element of empathy. Empathy never goes to waste and always does the trick in winning people over. When being empathetic towards people, remember not to do it just to fulfill your ulterior motives. Empathy is about feeling the pain of others as your own and is something so beautiful that it needs to be incorporated positively in all your actions. Be your compassionate, loving self with others, and be as empathetic as you can with people you genuinely care about. Feel the pain of others, be around them to show your support, and do not push anyone to do something he or she feels uncomfortable about. You will build a fantastic rapport with people once you become empathetic towards them, and this will only make it easier for you to inspire them. Remember the names and faces of people. An effective way to shower attention on someone, especially someone you have only met once or twice, is to remember their face and name. People love to build connections with others, and when they do, they quickly feel drawn towards that very person. When you meet someone, ask his or her name and use it a couple of times during the conversation so you embed it in your subconscious mind. Also, pick any prominent facial feature and tie it with that person's name so you remember it easily. Chapter 32. Learn how to manage people. Knowledge of human psychology and the basics of how to manage people is necessary not only for a leader or a businessman. Such knowledge will be useful to any person for building a career, creating successful personal relationships, and mutually beneficial interactions with people around them. They'll be useful in the family when communicating with relatives, friends, and neighbors. Some very capable individuals by nature have good management skills. They intuitively feel how psychologically to influence other people, to earn their authority, to incline to their opinion, and push them to certain actions and inactions. Use arguments. An important step towards knowing how to learn to manage people is the selection of the right argument. All requests and wishes are always supported by convincing arguments. Your requirements should be immaculate in terms of necessity and expediency. Even the most unusual and difficult tasks will be solved with great enthusiasm if they have a logical basis. Pose important information. If you are a carrier of information that has a certain value for any circle of people, then learn how to properly present it. This should be convincing and confident, but very quickly and in small quantities. Influencing other people using information is easy, but provide it in small portions. Over time, all your words will find meaning and will be perceived as something that cannot be doubted. Potential danger. You do not know how to influence people's behavior. Then use their fears. And they do not necessarily have to be real. Such a danger can be unobtrusively suggestible and developed based on even the insignificant facts provided by themselves. To win the trust of a person, win over to your side, bind to yourself, and offer yourself support and help in a difficult situation. By participating in solving a problem, you form a strong dependency. A person will be grateful. He or she will consider himself or herself due. Of course, after that, he or she will not refuse your request and will help with all his or her might. Right choice. Know how to influence the behavior of people so that they do what you need, without visible coercion. Give them the opportunity to choose from several possible solutions. Freedom of choice is a good incentive for a person who encourages being active and productive. You will believe it if others believe that they chose independently, although in reality, only one result is possible in the situation, the one you need. Cohesion. Get close to the people you want to control. Combine and unite a team or family with a common idea. Use the image of an enemy who threatens the well-being, health, safety, or market position. Fear of a common threat brings together, strengthens relations in a team, and forms a strong interdependence. It makes you mobilize, act more efficiently and more productively to achieve the aforementioned common goal, and is one of the effective ways to psychologically influence people. Your task in such a situation is to only correctly guide people. Influence human behavior and dark psychology. Discover the techniques to understand the psychology behind speed reading people, persuasion, NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and manipulation. Written by Steve Day, narrated by Russell Newton. Introduction. Dark psychology captures up images of criminal behavior and generally unpleasant behavior. However, the skills we will explore can also be used to better our lives. Persuasion and manipulation are essential to everyday life, and the power to spot deception is invaluable. This book will show you how to learn these important life skills and some psychological tips to help you both at work and socially. Sometimes manipulation is a bad thing. People can be manipulated to do things they would not usually do. Spouses manipulate each other. Parents manipulate children, and supervisors manipulate employees. People who manipulate others often act as though they have only the best interests in mind for the other person. They use caring as a disguise in getting what they really want, no matter what the other person wants. People who manipulate others in a negative way are usually known by an uncomplimentary term, such as sociopath or narcissist. Knowing that manipulation is happening is the first step towards ending it. By knowing the signs of manipulation, people can often stop it before it becomes a bad habit or a detrimental way of life. Understanding how manipulation works is the key to controlling it and eliminating it. While manipulation entails a certain amount of deception, it doesn't necessarily mean that the manipulator wants to harm their target. Most of the time, they just want to influence them for some personal gain, whether emotionally, financially, physically, or even sexually. The chapters that follow will provide you with all you'll need to know to bend people's ideas to your will. You'll learn different techniques of dark psychology that will become the primary tools you'll need. After reading the book, you can expect to have greater insight into your own actions and the actions of others. You'll have a strong grounding in the mechanics of manipulation, allowing you to make your own decisions about manipulating others and recognize when others are manipulating you. Chapter 1. What is manipulation? Manipulation is a form of intentional influence, characterized as an attempt by a person or party, the manipulator, to change the behavior of another person or party, the target, typically with a view to achieving a goal in the manipulator's interests. Two problems remain, however. The first relates to intended influence. Intent is difficult because it implies responsibility. In actual fact, everyone manipulates everyone around them all the time, even from a young age. It would be wrong to exclude a child's temper tantrum from the umbrella of manipulation just because they aren't old enough to rationalize their behavior. The same applies to adult temper tantrums, for that matter. Intent, therefore, does not imply conscious behavior. It can also be instinctive. This allows for the very real presence of naturally manipulative persons. The second problem is the disappointingly vague ending, typically to achieve a goal in the manipulator's interests. Not only is it problematic to define the manipulator's interests, there is a catch-all ambiguity in the inclusion of typically. This part serves only to create a normalized idea of manipulation for the purposes of this book and absolutely wouldn't suit a more general definition. After all, how can someone perfectly know their own interests? It is, of course, possible to successfully manipulate someone and for the result to still be one's own demise. It's of primary importance to establish a clear definition of manipulation for the purposes of this book. Without understanding exactly what constitutes manipulation, there will be a great deal of difficulty in separating instances of manipulation and other forms of influence. While you probably have your own idea of what counts as manipulation, it's important that you adopt the book's definition in order to make sense of the practical advice in later chapters. Basic ideas. In a broad sense, manipulation is the effort to affect the behavior or perception of others. Most definitions extend that to include via the use of abusive, deceptive, or otherwise exploitative means, or something similar, as a means of differentiating between manipulation and other influencing behaviors such as persuasion. That raises even more questions, such as what constitutes exploitative. Deception is relatively easy to define as a willful concealment or alteration of the truth, but does deception really preclude persuasion? You can probably point to someone in your orbit, a relative or coworker perhaps, who you consider to be manipulative, yet consider how others view them. Are they well known as a manipulator? Does this impact their success? To answer this, too, may be complicated. If someone is considered by their peers at work to be manipulative and yet holds sway over the boss, they might still be judged successful. When thinking about manipulating others, it's important to define clear goals. This will allow you to make rational, objective decisions, which is key to success. Manipulation versus influence. The modern world has adopted the term influencer for people with a large social media following, capable of influencing others with their content. It doesn't take a particularly critical mind to recognize the source of this term as advertising. As consumer behavior evolves, advertisers have taken note and increasingly look to harness the power of influencers to gain attention for products. This is done variously through paid or unpaid sponsorships, promotional deals, and agreements. In some cases, influencers disclose these agreements, while in others they don't. Ethical questions are again raised, particularly if an influencer is ostensibly just a happy consumer but secretly on the payroll of the company which sells the product. Surely this whole moral quandary could have been avoided if advertisers instead coined the term manipulator, yet it's hardly surprising that they didn't. What this highlights is that, although people expect advertisers to be manipulative, it's still unthinkable that they would admit to it. Instagram stars happily list themselves as influencer on their profile page, with seemingly no negative connotations, but the goals of many influencers, especially those who work with advertisers, are fundamentally manipulative. It's not even a gray area issue. Influencers aim to shift products to their followers in order to make money. It is not possible to know if everyone they influence would benefit from the product, nor is it possible to know their financial situation or any specific circumstances. In this case, the influencer is putting their own interests first. Manipulation does not necessarily include an attempt to harm others. However, it must, to some degree, place one's own goals and interests first. This is part of the puzzle. Additionally, it is safest and most logical to refer to influence as a parent term of manipulation, one which includes manipulation and other methods of influence, such as inspiration and emulation. Manipulation versus persuasion. These terms might seem diametrically opposed, with persuasion acting as the honest form of manipulation, where the actor is upfront about their goals and opinions. However, for the purposes of this book, it will be more useful to consider persuasion as a tier below manipulation. Persuasion then becomes a method of manipulation, which is a form of influence. Persuasion also happens to be one of the less effective methods of manipulation. How often have you been in a debate with someone else, only for them to hold up their hands and say, "I concede, you are absolutely right"? It is probably possible for you to count these instances on one hand. It may be easy to persuade someone that smoking is unhealthy, but is it easy to persuade them to quit? If it were so, governments wouldn't see the need or benefit in placing heavy taxes on tobacco products in order to discourage use. According to this book's definition, the government is trying to manipulate the consumption of tobacco and using a range of methods, including persuasion, to achieve that end. So, what about other forms of influence and other methods of manipulation? Well, manipulation needs to have intent, and it ought to have some form of goal, even if that goal is just to create anarchy. A great filmmaker may influence the work of many others, but it is clearly distinct from manipulation. The filmmaker doesn't set out to influence others, although they may. Rather, they achieve influence through the reaction of others to their work, resulting in inspiration and even emulation. Persuasion, likewise, is not the only method of manipulation one could employ. An easy alternative is lying, a form of deception. To lie and to be believed will inevitably change the perception of those who believe the lie. As has already been established, it is still manipulation, whether it's successful or not. Persuasion, like influence, doesn't suffer from quite the same image problem as manipulation. In fact, it's seen as a positive thing to be able to make a persuasive argument. Although it does have a sinister tinge, the phrase, "I can be very persuasive," implies some exertion of power over another party, possibly even an abuse. Also, when employers refer to the soft skill of persuasion, it's correct to understand this as a euphemism for manipulation, at least in part. Chapter 2. Advantages of Manipulation. Achieve your goals. By successfully manipulating others, you can alter their behavior, their views, and possibly even their goals to help further your own interests. It's as simple as that. Effective manipulation, however, is about improving your rate of success. It might be that everyone is manipulating the boss to some degree in order to get that promotion, but only one candidate is going to get the job. Working hard is a good place to start, and working effectively is even better. However, leaving it to merit alone might not get you through. How can you make it so that your boss wants to promote you rather than anyone else? Understanding that will give you the edge. Help others. If you believe in a cause, you can support it by using manipulation to further its success. This can be anything from using a swear jar to stop a relative cursing to earning support for your political party. It's the same as achieving your own goals, but you're transplanting the interests of someone or something else in place of your own. As stated in the definition, manipulation is a form of influence. Guard yourself against the manipulation of others. The more you understand about manipulation, the better equipped you'll be to avoid being manipulated by others. Recognizing manipulative behaviors in other people will not only protect you against their influence, but you'll learn more about their goals, feeding your mind with information that you can use to manipulate them. A key part of this is understanding the goals of other parties and how they are attempting to achieve those goals at any given moment. With this information, not only can you recognize and capitalize on the behavior of others, you can develop the ability to predict the future actions of your adversaries. This requires emotional intelligence, as it is absolutely necessary to be able to place yourself in the shoes of your target. In developing this ability, a good place to start is by assessing your own behavior through your actions and learning to understand your choices from an objective standpoint. Chapter 3. Manipulation Fundamentals. Your goals. Given that you're probably already manipulating the people around you to some degree and being manipulated yourself, the first significant step in achieving effective manipulation is to understand and define your goals. Without defining goals, it's impossible to measure the effectiveness of your current manipulation efforts. That's not to say you aren't already manipulating with some level of effectiveness. Some people are naturally more manipulative, and some people are natural manipulators. However, the two don't always overlap. Start by thinking about your actions and your behavior around others. Consider who you view positively at work or in your social circle, and who you view negatively. Consider further how you behave around different people and whether it aligns perfectly with your opinion of them. There's a good chance that it doesn't. In fact, what you're probably already doing is working to earn the good opinion of others who you believe to hold power and influence. This is a very general approach that everyone takes in society. To use an obvious example, your behavior around your boss is probably different to that of your peers, regardless of your personal opinion of them. You may even have a set goal, such as reaching X position. Otherwise, you might just be broadly trying to impress. You might even be trying to carve out an easy work life for yourself, shedding responsibility and doing what you can to obscure your low productivity. Maybe you're acting to bring yourself closer to a coworker with whom you are romantically interested. These are just ideas. At the end of each day, think about your own behavior. What do you spend your day thinking about and trying to achieve? These are the goals you are naturally working towards already. When you really understand what your current motives are, you might surprise yourself. In order to start manipulating effectively, it's time to clearly and consciously define your goals. If you've already done so, that's great. Make sure you have something with a clearly defined end point. Rather than just do well at work, consider earn a raise, or even better, earn a salary of X dollars per year by a certain date. By not only defining a goal but a date as well, you're giving yourself the added motivation of avoiding failure. With a clearly defined goal, you can start assessing your actions against your objective. Ask yourself, will this action help me achieve X? And you might already be able to make smarter decisions. Don't stop reading just yet, though. There are some important considerations to make before you suddenly change your behavior. Watch out for snakes in the grass. The goals of others. While your own goals are the way to measure the success of your efforts, the goals of others are key to forming a successful manipulation strategy. The key to manipulation is using the goals of others to further your own. This is the most all-encompassing theory of manipulation and the core of this book's approach to manipulation. At times, you might hold the cards and can help someone to achieve their own goals. This might be as an employee who possesses vital assets for your boss to achieve success in their role. It might be the case that you're the boss and have the power to promote people, not discounting the power you have to help those people achieve their goals by not firing them. Having what it takes to help other people achieve their goals gives you inherent value to them. Understanding goals provides the necessary information for effectively manipulating others. Tools, on the other hand, are the raw materials you have at your disposal for affecting those goals or the actions taken by others to achieve them. Power. Power is the ability to help other people succeed. This is an interesting definition because it appears to subvert the normal idea of power as an ability to exert force over others. However, breaking it down, the two are closely related. Having the ability to exert force over others can mean not harming them, not invading their country, not throwing them in jail, not creating laws which negatively impact them. These are all forms of power. The power to help other people succeed is much the same as the power to make other people fail, left unexercised. These are just positive and negative perspectives of the same thing. The difference is often negligible. What can you provide people that will help other people achieve their goals? The most obvious thing is extraordinary abilities. Talent is valuable in every aspect of life, from sports competitions to business to raising children. If you have talents that other people can use, that's a powerful thing. Another form of power is authority. The boss gets to decide who is promoted and who is fired. A police officer can arrest you or let you off with a warning, thanks to their legally sanctioned authority. A judge may decide your sentence based on certain constraints and their opinion of your nature. However, there's a problem. You might have the same or greater talents as another person, and yet they may be more successful than you, held in higher regard, and enjoy greater benefits. The other aspect to power is reputation. This relates to the belief held by others in your power. It's reputation that is often key to manipulation, that is, the judgment of others regarding your ability and your authority. Persuasion. Persuasion is the effort to convince another person to change their actions. The problem with persuasion alone is that so often it is obvious to the person that you have an incentive to convince them. They believe that you stand to gain from the persuasion, which is unhelpful when trying to manipulate a friendly or neutral party, and devastating when trying to manipulate a rival. Persuasion is most useful when you can reveal new information to change the perception of others. If someone is likely to change their course based on new information or new understandings of information which you can provide, persuasion then has a chance of success. This means providing information which will affect either the goals of another party or the actions they will take to achieve them. The only other scenario is when another party believes that your goals somehow have a positive relationship with their own. In this case, they may trust your judgment and your intentions and take up your cause. This is great when you generally have new information or the trust of another party, but on many occasions you won't. On those occasions, persuasion is only going to be effective when combined with other tools, such as deception. That means attempting to persuade someone based on a lie or partial truth. Once again, you're revealing new information or leading someone to believe your goals align with theirs, but in truth, you're fabricating or hiding elements. Deception. Deception is the control of information. Start thinking objectively, and it becomes possible to imagine people as machines. The machines are designed to achieve goals, and will do so by reacting to inputs, information, and creating outputs, actions. If you control the inputs, by controlling that information, you can deceive. With that deception, you can change the outputs, resulting in different actions. The reason deception takes a central role in manipulation is that it is important for parties you manipulate to believe their actions are furthering their own interests. Otherwise, they may have no reason to take those actions. The objective of deception is to control information in such a way that the information they receive leads them to actions which further your interests. Naturally, the main danger with deception is being discovered. For this reason, deception is often best avoided where possible, and when used, to be carefully controlled. An ideal deception would have minimal risk and maximum reward, with plausible deniability if found out. There's also the risk that lies can lead to further lies in order to cover up the original deception. In this case, the risk swells while the reward remains the same, and what might have seemed like a good idea at first can become a terrible decision. Chapter 4. Do we all have a dark side? Our own dark side. Why do we enjoy scary or violent movies? Why do we gossip, become judgmental, lose our tempers, or be downright selfish sometimes? Why do we have bad thoughts when we believe we are good deep down? Dark psychology relates to the unethical ways that people can use to get what they want. Have you ever lied or exaggerated on your CV to get a job? Sounds innocent enough, but it is a means of dark manipulation to get what you desire. It is a dark tactic used purposefully to mislead another person. We learn from a young age how to get our own way by using manipulative tactics. Some children may throw tantrums if they don't get their own way. Is that not a means of attempting to manipulate their parents? If the parent gives in to the tantrum, the child may repeat this in the future. Have they learned the art of manipulation? It seems uncomfortable to accuse children of dark manipulation, but are we born with such skills or do we learn them? A newborn baby cries for the attention of its parent. Could we accuse that baby of manipulative behavior? Sounds a little unethical to accuse a baby of using dark psychology, but some would argue that it is true. The baby has to survive, so it cries out to get what it needs. Cognitive skills. This includes our mental ability to think and learn. The part of our brain that gives us this individuality lays in the prefrontal cortex, but it develops as we age. A child cannot understand they're using manipulation to get what they want. Their brain is not capable of plotting such dark thoughts because it is not yet developed enough. It's the baby's fear that causes it to cry out, not a profound means of plotting and planning. You could describe it better as a primitive response in a child to cry out. They do not understand what they want or need. They only know that they need something, and they've learned to trust their parents to soothe them. A child has not learned to understand their emotions. As they enter emotional distress, their brain will trigger chemicals and hormones. Surely, then, it's nature responding. In effect, the child has lost control and does not understand why they feel as they do. Chapter 5. Character Traits of a Manipulator. Is language the primary tool of deviously manipulative people? How can words have such a powerful effect on us? How a manipulative person's mind works is most likely only something a manipulative person could comprehend. The rest of us look on in confusion, wondering why or how someone could behave this way, though in some small way, we can all be a little manipulative at times. For example, most people will be willing to bend the truth or omit information on the odd occasion. Use of language. We've shown how powerful language can be as a prime tool of persuasion. There's more to the manipulative controller, though, than mere words. They will use tactics that mislead and unbalance their target's inner thoughts. We now understand that through language, they will use truths to mislead and confuse their target's normal thinking pattern. Force their target to make a speedy decision so they don't have time to analyze and think. Talk to their target in an overwhelming manner, making them feel small. Criticize their target's judgment so they begin to lose their own self-esteem. Raise the tone of their voice and not be afraid to use aggressive body language. Ignore their target's needs as they're only interested in getting what they want at any cost. Invasion of personal space. Most of us set boundaries around ourselves without realizing we're doing so. It's a kind of unspoken rule to protect our own private space, such as not sitting so close that you're touching another person, especially a stranger. A manipulative character cares nothing about overstepping such boundaries. Whether this is because they do not understand or they do not care is unclear. Initially, they are unlikely to invade their target's personal space. They'll seek to build up a good rapport first. This shows that they do understand boundaries because once they gain the confidence of their target, they will then ignore them. Fodder for thought. Manipulators tend to be very egocentric, with limited social skills. Their only concern is for themselves. Everything they do in life will be in relation to how it affects them, not how their actions affect others. Does this mean that they have a psychopathic disorder? Take empathy, for instance. Controlling manipulators are unlikely to ever show empathy. Empathy is a natural human emotion that aids in our survival techniques. When they detect any weakness in their target's resolve or personality, they will exploit it. The consequences to their victim are of little importance. The target's weaknesses feed the manipulator's strength, making them bolder and often crueler in their actions. Creating rivalry. Another tactic of the controlling manipulator is backstabbing. They may tell you how great a person you are to your face, making themselves look good. However, behind your back, they're busy spreading malicious gossip and untruths about you. This is a classic trait of a controlling manipulator, as it creates a rivalry between people. Then, they can pick sides that will make them look favorable, particularly to their target. It can act as the first stage to getting close to their target. Once bonded, they can start to build up trust, making it easier to manipulate the target in the future. If you recognize a backstabber, keep them at a distance. Their agenda is selfish, so it's better not to let them into your personal life. There's no point treating them as they treat you in revenge. It will turn out to be exhausting playing them at their own game. If they know that you're onto them, they may attempt to lure you back with praise. Remember that it is false. Domineering personality. It's unlikely that a manipulative person will outwardly show any form of weakness. An important part of their facade is to show conviction about their views. They seek to impress, believing they're right about everything, almost to the point that if they realize they're wrong, they will still argue that they're right. On a one-to-one level, that invariably means that your position is always wrong. As they will chip away at your beliefs, they seek to undermine your sense of self-esteem. Once they've achieved this, then there's no holding them back. They seek to domineer others, often speaking with a condescending tone to belittle their victims. Using ridicule is yet another tool against their target, merely because it will make themselves look better. If you ridicule them back, they will seek to turn the tables, accusing you of being oversensitive to their joke, the kind of joke that only the teller sees the funny side. Passive-aggressive behavior. A common trait of many hardcore manipulators is passive-aggressive behavior. Because they prefer to be popular, they do not wish to be seen as doing anything wrong. Not that a manipulator would ever admit to doing anything wrong. They are experts with facial expressions that are meant to dominate and intimidate. This may include knitting eyebrows, grinding teeth, and rolling eyes. This can range from the confrontational look, where they seek to stare their target down, or it could be in response to their disagreement on something their target said. They may smirk and shake their head, turn their back, anything to show their strong disapproval. It's all a ploy to make themselves look superior and put others down. Intimidation. One aspect of manipulation often used as a last resort is intimidation and bullying. When everything else has failed, they begin to use threats to get their own way. Some, though, may use intimidation from the onset. It may in a source of authority. For example, let's take the role of a manipulative boss. You've requested a day off. They don't want to allow you your request, but have no choice. It's your right. This type of person would want their pound of flesh first. They'll set goals for you to reach, so it would delay or cancel your request, such as moving project deadlines forward. This way, they have their little victory over you. Alternatively, such a manipulator may use the tactic of the silent treatment, ignoring someone to the point that it becomes obvious you have displeased them. They seek to make you feel the guilty party. Other, more direct, intimidating actions may include stance, using their height or build to tower over you, or standing uncomfortably close. Be careful, as they will seek revenge for wrongdoings they perceive done to them. Nothing will go unnoticed under their watchful eye. Everyone's a potential target, but the weak are more likely to walk into their traps because they're the ones who are easier to dominate. The vulnerable will have little resistance and are easier to bully and coerce. Many of these traits seem more fitting in men, but women can be cruelly manipulative too. Chapter 6. Victims of Manipulation. There are the situations where any one of us could find ourselves being easily persuaded. Every day we're bombarded with advertisements, all urging us to buy their wares and extolling the virtues of one product over another. Sales tactics. This is the obvious example of such a situation. It seems to be the acceptable face of social manipulation. Commercial products always seem to carry some type of manipulative tactic, all in the aid of getting the public to buy the goods. The worst of it is that we are aware of the scheming maneuvers, and yet we still fall prey to them. When marketing is done well, it works. That's why advertising is a multi-million-dollar enterprise. Companies do not have huge advertising budgets for no reason. For example, how often do we succumb to their buy one, get one free offers or half-price sales? They seem like a real bargain, saving our hard-earned bucks. Often, we're coerced into buying product we might not even need or ever wanted in the first place. The offer tempts us with generous words such as free or reduced, yet it's a marketing ploy to manipulate customers to empty out their purses and wallets. It even has its own acronym known as BOGOF. Customers are seduced by attractive false pretenses. Are the stores or companies really being kind in giving us free products? How can they afford to do that? The truth of it is that they're not giving anything away for free. Some people are far more vulnerable to manipulation than others. Some are very impressionable and sometimes vulnerable too. A classic target for scammers and strong-armed sales personnel are the elderly. They're easy to confuse when a strong character is knocking on their door. This part of the population is perfect for the controlling manipulator. Their weaknesses can be taken advantage of. Such people will not fully comprehend what is being put to them. Even if they do understand, they may fear to say no. That makes them the perfect target for unscrupulous manipulators. Working environment. Anyone who is vulnerable is a potential target of a manipulator. It's not always the obvious people who can get ensnared. Already we've learned that such a character will initially behave with impeccable manners. This false front is performed to impress and gain trust. If you do not know this person already, it may be hard to recognize that you've become their target. That is, until it's too late. On a personal front, this type of relationship can occur at work or even in intimate relationships. Consider your place of work. Do you have a boss who makes your life a misery by demanding work at higher and quicker levels, constantly browbeating you to meet impossible targets, warning you of a reduction in your salary, or canceling any bonuses? They could even threaten to sack you. At that point, you become trapped. This person knows we all have responsibilities, such as mortgages or rents and families to support. We cannot walk away. In such a situation, any of us could become this vulnerable person. This is the victim of a controlling manipulator. Personal relationships. This is a terrible situation to find yourself in. Being in a relationship whereby your supposedly loving partner keeps you on a leash. When someone wants to control everything that you do, it can become a dangerous situation to find yourself in. This type of partner might tell you it's for your own good. They're keeping you safe, under their protective wing. Yet, being on the other end of such treatment does not feel safe. It's a suffocating experience that comes with other serious problems, such as sexual, physical, and mental abuse. Signs of a manipulative partner. Manipulators are always control freaks. The more control they have, the more they sink their teeth into the victim. They will violate other people's personal boundaries. It could come in the form of snooping and spying, or even more bold, open actions. To enable them to do this, you'll be allowed nothing personal, such as your phone or computer. They'll pry your passwords from you in some sly way. At the same time, they jealously guard their own boundaries, being the first to complain if their personal space is breached. They may force your hand, such as stopping you from seeing your own friends. They do not want to share what is theirs, and you are their property. To start with, they'll show you that they don't like your friends. Inside, they see them as a threat. Jealousy is taken to the extreme, and they may even become aggressive. If you make a decision without them, they'll not be happy. They don't want you to have free will, otherwise, one day that decision may be to leave them. Their control may appear in the form of advice, though you have little or no choice but to accept it. They're not advising you. They're instructing you in what to do and how to behave. It's not unusual. In fact, it is usually essential that a manipulative partner will want to know your daily routine. Step out of that routine, and they'll interrogate you for it. You may notice that they often criticize anything you say, particularly in public. Belittling your opinions and thoughts gives them a sense of they know best. It's another means of imposing their power over you. Not only do they enjoy putting you down, but they may go the extra mile by accusing you of lying or having a bad memory, or even having the cheek to call you the manipulator. You can never please a controlling manipulator. If you think you've got to that point, then they move their own goalposts. This is a relationship whereby you never know exactly where you stand. If you are in a manipulative and abusive relationship, then no doubt it will be an unhappy one. Manipulators can be very unpredictable. Often, they turn to rage at what they see as a violation of their rules. It's not easy to break out of such a relationship, but there are some agencies that can help. When you can do this safely, search the web for local organizations that assist victims of abusive partners. Don't forget to delete your browsing history, because nothing is private from a manipulator. The stress is on your own safety, but you must seek that help. Know when you are the target. Financial gain. This is one of the major motives for manipulation. That motive is not only limited to the commercial world. Manipulation in a personal relationship may be for financial reasons too. It could come in the form of family trying to force an elderly relative to change their will in their favor, or even an abusive partner who controls everything about your life, including your personal finances. Sexual gain. For some, there is a sexual element to their manipulation. They use their overpowering control over their victims to gain sexual favors. Some may even use physical force, in effect rape, to satisfy their sexual urges. Others may be subtler in their approach. This can begin in the form of extreme praise and flattery, lavishing their target with gifts and false promises. They'll come across as the perfect attentive partner. Watch out. Once they have you where they want you, they can quickly turn to controlling and even become violent. It's their goal to keep you trapped in the relationship. Emotional blackmail is their game. The use of fear begins, making you feel obliged and guilty for not complying to their requests. Chapter 7. Tips for dealing with manipulative people. How does one stand up against a controlling, manipulative person? Ground rules. What you've read so far will help you to identify the difference between persuasion and manipulation. Persuasion may be for yours or the team's own benefit. Manipulation is always for the controller's benefit. Examples could be, is what you're being asked to do within your normal remit? Are they asking you to rush something through for the team or for their own personal remit? Will this benefit you or make you look bad? Do you like and trust this person? Manipulative people can seem to be everywhere. Most manipulation is not necessarily oppressive. Not every stranger asking you to do something is a controlling, manipulative person. Everyone can be a little manipulative when they need to be, so not every manipulative person is bad. Take your time to identify a person whom you suspect to be a control freak. Do they come across as selfish? Are they approachable? Do they seem excessively bossy? There are ways you can deal with a manipulator should you have the misfortune to meet one. Observe a manipulator before you label them. It is not unusual in a workplace to have people telling you what to do, so long as they ask in the correct manner and they have the authority. Authority comes in many guises. It could be because they're your managers or their close work colleagues. If the request is genuine, then it should not be a problem. If someone is constantly demanding that you do things with aggressive coercion, then you're right to be suspicious. Don't jump the gun, though. Take your time. You don't want to overact and ruin a workplace relationship unnecessarily. Observe their behavior whenever you can, without them realizing what you're doing. Keep your distance because you don't want to attract this character's attention. It's important to identify this person for what they are, so you can keep them at a distance in the future. Never let them see your own weaknesses. If you recognize someone to be a controlling, manipulative person, it might be best that you have as little contact with them as possible. This can be difficult in a working environment, but try to restrict personal contact with them. That way, you're not likely to ever divulge your personal life or any problems you may be having. The last thing you want is for them to recognize any of your own weaknesses. They may use that information to gain a hold over you. Never allow them to put you down, especially in front of others. When you stand up to a manipulator, they can become abusive. A forceful manipulator will not let people stand in the way of their primary objective. Everyone is fair game in their attempts at a power play. If there is one in your work environment, it will only be a matter of time before they turn their attention to you. How to leave a control freak. For many people, especially women, this can happen in the family home. For such victims, trying to break free is the most difficult. Not the least because the victim may in fact love their toxic partner or parent. If you're in such an unhappy situation, then you must consider your own well-being and safety. Only if the perpetrator can admit that they have a problem and seek help can they begin to mend. If they learn to compromise and accept your input, then it will be a great step forward. Such an openness may save a two-way partnership. Begin with building up a support network. It's vital that you have support from friends and family. This can be a difficult one, though. It could be that the very partner you've just left browbeat you to severing all personal ties. If this is your situation and you're unable to pick up those ties, then there are organizations that you can turn to. These agencies can guide you on dealing with your situation. It's going to be a rough ride, and you may even need a safe house where your partner does not know where to find you. Don't feel ashamed. If you have children, it will be even harder, but for their sakes, get them away. They can make contact again in later years if they so wish. Then they may better understand what happened. Bear this in mind, that if you feel stifled, then almost certainly they do too. That is, of course, the worst scenario. No matter how hard it is for you to leave, you must take the time for yourself and recoup. Don't forget your own health needs. Do things that help you relax if possible. Get outside and take short walks. You need personal space so you can consider your situation. Listening to music you like or immersing yourself in a book or a TV program is good if it helps you to switch off. Avoid overeating or drinking too much alcohol. Your problem will become tenfold if you take that route. All these points are double stressed if you have children. You need to stay strong for them and for yourself. Accept that you will feel scared. If your partner has sensed anything, they could revert to being overly nice to you. Don't be fooled. You know without anyone having to tell you that it will not last. It will only be natural to hesitate in your actions, whether it's out of fondness, pity, or fear. Fear of being on your own is natural. Fear of your partner's violence is not. If that's something you feel, then you're most certainly making the right choice. If you do leave, then you must make it quick and clean, leaving no trace of where you're going. Manipulative, obsessive partners will attempt to track down fleeing partners, even if only to punish them. You've broken their ego, and now they have no one left to control. If they do find you, they may try the extra nice approach and beg you to return, or they may be violent and angry. You don't want to be there for any confrontations whatsoever. Build up your courage. Once you've built up your courage and self-esteem, you can then face the world head-on. We all approach this one in a different way. The first rule must be not to compare yourself to others. It's not an easy rule to follow, but nonetheless, you are new to freedom. This is exactly what you are. Free. Forget other people. Of course, be polite, but concentrate on your needs and not anyone else's, unless you have children. There will come a time when you must begin to take risks. That is after the huge risk you've put yourself through by leaving. You've taken a huge leap forward. No need to jump in feet first. Give it time to settle. Chapter 8. Mind Control. Mind control is a technique whereby you use various psychological techniques to alter someone's mind. In doing so, you can change the way they think about various things so that their thought processes work in your favor. This technique can enable you to achieve virtually anything you want with the help of virtually anyone you want. It truly puts you in the driver's seat of reality and allows you to have an effortless ability to live your desired life with your desired outcomes. The history of mind control. Mind control has a massive history in society. There are many parts of human history where mind control was used to create desired outcomes. It's been used to assist in exorcisms, possession, and healing mental illnesses in the past. One of the earliest known forms of mind control was a technique called trephining. This technique involves a tactic where a hole was cut into the skull of a person who was believed to be possessed by evil spirits. It was believed that by cutting the skull open, the hole would enable evil spirits to leave the body. In various parts of the world, an instrument was pushed into the hole to scare the spirit away. This technique is essentially the earliest form of a lobotomy. Trephining is believed to be done all around the world, as there have been many skulls uncovered from various areas of ancient civilization that feature holes in the cranium. While you won't be using any physical or harmful tactics on the people you are going to brainwash, it is important to understand the lengthy history of mind control and the fact that it has always been a rather major part of society. In the days of true finding, it was believed that mind control could be accomplished by physical tactics. Essentially, those cutting into the skull believed they could regain control over the mind and have their patient forcefully adopt new ways of thinking and behaving that would be more appropriate to their society. The idea of possession carried on for centuries, and various types of exorcisms have been completed in those times. Exorcism appears to be one of the primary methods whereby we see mind control because, as we now know, it's not possible for a human to be possessed by a demonic spirit. However, back in those times it was believed to be possible, and so individuals would be subjected to brainwashing techniques to attempt to redeem their spirit and return their purity to them. In modern ages, we can suspect that most of these individuals were actually those dealing with mental illness, and this was the best way that the society knew how to handle the situation at the time. As a result of these beliefs, there have been many mind control strategies enforced over the centuries: straitjackets, shock treatment, seclusion and sensory deprivation, rush chairs, restraining chairs, rotating chairs, and tranquilizing chairs were all some of the more harmful strategies that were enforced as an attempt to brainwash these individuals and return them to normal standards of thinking and behaving. Of course, these days, very few of these strategies are used any longer, and there are many statutes of limitations on how the ones that are still used can actually be used. Furthermore, you don't want to be using any of these in your own brainwashing strategies because they likely won't work. However, there is one strategy that was developed in history and has been a widely popular form of mind control over the ages. This strategy is still used today and is even used by many professionals as a means to brainwash patients into a new mindset. The strategy is known as hypnosis. Hypnosis will be a large part of what we use throughout this book. However, it won't be the only one. In the remaining portions of this chapter, you'll learn about various methods of mind control and how you can employ them to brainwash people into believing what you want them to believe and thus behaving the way you want them to behave. Dark psychology. The human condition, related to the psychodynamics of those who prey upon others in a way that is motivated by deviant methods, is known as dark psychology. Throughout this book, you're going to be studying bits of dark psychology because it can help you further understand mind control and how it works. Virtually every human has the ability to tap into dark psychology. This may sound somewhat terrifying, since dark psychology is often known to be the psychology fostered by psychopaths and sociopaths, and it can be the entire foundation for how many major crimes are committed. However, in this book, you're going to learn about dark psychology and how you can use it to your benefit without compromising your own well-being, as well as how you can use the understanding of dark psychology to prevent yourself from being brainwashed by others. The majority of dark psychology is based on goal-oriented motivation that can be rationalized by the individual who is completing the activities. Dark psychology includes the thoughts, feelings, and perceptions fostered by those who are responsible for using dark psychology to complete certain actions. A lot of the forms of mind control are considered to be rooted in dark psychology because many believe that mind control is an impure strategy used by those who cannot be bothered to do things themselves. They believe that it is a form of evil, hence why it is called dark psychology. While we certainly do not want to alleviate the blame from true criminals, you should understand that you are not a criminal for using mind control strategies. Mind control, in this day and age, can be a powerful way to encourage people to do the things you need or want them to do. Obviously, this type of powerful strategy can not only be used to have people do bad things or to create criminal results, but it can also be used to encourage positive results. The way this method works for you is entirely up to you. If you choose to use these strategies to justify and execute criminal behaviors, then you're going to become a criminal, and you'll likely end up prosecuted as such. However, if you use these strategies to benefit yourself and those around you without doing harm unto anyone, then there truly is nothing wrong with using mind control to get what you want. There are many people who use mind control for various purposes, such as selling, building businesses, encouraging employees to do what they should be doing in order to keep a business running well, encouraging people to see past their fears and limitations, and much more. Being able to control someone's mind leaves you with a lot of power to do many positive things. Just as much power as you have to do evil things, even. How you choose to use your skill set is entirely up to you. Various techniques of mind control in society. In this day and age, there are 10 versions of mind control that exist. These are essentially modern-day versions of the techniques you learned about in the History of Mind Control section. Understanding these strategies and how they work will assist you in understanding how they contribute to mind control. After, you'll learn about strategies you can employ and how they work as well. Education. By educating impressionable children, society essentially teaches them to become ideal members of society. They're taught and trained in certain ways that fulfill the desires of the government and authorities, and most people don't even think twice about it. Advertising and propaganda. By putting advertising and propaganda everywhere, those in control are capable of eliminating people's feeling of self-worth and encourage them to need what is being sold as opposed to just wanting it. This is essentially a subliminal strategy to make people feel poorly about themselves so that they will purchase whatever is being advertised to increase their feelings of self-worth. Predictive programming. The idea of predictive programming is essentially that authorities place references to major activities in the popular media before the atrocity ever takes place. As a result, everyone is already warmed up to the idea, and so they're not overly fearful when it takes place. It's essentially a foreshadowing tactic used on real humans instead of in writing. Sports, politics, religion. The idea of these strategies is to divide and conquer. Ultimately, each one has people placed into various categories where they feel very strongly. As a result, they don't come together and support one another, but rather they are against each other. This means that they are divided, and so the authority can conquer. Food, water, air. Believe it or not, there are many toxins and additives that are put into food, water, and air that are literally changing the makeup of your brain. As a result, you're being subjected to mind control every time you consume anything that is essential to your livelihood. Drugs. Whether they are street drugs or pharmaceutical drugs, they have the ability to alter your brain's chemicals and therefore change your mind. Drugs can be considered akin to old-time lobotomies, shock chairs, and other types of mind control to eliminate mental illness from people, only these days they're much more commonly accepted and are taken by people everywhere. Military testing. The military has tested mind control for a long time, claiming that they want to use it as an opportunity to control the opponent and ward off any violence. They've even discussed creating helmets that would protect the militia from mind control strategies and keep them focused on their missions. Electromagnetic spectrum. This essentially means the electromagnetic rays that are cast by electronic devices. We all have our houses filled with them, and every time you plug them in or use them, you're subjected to the electromagnetic spectrum. It's believed that this can have a mind-altering effect that would contribute to mind control. Television, computer, flicker rate. Televisions and computers are believed to subject people to overwhelming amounts of information and ideas that ultimately cause them to be hypnotized by the ideas and lulls the information into their subconscious minds, thus creating a situation of mind control. There are also flicker rates, which means essentially that data is flickering by faster than the eye can see. It's believed that these strategies, including video games, are used to execute mind control strategies. Chapter 9. Neuro-Linguistic Programming. NLP has been used in alternative medicine to treat illnesses like Parkinson's disease. It's also been used in psychotherapy, advertisements, sales, management, coaching, teaching, team building, and public speaking. Yes, each one of these categories is a form of manipulation to some degree. You can't go to a class, the grocery store, or even a restaurant without being subjected to some form of manipulation. No matter where you are, you can't escape it. It's present in advertisement posters, the tactic of that business sales clerk who stops you at the mall, the product placement in the movie you're watching, and everywhere else. However, instead of being afraid of this knowledge, you can use it to your advantage and redirect that manipulation as the wielder. But some skilled individuals can harness this power to give them an unbeatable advantage. The techniques are best used in a one-on-one or small group environment. The fewer people involved, the easier it is to read and apply NLP methods. NLP is a complex subject and is often taught over the course of years. That's because it takes practice to learn the range of reactions people can express. But the promise of learning people's inner secrets make this technique especially attractive to con artists and law enforcement. A skilled NLP user can determine which side of the brain their subject uses. People fall along a spectrum between creative and analytical. New science shows that brain function is actually distributed across the brain, but it is still helpful to think of people through this lens. Word choice, sentence structure, and associations all reveal details about the person who uses them. Left-brained people often use words that elicit emotion or experiences. Right-brained people like to include things outside their experience or expertise. Which sense is most important to them? We have more than the 5 senses, sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell, most people know about. We also have a sense of order, balance, morality, and a host of others, and each of us has 1 or 2 that are more important than the rest. How their brains store information. Our brains are the most complex computers we've ever come across. They store and process billions of bits of information a second. Each one functions a little differently. One of the biggest areas of divergence is in how people store information. Some individuals have a memory like a sponge, soaking up everything near them. Others are more like a strainer that catches big chunks and allows everything to pass through. NLP techniques help people discern the difference and to what degree. Over time, NLP users get better at keeping track of information. With enough time, users can improve their information tracking abilities to near genius levels. This gives us an advantage over anyone who isn't as experienced or naturally gifted. When they're lying or making things up, people perform specific behaviors when they make things up called tells. NLP users like me can pick up on these tells and be able to call out the liar as they lie. Some people are better than others at lying, but everyone has at least one tell. Skilled liars understand that for someone else to believe their lie, so must they, so they convince themselves of it first. They often don't display all the signs of dishonesty because they truly believe the lie as they tell it. Practice can help people fall for their own lie, but the process demands a selective memory. This feature is more reliably detected than the off-sided, slight downward glance. It also proves to be a more consistent indicator of ingrained deception than awkward looks. Power imbalances also make a refusal to make eye contact less reliable as well. How to make someone drop their guard. When someone likes you, they want to include you in their lives. Listening to what they say often provides deep insight into what controls their lives. People offer up their darkest secrets willingly, believing that they truly understand them. so you can condition people without their consent or knowledge. Let's face it, people don't like finding out someone was manipulating them. It violates the idea that we are in control of our lives. But sometimes the truth is hard to take, and we need someone to help us see the way without calling us out on it. We all manipulate those around us to one degree or another. This can be as simple as breaking a bad habit or establishing a new relationship rule with a toxic family member. By steering them in the right direction, we can help them respond how we prefer. NLP doesn't brainwash someone, that's covered elsewhere, or cause them to do something out of character, but it does reveal the strings that control each of us. What you do with those strings once you have them is up to you. Listen and watch. This is the most time-consuming step, as it is the basis of building the structure for the more intimate relationship you'll build later. Body language is essential to NLP practices. Not only is it vital to the beginning, but knowing how to read body language comes into play all throughout the NLP process and any other psychological process. Luckily, the longer you build a relationship with someone, the easier it will be to know their tells, as they are developed from habit. Some people may be guarded around you, which will appear as tense or straight shoulders and back, not holding your gaze or even fidgeting. This is a sign you aren't building the vital rapport. Before moving any further, this person needs to feel relaxed and warm around you. Watch for an open face, a relaxed smile, and some easygoing interaction, such as light laughter. Stay away from heavy topics until this person is comfortable with you. Chapter 10. Manipulation Techniques. Mirroring. Mirroring is one of the most effective manipulation techniques. It has 2 stages. The first stage is where you mirror the person you're talking with. The second stage is where he or she is the one who is mirroring you. Mirroring is an excellent way to build a connection. So, how does it work? As the name implies, you have to mirror the other person. This is the first step. To do this, pay attention to how he or she positions his or her body, as well as the gestures that he or she makes. You should apply mirroring while you're engaged in a conversation. Simply mirror or copy how the other person positions his or her physical body. For example, if his or her hand is on his or her lap, then place your hand on your lap. If his or her hands are both raised to his or her chin, then mimic the same posture. Simply put, be a mirror of the person with whom you are conversing with. Be sure to do this casually, so that the other person will not notice it. Once you mirror the other person while talking, a connection is made. The next step is to continue with the flow of conversation. This is also the time when you use other manipulation techniques. If it works, what will happen is that the other person will be the one who will be copying your movements or positions. In other words, he or she will be the one who will be mirroring you. Mirroring is an excellent way to create rapport and trust with a person. Also, by copying another person, you get to view the situation from their perspective, and this will allow you to have a better understanding of how the other person thinks and feels. Once you have a good understanding of these things, then it will be easier for you to know how to control the other person more effectively. The more that you mirror a person, the more effective it will be. Therefore, you're not limited to just mirroring gestures and positions of the body. You should also mirror the tone of voice and how the person projects himself or herself. In other words, mirror the other person as much as you can. This is an effective way to establish empathy with the person. Once this empathic link is made, you can then take advantage of it by using other manipulation techniques, which can then lead the other person to do what you want. Be more positive. Simply telling people what should not be done does not lead him or her to what you want to be done. Therefore, If you want to manipulate a person, you must show him or her what should be done. Take note that you show him or her what should be done and not command him or her as to what you want to happen. Make it appear that the decision that you want him or her to take is the best choice. It is worth noting that not everyone can be easy to convince. Sometimes you need to use logic to justify the course of action that you would suggest for a person to take. Focus on the positive or good reasons why a particular course of action is the best choice. People tend to be more considerate when they feel like they are given a free choice instead of being commanded to do something. By focusing on the positive things, you can impress the idea that you want, as well as point out what makes a certain course of action the best action to take. Focusing on the positive does not mean keeping a blind eye on the negative. When a person talks about something and all that you hear is full of positive things, you'll soon doubt if what he or she is saying is true. This is because there are always two sides of anything. It's important that you reveal both sides to show honesty and establish trust. However, the key is to make a person focus more on the positive side and make him or her think and feel that it is the best choice to make. Tell a story. Stories have been in existence for so many years. As the saying goes, ideas come and go, stories stay. Stories are powerful. If you learn how to use storytelling effectively, then you have another powerful weapon in your arsenal for manipulating people. It's no secret that stories have been used to illustrate a point or teach a lesson. If you can come up with a good story, then you can influence how a person thinks about something. Telling a story is also an effective way to set the mood. It is strongly suggested that you use real-life examples, but even stories that are purely fictional in nature can be as effective, provided that you come up with a good story to tell. Of course, merely telling a story is not enough. The story itself has to be relevant. You need to weave your narrative in a way that people will understand it and be able to evoke the emotion that you want. A good story captures a person's mind and heart, hence, it satisfies both the mental and emotional faculties. If you're able to do this, then you have already won half the battle of completely manipulating your subject. Make sure that your story is relevant to your target audience. Also, avoid complicating your story with abstract ideas. A good short story for persuasion is one that is direct and illustrates a point using simple symbolism that the audience can easily understand. Keep in mind that there is a difference between storytelling and making codes. When you use stories, you do so in order to get your message across more effectively and not to hide your real message. Fake it to make it. This is another manipulative technique that can get you the outcome that you want. As the name of the technique implies, you simply have to fake it to make it. Take note that this is not about telling lies. True and expert manipulators do not lie, simply because they do not have to. With this strategy, you fake it in a sense that you do not appear as someone who is manipulating another person, but merely extending your help and support. Take note that it is not good if people start to feel that you are only manipulating them. In fact, do not even give them a chance to have such doubts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manipulate them. Here's another important lesson. If you want to manipulate someone, then never let him or her know that you are manipulating him or her. Knowledge gives power. As long as you keep that knowledge to yourself, then you're one step ahead of your subject. What if you feel like you cannot fake it? Well, the best way is to give yourself reasons to believe in a certain way. Take note that you can come up with so many reasons for different things. You can come up with good reasons why a person has to make a particular investment. another set of reasons why not going to the office today is not a good idea, and yet another set of reasons why a woman should consider you as a husband, etc. Reasons are flexible and infinite, and they have a strong influencing power in the decision-making process of a person. Just as you can use reasons to influence yourself, you can also use them to influence other people. Using irrelevant tactics to accomplish relevant goals. Perhaps you've heard of this technique before, but one of the best ways to get someone to say yes to what you actually want them to say yes to is to first get them to say yes to anything. Often, you want to start by getting them to say yes to things that are seemingly irrelevant to the overall picture. For example, if you want them to buy a TV, you might first get them to say yes by asking them if they're interested in having a more luxurious living room or a more comfortable space for entertaining. That way, you can then naturally draw them towards a TV and get them to say yes about larger sales. You can also use this technique in many other areas. You can use it to get people to go on a date with you, to get them to go somewhere with you, to get them to give you things, or to do any other number of things you might want them to do. This manipulation strategy really puts you in control and helps you get what you want. Soon, you'll be able to get them to say yes to things that are unbelievably large. Using their feelings. Arguing with logic can be hard because most people are driven by feelings, not logic. Even if they are highly logical people, they're more likely to be driven by logic and emotions, not merely logic. That's why getting into their emotional state and using their feelings to get desired results is often the best way to get what you want. Careful wording. Your wording is how you can avoid lying and instead use deception in a conversation. You want to make sure that you carefully word things to lead someone to believe what you want them to believe, without actually lying to them to get them to believe it. For example, when you were calling for that sick day, you may have simply called in and said, "I need to take a sick day today." Nothing more, nothing less. Since you took a sick day, your boss will likely assume that you were actually sick. However, you never admitted to being sick. Rather, you simply stated that you needed to take a sick day. In other words, you were using your sick day as an opportunity to get the time off that you needed on that day. The same goes for anything. You want to make sure that you are carefully wording your sentence to lead someone in one direction, without actually lying to get them there. Take your time, practice your wording, and look for loopholes that you can use to get people to believe you. Repeat certain words. This is an effective technique to connect and communicate with another person's subconscious mind. Once you penetrate a person's subconscious mind, then you'll have a strong influence on the decisions that he or she makes consciously. So, how does this work? The key is to repeat certain keywords as you talk casually. The thing is that the conscious mind has a more limited focus, but the subconscious mind takes note of everything and is able to focus on everything. What is more, the subconscious does not forget what takes place. This means that whatever message that you imprint upon a person's subconscious mind will not be forgotten. Hence, it has a strong influence in his or her decision-making process. Be careful when you use this strategy. Do not let the person notice that you are imprinting such messages on his or her subconscious mind. Once a person is aware that you are only manipulating him or her, then it ruins the whole strategy. The reason is that it will make him or her very defensive. Keep in mind that the true art of manipulation is done in an atmosphere of trust and confidence. There should be no room for doubt or distrust. Pay attention and listen. The art of manipulation is not something that you just apply out of nowhere. Keep in mind, you are dealing with a human being who has the ability to think on his or her own. In order to know the techniques that you should apply, as well as how you should apply them effectively, you need to focus on your subject. By paying attention to your subject and listening to him or her, you'll be able to tell what strategy will work or not. Pay attention and read the gestures made by your subject. If you make the effort to really listen to your subject, then you'll know what he or she really wants. Once you know what the subject wants, you can use it to bend the subject to your will. You should also pay attention to how your subject responds to you. You'll know if a certain technique is working or not just by observing how a person responds to it. Do not hesitate to drop a technique that does not seem to work and apply a different one. By paying attention and listening to your subject, you'll be able to understand him or her better. Once you have a good understanding of your subject, the easier it will be for you to manipulate him or her. This is because you'll be able to tell the best techniques to use, as well as those that you should avoid. Paying attention and listening to your subject means so much more than hearing him or her out. The right way to do this is understanding how your subject thinks and feels. Hence, a certain level of empathy is required. For this, you may want to apply the mirroring technique. Also, when you listen to your subject, you should learn to drop your preconceptions and be open to understand how your subject thinks and feels. It is worth noting that different people can think and feel differently even if they are subjected to the same environment. Learn to be open and non-judgmental when you analyze your subject. Hence, keeping an open mind is the key. Regulate your voice. The tone of your voice can make a difference when you communicate. You must learn how to regulate it properly. Now, there's no strict rule as to when to use a high tone or a low tone, but you need to adjust the tone of your voice as you speak. Using only a single tone throughout a whole conversation, especially when you give a speech on a stage, can be boring in the long run. Do not underestimate the power of a whisper. In fact, if you want a person to listen to you more, then try whispering. He or she will have to listen more attentively to hear what you want to say. This usually creates silence where nothing will be heard but the sound of your whisper. You have to learn how to use both low and high tones of your voice. Take note, it's not just the words that you say that matter, but also how you deliver them to the other person. It's also worth noting that part of knowing how to regulate your voice includes knowing when not to use it. Yes, silence is also as effective as talking. In fact, sometimes, all you need to do is be silent in order to get a message across. Be silent as you wait for your message to sink into the other person's mind. Learning how to properly project your voice is important. Focused attention also helps. Instead of just talking and letting the words leave your mouth, focus on the person you're talking with as you talk. For some reason, by simply focusing, you can project your voice more effectively. Use gestures. There are actually two ways to deliver a message when you're engaged in a conversation. Of course, the usual way is simply by talking. However, there is another way that is also as effective, but is often overlooked, and that's through the use of gestures. Gestures are small acts that you do while you talk. In fact, by learning how to read gestures, it's even possible to say if the person whom you are talking to is lying or not. Gestures may also reveal the current mental and emotional state of a person. As they say, actions speak louder than words. Indeed, if you want to master the art of manipulation, then learning how to use as well as read gestures are very important. Take note that a gesture is not limited to the movements of the hands or the crossing of the arms. It can also invoke such small and often neglected movements with the eyes. If you want to stress something strongly, it's suggested that you say it while looking directly into a person's eyes. Also, leaning slightly forward while placing your hand on your chin and nodding your head would show that you're eagerly listening to the other person as he or she talks. Snapping your fingers is also often used to show that you've just realized something. As you can see, there are so many gestures that you can do. Gestures add more energy and give more expression, which makes the conversation more interesting. The power of touch. A touch can create an intimate bond, even for a slight moment. A touch can say so many things at once without the use of words. The meaning of a touch is understood easily. Also, it is something that lies deep in humanity. It is always felt, and most of the time it is easily understood. Babies are comforted by their mother just by being touched. The good news is that this silent language is not forgotten, even when people grow. But how do you use the power of touch to manipulate someone? Take note that you do not really manipulate someone in the sense that you force them to do something. A touch is a more gentle approach, and therefore, it is a powerful tool of manipulators. This technique is good to use if you want to ask someone a favor. Keep in mind that the key to making this technique work is sincerity. Of course, you should also use this sparingly. You cannot just talk to anyone and touch him or her several times in one meeting. Also, if you are a man and you're conversing with a woman, be sure to touch her in a way that she would not think anything malicious about it. It's important that you focus and express your good intentions. Use the other person's interest. This technique depends on your understanding of the subject. The key to this technique is to identify the interest of the person. Once you know what he or she is actually interested in, you can play with that interest in order to hook him or her in the conversation. You can then use that interest of his or her to bend him or her to your will. Every person is interested in something. If you're the one who can satisfy that need or want, then you can negotiate. It's not uncommon to find greedy people who would stop at nothing just to achieve what they want. This is something that you can take advantage of. Of course, for this strategy to work, two things must exist. You must be able to identify the other person's interest, and you should be able to help him or her to achieve his or her objective, or at least be someone who can help him or her achieve it. Some people use this technique as a way to threaten another person. This applies if you're in a position of power who can prevent someone from achieving his or her goal if you choose to exercise your power. Make eye contact. Making eye contact is an easy way to create more connection, even intimacy. However, not everyone is used to doing it. If you find making eye contact uncomfortable, a simple way to do it is simply to look at the middle of the forehead of a person, or at the edge of his eye. This way, you'll not be looking straight into a person's eyes, but it will seem to him or her as if you're staring straight at him or her. Eye contact does not only show that you're giving a person your attention, it is also a sign of sincerity in what you say. This is the reason why women like it better if you tell her that you love her as you look into her eyes. As they say, the eyes are the windows of the soul. If you want to work on looking more sincere, then it is imperative that you learn how to do eye contact, or at least make it look like you're doing it. Another advantage of making eye contact is that it will allow you to read a person. A good way to do this is to ask a series of questions while maintaining eye contact. You can then move to a more sensitive question. This is an effective way to catch someone off guard. According to studies, if the person suddenly looks away when he or she answers the said key question, then it means either that he or she is guilty of it, or that he or she feels uncomfortable to talk about it. Nevertheless, it always means that there is something about the question that makes him or her feel uncomfortable. Breaking the eye contact means that he or she would rather avoid talking about it. However, your job as the manipulator is to dig deeper in order to gain more understanding of the person whom you're talking with. Be confident. If you're not confident enough with what you say, how can you expect people to take what you say seriously? Also, being confident is important to allow you to pull off these techniques smoothly. It's important that you're smooth and confident in your approach. When it comes to manipulation, confidence takes so much more than just an empty display of authority. Rather, confidence must come from having actual knowledge of something. In fact, it is this knowledge that you have why people would want to talk and listen to you. Hence, be sure that you have the right knowledge and that you have sufficient amount of knowledge. As you can see, effective manipulation also requires preparation. It's not about defrauding people, but being more effective and getting the most of what you have. Confidence, when backed up with knowledge, builds credibility and trust. As you may already know, having credibility and trust is important to your success. After all, you cannot manipulate anyone who does not trust you. Being confident also means that you should appear confident when you talk. The way that you deliver the words must come from a source of authority. Preparation is key. Anticipate the questions that you may be asked and come up with the best ways to answer them. Confidence is key, and this confidence should be based on having the right knowledge and a good amount of preparation. Experiment and develop your own technique. Manipulation is an art. Therefore, feel free to experiment and develop your own technique. Books on manipulation, like this one, merely serve as guides. True manipulation is an art form. Hence, feel free to make changes or adjustments to the techniques in this book. The important thing here is that you get to realize the fundamental elements of manipulation. It's also worth noting that not everyone is the same. For example, a certain technique may work well on person A, but fail to get any success when you use it on person B. It's important for you to be flexible enough and learn to adjust according to the circumstances. Usually, developing a technique comes in the form of trial and error. With about 10 new techniques that you have, you may be able to find one or two that work well. Of course, it is possible that none of the techniques may prove effective. The important thing is that you learn from every experiment and have a better understanding of what works and what does not. It is important that you learn to be open to continuous development. The art of human manipulation is continuously growing and evolving. It will help you get ahead of the competition and make people bend to your will. Practice. It's worth noting that you cannot master the art of manipulation just by reading books. Like any other art form, you need to engage in regular practice to achieve mastery. If you barely practice the techniques, then they may barely work for you. The good news is that there are many instances to apply these techniques, so you will definitely not have a hard time in finding opportunities to practice them. Continuous practice is important. You need to turn these practices into a habit and learn them by heart. Of course, you should also be open to new learnings and techniques. In the end, human manipulation is still an art form. Hence, it has room for improvements and new strategies and approaches. Just like in martial arts, there's no such thing as the best technique. The best technique will depend upon the circumstances of a situation. However, you need to keep up to date with your practices so that when the need arises, you will be prepared to pull off whatever technique is needed in any situation. Another thing that you should practice is not just how you can apply the techniques with the best proficiency, but also how you can control yourself. Manipulation is a powerful art that needs a sufficient amount of discipline. Chapter 11. How to use psychological manipulation techniques to make your work and life better. Have you ever noticed that the most successful people are also the most persuasive? In the workplace, it is rarely the aggressive, bossy people who rise to the top. Great leaders have a knack of making other people feel better about themselves and achieve better results. Use the following techniques to become a better manipulator, both at work and at home. Inspire confidence. Do you give compliments regularly? Are you quick to praise people when they achieve their goals? If not, then why not? A few words can go a long way to boost someone's confidence. Make sure you tell people when they've done a good job and encourage them to greater things. Once you master this technique and feel comfortable giving praise, this will spill over into your personal life. If your partner looks sensational, then tell them. If your kids have done well at school, then reward them with your praise. Repetition. Many people believe that passion alone can make an idea stand out amid a sea of other ideas. This is not true, and successful people realize that the key to standing out in society's information overload is repetition. We've all developed filters to protect us from the bombardment of information in this media-led world and need to hear something multiple times before it sinks in. If you have a great idea and voice it to someone, make sure you follow up with a written version. Deliver your message in context. Too often, we are tempted to make ourselves look more intelligent by using technical jargon or abstract references. You'll achieve much better results if you tune into your audience's frame of mind. Avoid terms that are non-specific. If you have an idea to make things easier to use or better and quicker, then state how much easier or how much better and quicker. Personalize your message. Statements of fact can often be bland and uninteresting. If you can personalize your speech, you have a greater impact on your audience. This is a great tool at work. If you're approaching someone who is creative, then tailor your speech to reflect this. This technique will also help your social life. Whenever you're meeting new people, try and do a bit of homework so you know more about them. Use your contacts. Everyone is more open to people who they believe have mutual associations. Your connections can help you progress, and providing you don't abuse their influence, they can aid your progress at work. Your credibility can rise with the relevance of your contacts and friends. Use visualization techniques. Have you noticed that the most successful sales pitches have a strong visual element? Picture Apple's Steve Jobs, and you can visualize the stage and the graphics that he used to get his message across. Even his clothes became part of the whole message that Apple was trying to convey. Not everyone will be able to comprehend what you see in your mind's eye, especially if they have less knowledge in the domain you represent. Social media. Do you use social media to its full potential? Are you prepared to invest time and energy in your online connections? If not, then you are missing a huge opportunity. The potential to reach thousands of people who can help you in your career is invaluable. Potential investors or customers are all waiting for you to tell your story or promote your product. Social media allows you to solicit ideas from a huge audience, all with the click of a mouse. The power of a like button is not to be ignored. The evidence of thousands of positive affirmations will only serve to amplify your voice and make more people listen. Your social life can also thrive online. Groups of like-minded people are all out there waiting for you to join them. Maybe you have a passion for sailing or extreme sports, but aren't sure of the facilities near you. Facebook is a great place to start looking for groups in your area to reach out and to connect. Use Twitter and Instagram to help your dating life if you're looking for love. Providing you take precautions and always meet for the first time in public, you can meet some interesting people. Chapter 12. Common Pitfalls to Avoid. Using the right techniques is an important part of manipulation. However, to increase effectiveness, you should also be aware of the common pitfalls or mistakes that you must avoid. Beginners and even advanced manipulators fall into these pitfalls from time to time, which significantly decreases the effectiveness of a technique. Too much focus on your interests. Many people fail because they focus too much on their own interests. Instead of creating what seems to be a mutual environment, they talk about their own interests. This makes it obvious to the other person that the reason why you even communicate with him or her is that you will gain something from the transaction. Also, focusing too much on your interests will prevent you from seeing things from the other person's perspective, which means that you will not be able to understand him or her completely. So, how do you avoid this pitfall? The key to avoiding this pitfall is to always have a plan. You should have a short-term plan as well as a long-term plan. An important part of the plan is to be able to identify what your main interest is, or what it is exactly that you want to get from a deal. Take note that you do this not to focus on it while you're with the subject, but simply to remind you of your objective so that you will not stray away from your goal. It's worth noting that true manipulation is a subtle art. Therefore, you do not reveal to your subject what it is that you'll gain from a certain course of action or decision. In fact, many proficient manipulators barely talk about their interests. Instead, they focus on the situation and their subject. This is why it is difficult to identify the real manipulators. They usually operate in silence and avoid talking about themselves. Instead of focusing on the I, you should change your perspective and focus on the you. From there, you can make adjustments to put things in your favor. Not enough practice. Even if you read all the books that have been written and will ever be written about manipulation, you'll never get really good at manipulating people if you do not spend time practicing the different techniques. Just like any other art form, manipulation requires a good amount of practice. Therefore, if you are really serious about applying manipulative techniques, then you should be ready to spend some time and effort in actual practice. There are different techniques of manipulation. It's suggested that you practice each technique as many times as needed until it becomes second nature to you. This means that your training should reach a point where you can apply a certain technique smoothly and comfortably. Do not worry, this is not really hard to do. During the first few times that you try a technique, you may find it quite uncomfortable or even difficult to do. Simply persist and do it many times, and you'll soon notice that it gets easier every time that you use it. Once you've mastered a particular technique, then feel free to learn another technique. It's suggested that you focus on learning the techniques one at a time. Aim for mastery. Keep in mind that the best manipulators are those who can pull off manipulative techniques so smoothly no one recognizes it. True manipulation is a sensitive art. Just like anything that is worth learning, it takes effort, time, and practice. Too predictable. You should strike a good balance between being predictable and unpredictable. Being too predictable is not good because this will allow people to read you and your actions. In fact, being too predictable may even cause you to be manipulated by other people. However, being too unpredictable is also not good because it does not give the subject a chance to know you. If the subject feels that he or she does not know you that well, then he or she will find it hard to trust you. As you should already know by now, trust is an important element of effective manipulation. So, what should you do? You have to get a good balance. After all, the best way to be unpredictable is to do something different than what the other person predicts you would do. Hence, it also means that you should be predictable in some way. The key to this is to know what details that you can reveal to your subject, as well as those things that you would rather keep to yourself. This way, you get to be in control of everything. You can be predictable in one sense and unpredictable in another. Using force. Keep in mind, the most effective manipulative techniques are powerful not because they dictate or impose upon a person what should be done, but because they are so subtle yet effective. Since they are too subtle, the subject has no chance to doubt, much less to realize that he or she is already being manipulated. It is also worth noting that when you force something, you tend to reveal your real intentions, which can defeat your purpose. Do not forget to rely on subtle techniques and applications, and never use force. Using force is only an effective way to push your subject away. Take note that when a person feels that he or she is being forced or compelled to do something, this will tend to activate his or her defenses. He or she may even begin to doubt if he or she could really trust you. You cannot afford to be in such a situation. If you just come to think of it, there's really no need to use force if you apply the techniques properly. In fact, if you ever feel or think that the use of force is your only option, then you should stop and reconsider what's happening. More often than not, it only means that you're not applying the techniques properly. If you pay attention to the different techniques, you'll notice a natural flow in them. They do not, in any way, demand or dictate to another what to do. Rather, they work in a spirit of cooperation. They encourage the subject to open up. They give options, and then they gently lead the subject to a particular course of action that you want him or her to take. All these happen smoothly without any form of force or pressure. Wrong mindset. Effective manipulators are objective in their approach. However, they also understand that they have to play with the state of mind and behavior of their subject. Hence, they adopt a state of mind that is flexible yet objective. Also, you have to realize that your real objective is not to fool a person, but simply achieve a particular goal that you want. Whether or not to achieve your objective requires that you trick another person into doing something is only incidental to your main action. It is also worth noting that true manipulators do not actually think about manipulating anyone. Hence, they're able to face their subject without guilt or any uncomfortable feeling. Again, you should think objectively. Manipulation is not about being bad to people, but it is about exercising a strong influence on people in order to get the outcome that you desire. The important thing to focus on is the situation. How about guilt? Some people who try manipulating others end up feeling guilty. Take note that if you want to get really good at the art of manipulation, then you must remain guilt-free. You might be wondering, how can I feel not guilty if I trick people? This is the common misconception about manipulation. Take note that you do not literally fool people when you manipulate them. Take, for example, how managers motivate their employees for the best interest of the business. Are they tricking or fooling their employees? Of course not. Rather, you influence people in a good way. After all, if that which you want to achieve is really something good, then what's wrong with encouraging people to act towards that goal? However, it is also worth noting that the art of manipulation can also be used for evil purposes. Just like a knife that can be used for good, like cooking, it can also be a cause of destruction. In this regard, it is up to you to decide how you want to use this power. Poor branding. The art of persuasion is like a business. You must also learn to brand yourself, your personal brand. It's important that people get to like you as a person. In order to get the maximum influence and power, people must feel connected to you on a more personal level. The deeper this connection grows, the more you manipulate them. Hence, do not just focus on promoting your products and/or services. Be sure that you also promote yourself in a way that people will be more interested in you. Making people like you is an important ingredient of manipulation. Once they like you, the easier it will be for you to gain their trust. In fact, people usually give their trust to someone whom they like. However, if they do not feel such likeness, then you also cannot expect to exercise a strong influence upon them. Keep in mind that effective manipulation is about influencing people without giving them an opportunity to raise their defensive walls. The good news is that when people like you, they tend to put their walls down and keep them that way. This makes them vulnerable to your strategy, which is a good thing. However, for this to happen, you need to make them like you. Of course, there is no hard and fast rule on how people will like you, but much of it depends on how you deal with them when engaged in a conversation. It's also worth noting that not being hated does not automatically mean that the person likes you already. Hence, just because a person has nothing bad to say about you does not mean that he or she has nice things to say about you. It may take time and effort to build a good name, but it is well worth it. Of course, you should not beg for people to like you. The suggested practice is that the moment that you realize that a person does not like you, and you think that it may be hard to gain his or her trust, then look for another way to achieve your objective. Take note that there are many ways to reach a goal. Of course, it is also inevitable that sometimes there are certain challenges that you cannot escape. What is important to remember is that no matter what happens, there's always a way for you to succeed. Not knowing your subject. Keep in mind that knowing your subject is an important part of the process of manipulation. Once you have a good understanding of your subject, the easier it will be for you to know the specifics to use on him or her. Understanding your subject is also important when it comes to measuring the effectiveness of your approach. It's also worth noting that you should avoid the common mistake of having preconceptions of your subject prior to actual engagement. The suggested practice is to keep an open mind and understand your subject without any preference or prejudice. Do not control who your subject is. Instead, accept him or her as he or she is. From there, you can have a better understanding of him or her, and you'll know what steps to take. Lack of patience. Another common mistake committed by beginners and even intermediate manipulators alike is a lack of patience. Do not forget that manipulation is a process. It's not something that happens in an instant. Building a connection with your subject can take time, especially building trust and confidence. Therefore, it is important for you to be patient. The problem is that if you rush the process, then there's a good chance that it may not work. Just like anything that is worth having, it can take time to fully materialize. Not taking a break. Keep in mind that manipulation is a process. It is not unusual for it to take time before you reap the fruits of your labor. Therefore, give yourself a chance to relax from time to time. Just because you've used a particular technique on your subject today does not mean that he or she is already open to your suggestions. Sometimes it can be much harder than it seems. But do not worry, as that is normal. Just remember to give yourself time to relax. Also, when you give time for yourself to take a break, you'll be able to clear your mind. And with a clear mind, the more you will be able to come up with interesting ideas, and the easier it will be for you to execute the techniques. The best way to take a break is to get yourself busy with things that are not in any way related to manipulation or the thing that you want to achieve. Hence, when you take a break, that is the best time for you to go out on vacation with your family and friends. Do not worry, you'll get back to work after some time, and when you do, be sure to come back stronger with a more relaxed and open mind. Before you even start to apply the techniques in this book, it is strongly suggested that you look within yourself and find out why you want to learn this powerful art and skill. Are you going to use it to advance your personal interests or to promote justice and equality? There is no right or wrong way of answering this question. The important thing is that you should be honest with yourself. Should you decide to use it only for good, but along the way you notice that your path is getting corrupted by selfish motives and interests, then you should control yourself. The best thing to do is stop. Give it a break. Come back to it again when you're more relaxed and ready. Chapter 13. Manipulating the Mind Through NLP. Manipulation has come to carry a negative meaning, but that is not necessarily true in all cases. Manipulation merely means to shape or mold something to a new, more desirable shape. Snow can be manipulated into the shape of a snowman. Clay can be manipulated into almost any shape. Small children being taught to take turns when playing and to use their manners are, in a sense, being manipulated by their parents. So, manipulation is not always a negative event. Using manipulation to control the mind of another person is powerful and fascinating. Since the mind is the key to everything a human being does, the ability to control that mind gives multitudes of power and ability. Techniques used to control the mind work because they take control of the thoughts a person has. These techniques are based primarily on the method of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP. Using NLP makes it possible to control other people's minds using specific patterns and strategies. The human mind works in a specific way. It looks for cause and effect. The mind creates an event in response to a stimulus it has received. Sometimes doctors use a test called an electroencephalogram to measure the actual physical working of the brain in order to look for patterns of activity that are associated with certain diseases and conditions, such as epilepsy. The two brain states most often studied are the alpha state and the beta state. The beta state is a high-function, active state. The alpha state has much lower frequencies than the beta state. It is the place where the mind experiences calmness and peacefulness. This state is very important because it is the state psychologists and hypnotists use for programming the mind, simply because this state carries fewer thought patterns than any other state in the brain. The techniques used in NLP enable the person doing the programming to introduce thoughts into another person's mind when it is unconscious that the person will not necessarily be aware of when conscious. The power of persuasion in NLP makes it a strong technique that is often used in fields such as marketing, politics, and the business world. Signals are used to convey thoughts into the unconscious mind that will influence the mind when the person is conscious. Skilled professionals who regularly use NLP to control other people know that the mind can be programmed to do amazing things if the person will allow it to happen. Often, people are resistant to this type of control because they are afraid of what might happen. There are countless jokes about a hypnotist making someone bark like a dog at a certain stimulus when they are awake. That is possible, but NLP has many good, positive uses. The main objective of NLP is to bring about inner changes in the way people see the world. It creates mental changes in the way events are perceived and teaches ways to engage in communication that is more responsible. It helps people make choices far more effectively, responding or communicating in a given situation. It does not matter if the situation is of a professional or personal nature. These techniques enable the person to make better choices and also to feel empowered to carry out the choices. Someone taking advantage of the power of NLP will experience techniques similar to those used in hypnosis. During a therapy session, the person will be placed into a deep state of relaxation so that they're able to access the deepest section of their mind where unconscious thought is formed. They're then led on a mental quest through years of accumulated thoughts and beliefs. The ultimate goal is to access the experience from childhood that caused a particular pattern of behavior. The theory behind NLP is that all people carry all the resources needed to make positive life changes in their own minds. NLP merely gives them access to this information and gives them the techniques to use to make needed changes. The techniques used in NLP are not invasive and do not involve the use of medication. NLP can help with ways to increase self-esteem, correct destructive patterns and behaviors in personal relationships, improve the personal level of self-confidence, and are better able to cope with events that cause anxiety. There are many different techniques that NLP practitioners use to enable people to use these methods effectively. Chapter 14, The Power of Persuasion. The power of persuasion means nothing more than using mental abilities to form words and feelings used to convince other people to do things they may or may not want to do. Some people are better able to persuade than other people, and some people are easier to persuade than other people. The ease of persuading other people is directly tied to their current mental or emotional state. Someone who is lonely or tired is easier to persuade simply because their defenses are lowered. Someone who is momentarily needy may be easier to persuade than someone who has a strong sense of self-worth. People who are at a low point in their lives are easy prey for others who might try to persuade them to do something they might not usually do. Think of the publicity surrounding religious cults in the past. Everyone wanted to know how someone could fall prey to the teachings and ideals of the cult. The answer is simple. The victim was seeking something the cult offered. Whether the dangling carrot was food and shelter, or love, or religious freedom, the cult offers something tangible to the person who feels their life is lacking something important. And the person who joins the cult does not see themselves as a victim, but a participant. Think back further to the flower children of the 60s and 70s. These people lived in communes where everyone had a particular role to play. Some people would grow gardens to feed the members of the commune, while others might wash laundry or clean houses. Everyone helped everyone else. The idea behind living in a commune was to leave behind the trappings that society deemed as markers of success, such as fat paychecks and huge houses. These people wanted to live simply and enjoy what love and Mother Nature had to offer. For every good group that assembles for the good of the people and works to help its members, there are countless groups that are brought together by forces that have no desire other than controlling other people for their own good. These leaders are very charismatic and very dangerous because a person who is temporarily weak in the mind or in the soul may not be able to resist their promises. It is important for everyone to understand how persuasion works in order to be able to resist it when needed. The first step in persuasion involves the idea of reciprocating. If a person does something nice for someone else, then the receiving person usually feels the need to do something good in return. If someone helps their elderly neighbor carry in groceries from the car, that neighbor might feel obligated to bake homemade cookies for that person. A co-worker who helps complete a project is more likely to receive assistance when it is needed. Many people do nice things for others all the time without expecting anything in return. The person who does nice things for people and then mentions some little favor that can be done in return may be someone to watch closely. Non-profit organizations use this tactic to gain more contributions to their causes. They will often send some little trinket or gift to prompt people to donate larger sums of money, or even just to donate where there might not have originally. The idea behind this is that the person opening the letter has received a little gift for no reason, so they might feel obligated to give something in return. Some people are automatically tempted to follow authority. People in positions of authority can command blind respect to their authority simply by acting a certain way or putting on a uniform. The problem with this is that authority figures, or those who look like authority figures, can cause some people to do extraordinary things they would not normally do had a person in a position of authority not been the one asking. And it is not simply held to people in uniform. People who carry themselves a certain way or speak a certain way can give the impression that they are something they are not. For someone or something to be considered a credible authority, it must be familiar, and people must have trust in the person or organization. Someone who knows all there is to know about a subject is considered an expert, and is more likely to be trusted than someone who has limited knowledge of the subject. But the information must also make sense to the people hearing it. If there is not some semblance of accuracy and intelligence, then the authority figure loses credibility. Even the person who is acknowledged as an expert will lack persuasive abilities if they're seen as not being trustworthy. The worst part of the power that goes along with persuasion is that things that are scarce or hard to get are seen as much more valuable. People value diamonds because they are expensive and beautiful. If they were merely pretty stones, they would not be as interesting. Inconsistent rewards are a lot more interesting than consistent rewards. If a cookie falls every time a person rings a bell, then they're less likely to spend a lot of time ringing the bell because they know the cookie reward will always appear. If, however, the cookie only appears sometimes, people will spend much more time ringing the bell just in case this is the time the cookie will fall. There are ways to improve the power of persuasion. Just like any other trait, it can be made stronger by following a few strategies and by regular practice. Persuasion is a powerful tool in the game of life. Persuasive people know that they have an amazing power, and they know how to use it correctly. They know how to listen and really hear what other people have to say. They're very good at making a connection with other people, and this makes them seem even more honest and friendly. They make others feel that they are knowledgeable and can offer a certain sense of satisfaction. They also know when to momentarily retreat and regroup. They are not pushy, they are persuasive. Chapter 15. Mind Control Techniques. Mind control involves using influence and persuasion to change the behaviors and beliefs in someone. That someone might be the person themselves, or it might be someone else. Mind control has also been referred to as brainwashing, thought reform, coercive persuasion, mental control, and manipulation, just to name a few. Some people feel that everything is done by manipulation, but if that is true or to be believed, then important points about manipulation will be lost. Influence is much better thought of as a mental continuum with two extremes. One side has influences that are respectful and ethical, and work to improve the individual while showing respect for them and their basic human rights. The other side contains influences that are dark and destructive that work to remove basic human rights from a person, such as independence, the ability for rational thought, and sometimes their total identity. When thinking of mind control, it's better to see it as a way to use influence on other people that will disrupt something in them, like their way of thinking or living. Influence works on the very basis of what makes people human, such as their behaviors, beliefs, and values. It can disrupt the very way they choose personal preferences or make critical decisions. Mind control is nothing more than using words and ideas to convince someone to say or do something they might never have thought of saying or doing on their own. There are scientifically proven methods that can be used to influence other people. Mind control has nothing to do with fakery, ancient arts, or even magical powers. Real mind control really is the basis of a word that many people hate to hear. That word is marketing. Many people hate to hear that word because of the negative connotations associated with it. When people hear marketing, they automatically assume that it refers to those ideas taught in business school. But the basis of marketing is not about deciding which part of the market to target or deciding which customers will likely buy this product. The basis of marketing is one very simple word. That word is yes. If a salesperson asks a regular customer to write a brief endorsement of the product they buy, hopefully they will say yes. If someone asks their significant other to take some of the business cards to pass out at work, hopefully they will say yes. If you write any kind of blog and ask another blogger to provide a link to yours on their blog, hopefully they will say yes. When enough people say yes, the business or blog will begin to grow. With even more yeses, it will continue to grow and thrive. This is the very simple basis of marketing. Marketing is nothing more than using mind control to get other people to buy something or do something beneficial for someone else. And the techniques can easily be learned. The first technique in mind control is to tell people what you want them to want. Never tell people to think it over or take some time. That is a definite mind control killer. People already have too much going on in their minds. When they're told to think something over, they will not. It will be forgotten, and then it will never happen. This has nothing to do with being stupid or lazy, and everything to do with just being way too busy. So the best strategy is to take the offensive and think for them. Everything must be explained in the beginning. Never assume that the other blogger will automatically understand the benefits of adding a link for them. Do not expect anyone to give a demonstration blindly, and merely asking for a testimonial, while it might garner a positive response, probably will not garner a well-formed testimonial to the product. Instead, be prepared to explain the blog, show examples, and offer compelling reasons why this merger will be a benefit to both parties. Have the demonstration laid out in great detail with notes on what to say when, and visuals to go along with the notes, so all the other person has to do is present the information. Offer the customer a few variations of testimonials that have already been received, and ask them to choose one and personalize it a bit. Always be specific in explaining what is desired. Explain why it is desired. Show how this will work. Tell the person how to do it and why they should do it. If done correctly, it will feel exactly like one friend advising another friend on which is the best path to take. And the answer will be yes, simply because saying yes makes so much sense. Think of the avalanche. Think of climbing all the way to the top of the highest mountain ever. Now, at the top, think of searching for the biggest, heaviest boulder that exists on the mountain. Now, picture summoning up superhuman strength to push this boulder, dislodging it from the place it has rested for years and years. Once the boulder is loosened, it rolls easily off over the edge of the cliff, crashing into thousands of other boulders on its way down the mountain, taking half of the mountain with it in a beautiful cascade of rocks and dirt. Imagine sitting there, smiling cheerfully at the avalanche that was just created. Marketing and mind control are very like creating an avalanche. Getting the first person to answer yes might be difficult, but each subsequent yes will be easier and easier. And always start at the top, never the bottom. Starting at the top is definitely more difficult, and it is more likely to come with more negative responses than positive responses in the beginning. But starting at the top also yields a much greater reward when the avalanche does begin, and the results will be far greater than beginning at the bottom of the mountain. Yes, the small rock is easier to push over. Then it can be built upon by pushing over another small rock, then another. This way can work, but it will take much longer than being successful at the top. No one ever went fishing for the smallest fish in the pond or auditioned for the secondary role just to be safe. Everyone wants that top prize. Do not be afraid to go for it. On the other hand, never ask for the whole boulder the first time. Ask for part of it. This may seem directly contradictory, but it is not. Always start with a small piece. Make the beginning easier for everyone to see. Let other people use their own insight to see the end result. When the first bit goes well, then gradually ask for more and more and more. Think of writing a guest spot for someone else who has their own blog. By sending in the entire manuscript first, there's a greater risk of rejection. Begin small. Send them a paragraph or two discussing with them the idea. Then, make an outline of the idea and send that in an email. Then, write the complete draft you would like them to use and send it along. When asking a customer for a testimonial, start by asking for a few lines in an email. Then, ask the customer to expand those few lines into a testimonial that covers at least half a typed page. Soon, the customer will be ready for an hour-long webcast extolling the virtues of the product and your great customer service skills. Everything must have a deadline that really exists. The important word here is the word real. Everyone has heard the salesperson who said to decide quickly because the deal might not be available later, or another customer was coming in and they might get it. That is a total fabrication, and everyone knows it to be true. There are no impending other customers, and the deal is not going to disappear. There is no real sense of urgency involved, but everyone does it. There are too many situations where people are given a totally fake deadline by someone who thinks it will instill a great sense of urgency for completion of the task. It is not only totally not effective, but completely unneeded. It is a rather simple matter to create true urgency. Only leave free things available for a finite amount of time. When asking customers for testimonials, be certain to mention the last possible day for it to be received to be able to be used. Some people will be unable to assist, but having people unable to participate is better than never being able to begin. Always give before you receive, and do not ever think that giving is 50-50. Always give much more than is respected in return. Before asking for a testimonial from a satisfied customer, be sure to make numerous acts of exceptional customer service. Before asking a blog writer for a link theirs to yours many times. This is not about helping someone out so they will help you. This is all about being so totally generous that the person who is asked for the favor cannot possibly say no. It might mean extra work, but that is how to influence other people. Always stand up for something that is much bigger than average. Do not just write another blog on how to do something. Use an important issue to take a stand and defend the stance with unbeatable logic and fervent passion. Do not just write a how-to manual. Choose a particular idea and sell people on it, using examples of other people with the same idea living the philosophy. Never feel shame. This does not mean being extremely extroverted to the point of silliness or having a total lack of conscience in business dealings. In the case of mind control, shamelessness refers to a total, complete belief that this course of action is the best possible course, and everyone will benefit greatly from it. This is about writing the best possible blog ever, and believing that everyone needs to read it to be able to improve their lives. It's about believing in a particular product so deeply that the feeling is that everyone will benefit from using it. It's knowing deep inside that this belief is the most correct belief ever, and everyone should believe it. Mind control uses the idea that someone's decisions and emotions can be controlled using psychological means. It is using powers of negotiation or mental influence to ensure the outcome of the interaction is more favorable to one person over the other. This is basically what marketing is. Convincing someone to do something particular or buy something in particular. Being able to control someone else's mind merely means understanding the power of human emotion and being able to play upon those emotions. It's easier to have a mental impact on people if there's a basic understanding of human emotions. Angry people will back down when the subject of their anger is not afraid. Angry people feed upon the fear of others. Guilt is another great motivator. Making someone feel guilty for not thinking or feeling in the same manner is a wonderful way to get them to give in. Another way to use mind control over someone is to point out how valuable they are to the situation. Controlling the mind of another does not mean depriving them of free will and conscious thought. It means knowing what to say to impact the other person so profoundly they cannot see any other way to go but the one proposed. Mind control with NLP for love and relationships. People are often a product of their environment, whether they want to be or not. The way people are raised directly affects the way they act later in life. Someone who is raised by alcoholics has a greater chance of becoming an alcoholic in adult life, or they may choose never to drink at all. People who are raised in a house where everything is forbidden may cut loose and go a bit crazy when they're finally out on their own. People who are raised in total disorganization may grow up to be totally obsessive about household cleanliness. Nurture affects people in other, less severe ways too. Many people believe that mom's meatloaf is the absolute best, and no other recipe exists. People come from different religious and economic backgrounds. People have different beliefs about what is good and bad, what is acceptable and unacceptable. The problem comes when two people are trying to have a relationship, but neither wants to change their way of thinking. When that happens, there is no relationship. There are just two people living together under the same roof. Achieving success in love is just like achieving success in anything else. It is mostly a function of developing good relationships with other people in order to be better able to influence them. Those people who are successful in creating and keeping good, mutually satisfactory relationships with others usually enjoy much more success than people who do not do this. The ability to grow and maintain satisfactory relationships is a trait that is easier for some people, but even if the ability does not come naturally, it is easy enough to learn. And neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, makes this skill easier to learn by offering tools and ideas to enable almost anyone to learn the ability to develop great relationships. People never stop communicating with each other. Any type of social contact is done with some form of communication. Even if there is no actual speaking, there is communicating. If a couple has an argument and stops talking to one another, they're now using frustration and anger to communicate in silence. Teenagers who close themselves off in their rooms and refuse to speak to the remainder of the family are silently communicating their desire to be left alone. Even in situations that are more neutral, people continue to communicate with looks, size, and body language. Becoming more aware of this will bring a hugely different perspective on personal relationships. A great deal of the actual communication between two people is unconscious and not verbal. People send out unconscious signals all the time to other people without even realizing they're doing it. The first, most important step in improving relationships with others is to understand the ways people communicate without speaking and to become aware of these habits when they happen. Becoming better aware of these habits is a total life changer, even if no other changes are made. Becoming better aware of the proper way to interact with others in life will make a huge impact on the quality of personal relationships. People usually think their own opinion is right, that their own opinion is the best one there is in existence. NLP teaches us that humans see all experiences from behind a group of filters, such as things that are expected and values that have been learned. These filters have been developed over a lifetime of learning. Once this is understood and accepted, it is infinitely easier to form an understanding of what drives the behavior of other people. Other people act in ways that may be quite different. People look at the world through lenses that see things differently. Other people have a different mental model of the world, or they may travel on a different internal path. In NLP, people are reminded that traveling the map is not the exact territory. Everyone has their own map. A normal course of action highly defends the home map. Instead, NLP guides people to try to understand the maps other people use on their travels through the world and to make every attempt to learn from the differences in travel maps. People who truly want to control a situation will learn to behave with the most flexibility. Think of the situations seen in nature. Plants and animals that are most likely to survive are those that are able to quickly adapt to the situation. Plants grow in the desert because they have adapted to the lack of water and are able to survive on very little. Small rodents survive a harsh winter by storing food to eat where there is not readily available food. Animals in the Arctic Circle will fatten up during the fall in order to have fat stores to feed them during the lean months of hibernation. This line of thought is also applicable to humans. Using the map of the personal world analogy, think of it this way. People who can easily switch their thoughts among different world maps will easily be able to communicate with many different groups of people. These people will be much more effective at creating and maintaining meaningful relationships with others. Those people who only see and understand one method of behavior or one distinct way of viewing the world will eventually be left behind. They will become isolated as situations in the world change until they're no longer relevant in the real world. When others do not understand the message, it is automatically seen to be their own fault. A person gives a message and expects that it will be easily understood by everyone else. This is often not the way things work. Using NLP gives a new perspective on this understanding. NLP teaches that it is the responsibility of the person sending the message to communicate in a way that the message can be easily understood. If it's not easily understood, the fault lies with the sender, not with the receiver. This all goes back to the idea of flexibility. If a person wants someone else to get the message, that person needs to speak in the other person's language. It is necessary to know exactly what the other person feels, what their concerns are, and what they are driven by. A person needs to set aside their own view of the world as much as possible. Communication is the responsibility of the communicator. If the message is not received, then it probably needs to be communicated in a different manner. The real idea behind NLP is taking responsibility for personal actions. NLP tells us that people see life as being a function of either cause or effect. People operate from one perspective or the other. If people see themselves operating from a cause position, they see themselves as totally in control of a situation and able to manipulate the situation to control the outcome. When people operate from the idea of the effect, they easily blame other people or life circumstances for their problems. There's always a valid reason to justify why they're not happy or healthy or successful. The real truth is that no matter what opinion people operate from, they are always in control of the situation and the choice of which point of view to operate from. When a relationship is not going well, for whatever reason, the best choice is always to consider personal behavior and how it can be changed. If operating from the position of the cause, then the person has the ability to make improvements in the situation. This is done by understanding the other person's point of view, by hearing what they are really saying, and learning to communicate with others on a level they can communicate easily on. All the methods of NLP can be used to strengthen the love between two people. The first thing to do is to admit that everyone has a different idea of love and what it means, based on how they were raised and what they saw growing up. Differences will not matter as long as two people truly love one another and want to make the relationship work. Understand the different maps people travel on. Remember that the way people behave will often depend on the path they travel in life. Also, remember that people look at the world differently. Everyone's life experiences will cause them to look at life differently. Everyone's reactions to love and affection will be clouded by the filters they're looking through. By understanding this, it is easier to communicate with loved ones. Also, keep in mind that the way a relationship is approached will greatly determine how the relationship will turn out. People who can approach a relationship with caring and thoughtfulness will end up with a much better relationship than people who demand their own way in the relationship. Chapter 16. The most powerful mind power tool. Every time a person practices a new habit or thinks a new thought, they make a new pathway in the brain. Every time the habit is used, or the idea is thought, the nerve pathway becomes even stronger. The human brain is wired at birth to be an efficient machine, and it is ready from birth to make an ever-increasing amount of nerve pathways and to strengthen the pathways that are used the most. Sometimes thoughts and habits need to be changed for the improvement of the person. When people decide that they would like to make a change in their lives, there will be a period of adjustment. This is true whether the change is mental, emotional, or physical. During this period of adjustment, there will be some level of discomfort. When a habit or a thought is already formed, it has made its own path in the brain. When a stimulus is seen or heard, the message travels along the preset nerve pathway to the spot in the brain that controls that thought or habit. In order to change a thought or habit, it's necessary for the nerve path to be changed. Until the nerve path is changed, the old nerve path will remain in the brain. The discomfort comes from the brain trying to automatically access the old pathway and the new pathway at the same time. This is painful for the brain to do. It's easy to become frustrated when the brain goes back to its old patterns of thought and habits. Never fall into the habit of placing blame on a lack of willpower. Willpower has nothing to do with it. It is a very difficult thing to override preset pathways in the brain. The brain is a very powerful tool. When willpower fails and mistakes happen, remember to use kindness and compassion in dealing with the failure. The brain is very efficient at doing what it does. The only way to change the pathways in the brain is to keep working on new pathways that will eventually obliterate the old, undesirable ones. The brain needs a clear understanding that changes are about to take place and new pathways are about to be laid down. Remind the brain that new habits and new thoughts will be replacing the old ones. Blaming failure on a lack of willpower is a self-defeating statement. The process of making new nerve paths in the brain takes hard work and time. It will help to keep reminding oneself of the impending change. By doing this over and over, it makes the process no longer about possible character flaws. The focus is now put on the habit of thought that is being built. While this may seem like a very simple example, it is exactly how nerve pathways are created in the brain. Every action, thought, or habit has its own nerve pathway. All pathways must be created. No one was born knowing to sit in front of the television and mindlessly eat dip with chips. No one was born lamenting the excess pounds they carry in strange places. No one was born hating their body. All behaviors are learned, good and bad, and the bad ones can be replaced with good ones. So if the ability to program negative thoughts into the brain exists, then the ability to disrupt those negative thoughts with positive thoughts also exists. The brain can be reprogrammed. It is a powerful tool, and its main function is to turn thoughts into reality. The brain is always working, so why not use the power of the brain to benefit rather than harm? Just because a particular habit or thought has been around forever, it does not mean it needs to stay. Use the power of the brain to choose new habits and thoughts to focus on and replace the old, negative thought pathways in the brain. The new thought needs to be believable. The new habit needs to be doable. It is not good to try to stick to a habit that is impossible to accomplish, or to try to believe a thought that is unbelievable. After years of seeing the reality of an obese body, it would be nearly impossible to suddenly believe that the image in the mirror is that of a skinny person. But the brain will likely accept something that mentions learning to take care of the body or learning to accept the body in order to correct its flaws. The brain will turn a belief into reality. Believing a positive thought will lead to quite a different result than the ending where only negative thoughts are present. Be prepared to repeat and repeat some more. The primary key to being able to make a new habit stay is repeating it constantly. The more a new, desirable habit is practiced, the more the brain begins to accept it. The nerve path becomes stronger every day. With constant practice, this new nerve path will become the path the brain will prefer to use, and the old one will cease to exist. In any case, be sure to allow enough time to effectively create a change. Accept the starting point and constantly visualize the ending point. Accept the fact that the path to the goal of a new habit or thought will not be easy or perfect. The path will almost never travel in a straight line. Sometimes people fall completely off the path, and that is okay too. Just get back up and get back on. Do not get sidetracked by the idea that this journey will be easy and carefree, because it will not be. Just keep thinking of the new nerve pathway that will be created by the new thought or habit, and it will eventually become a reality. Most of the pathways in the brain are stored in the subconscious mind. This is the part of the mind that is always working without always being thought of. Think of learned skills like tying shoes, zipping a coat, and pouring milk into a glass. These were all learned behavior whose nerve pathways are firmly set in the subconscious part of the mind. This part of the brain is the bank of data for all life functions. The communication between the conscious mind and the unconscious mind works in both directions. Whenever a person has a memory, an emotion, or an idea, it is rooted in the subconscious mind and translated to the conscious mind through mind power. The subconscious has the power to control just about anything a human does regularly. One best practice to use to get rid of negative thoughts is to counter them with positive thoughts. This will take time and practice, but it is a very powerful and useful technique. Whenever a negative thought pops into the conscious mind, immediately counter it with a positive thought that is dripping with strong emotion. The actual truth will come out somewhere in between the two thoughts. Another way to counter negative emotions is to delete them, just like using a remote control. When a negative thought comes into the conscious mind, imagine destroying it. Imagine writing that thought on paper and burning it. Imagine pointing a remote control at the thought and pressing a huge delete button. Whatever form used to imagine deleting the thought, the important thing is to get rid of it before it can take hold in the subconscious mind. Find something energizing and use it to reach a goal. Those things that are found to be energizing bring boundless energy to positive thoughts. It is often necessary to invent motivation, at least in the beginning, to learn to create new habits and thoughts. But with a bit of practice and a lot of positive thought, new positive habits will soon be burned into the subconscious mind, and the old negative thoughts and habit will fade away. Chapter 17, The Art of Never Getting Caught. If you get caught, you'll not only completely blow your chances at success in that conversation, but you could end up spoiling your reputation. People do not tend to take lightly to this type of situation, as no one likes the idea of being under mind control or brainwashed. In order to avoid this type of disaster, you need to know how to prevent yourself from getting caught. Practice regularly. The more you practice, the stronger your mind control game is going to become. You want to make sure that you practice often, preferably in every single conversation you have. Even if you don't actually want anything significant from someone, knowing how to get them to say or do certain things you want will help you practice brushing up on your technique. It could be something as easy as getting someone to touch a certain area on their body, say something in particular, or do anything else small and seemingly unimportant. The more you learn to use these techniques to get what you want, the better. Take your time expanding your skill. It cannot be stressed enough how important it is for you to slow down when it comes to practicing your skill. It may seem like a good idea to embrace many of these techniques at once and create a conversation that will help you get what you want, but this can lead to you being caught quickly. When you put this type of pressure on yourself in a conversation without having any practice, you essentially infuse the conversation with a lot of unnatural and uncomfortable feelings. This is because you're not practiced in the techniques, so you're attempting to recall them and use them on the spot, and you're doing it with too many at once. People are going to see through you, and they're going to catch you in the act. Start small. Sometimes starting with large goals is honorable. When it comes to learning how to use mind control and not getting caught in the process, it is actually inefficient and an excellent way to get caught quickly. The best thing you can do is start small with things that are seemingly unimportant and irrelevant. This allows you to practice getting people to say yes or do what you want them to do with very little pressure on the situation overall. Once you get regular results in getting your smaller goals met, you can start practicing getting larger goals met. This will give you the best opportunity to really get natural with your talent and feel confident when it comes to setting out larger goals and accomplishing them. Be choosy about who you brainwash. It is very important that you're choosy about who you brainwash. Remember, Just as you have the opportunity to learn about mind control, so do others. Many people in this day and age are somewhat knowledgeable about the art of mind control. While they may not be masters of it, they may have general knowledge around some tactics such as deceit and manipulation. It's important that you learn to identify those who are more likely to comply with your attempts and those who are more likely to be resistant against mind control. Be selective about phrasing and actions. It's very important that you're careful about the phrasing you use and the actions you carry when you're using mind control strategies. If you use the wrong phrasing, are too forceful or obvious in your phrasing, or have fidgety or otherwise uncontrolled physical movements, you're more likely to be caught. People will recognize that you have something off about you and will be less likely to trust you or believe you. This means that you're going to ruin your attempts, and even more people will be less likely to believe you, because mind control and manipulative types of reputations tend to be exposed and shared on a mass level to prevent other people from becoming manipulated. You need to be very careful with your actions and phrasing, ensuring that you are intentional and that you are behaving in a way that's not going to expose you and let others know what you're doing. Getting caught can potentially destroy your success at mind control, as well as any relationships you've used this strategy in. When people catch wind that you're attempting to brainwash them, or that you have effectively done so, they'll no longer trust you, and this mistrust will spread across your network extremely quickly. People do not appreciate being subjected to brainwashing and mind control, and so they do not want to know that someone they have grown to trust is using it on them. The absolute best strategy is to practice regularly and slowly, and be very picky about who you approach for larger requests. As you become more practiced, you may be able to approach a broader number of people, but in the meantime, you need to stick to only those who are going to be easy for you to brainwash. The more confident and practiced you become, the easier it will be for you to successfully get anything you want out of anyone you want. One bad experience, however, can not only diminish the trust of others, but it can also eliminate your own confidence, which will have a negative effect on your overall abilities. Take your time, develop confidence, and build up your practice slowly. Chapter 18. Influence Human Behavior. Understanding behavior. A person or an animal's behavior tells you a lot about them. In the wild, experts watch certain behaviors for study to understand the wild animal and the way they live more accurately. A wildlife specialist may watch as young cheetah cubs wrestle each other and will explain that they're playing in a form that is productive to survival as they're training to fight and hunt. An adult lion will often pretend to be harmed as their child playfully attacks them to promote hunter instinct and ability. A runt of a litter may be excluded from the family in certain activities, as it is a liability and the weakest link. These same observations may be turned towards humans as well. Behavior can be subtle as well. Coping mechanisms are behaviors which appear from a trauma. If a person is naturally cold toward older men and acts even more so as to become more integrated into that person's life, they could have a broken relationship with their father, a close uncle, or a father figure in their life. Because behaviors develop over time, they tend to indicate deeper information about a person than the other analysis techniques. You'll know what really makes this person tick if you observe them enough. How manipulative behaviors develop. If you can understand individuals by their behaviors, then you will never be tricked by their words. Keep in mind that what an individual says and does are two separate things. Since manipulative individuals may woo you with their words of kindness, ensure they actually live up to their words and that it is not just an empty shell for a trap. If a manipulative individual puts as much exertion into being a decent individual as they do in professing to be one, they could be a trustworthy individual. Remember, even though the warnings we share throughout the book. Manipulation doesn't always have to be a bad thing. Don't mistake someone's attempt at positive influence as them trying to manipulate you. If we comprehend from the earliest starting point that an individual isn't who they appear to be, and merely is taking cover behind an exterior of what seems, by all accounts, to be socially satisfactory conduct, at that point, we would be careful about engaging with them. Constantly inspect what you accept. We don't do this enough. As life advances, our convictions and frame of mind may change, and we have to know how these changing thoughts influence us. Understanding the root of manipulation is the best way to grasp what it is and how it can affect you. It's easy to think that those who are manipulators are just bad and selfish people. You can ignore these individuals and keep them out of your life, but we have to remember to really accept the truth about these types of people. They can seem bad, but they will still be present in our lives, and understanding their complexities will help us the most in the end. Motivation and intention. Manipulation starts with motivation and intention. All manipulation is a product of someone attempting to get what he or she desires. The issue is that there is a more intense focus on getting that at all costs rather than getting it practically. We have a sense of urgency sometimes and feel our needs will not be met if we aren't pushing people to give us what we want. We all have different desires and hopes, and a manipulator is someone who simply goes about getting these things in the wrong way. Manipulation can sometimes start in childhood. If you weren't properly taught to express your feelings or share the things that you want, then it can be hard to know how to get them or to satisfy those feelings. We can start from an early age trying to twist reality and shape it to help us fulfill our needs. It's a quick fix sometimes to influence someone else to do what you want, rather than doing it the hard way yourself. We can confuse wanting to be close with someone for wanting to control them, so we will take mistaken actions trying to fulfill that inner need. There's an important distinction between manipulation, inspiration, and motivation that we have to make ourselves aware of. As someone on the road to becoming persuasive, it's important to understand the difference between the motives of those who are trying to persuade or influence and the motives of the people who intentionally try to manipulate. Persuasive motivation takes place when a person is considerate of the work that needs to be done and the person as well. Manipulation comes in when the individual is only concerned with the actual work that needs to be done, not the person who would be doing it. When an individual is concerned with only making money for his or her business, not caring how he or she might be exploiting his or her workers, using fear tactics to keep them working and underpaying them, he or she is operating in a manipulative fashion. Persuasive motivation takes place when a person is compassionate for the person whom they are influencing. Manipulation comes from a desire for pride and power over another person. If someone's trying to get you to quit drinking because you have a problem that has led to alcoholism, they're motivated to help you. If a husband wants his wife to stop drinking because he doesn't like it when his wife goes out to wine tasting with friends, then this is manipulation. Persuasive motivation actually cares about the other person and is concerned with their needs and desires. Manipulation is only grounded in fulfillment for the self that can be achieved with or without hurting people. It's not concerned with others. Leaders should consistently self-reflect to evaluate their motives and to guarantee they are genuinely persuading, not controlling. If you are guilty of controlling, of endeavoring to control individuals, or not thinking about those you lead, you aren't driving success. Our thoughts and feelings. Manipulators are individuals who routinely take part in shrewd, ascertaining, and scheming conduct. Master manipulators like this are often called Machiavellians or high mocks. On the other hand, the label low mock implies that one's cunning inclinations fall inside the usual range. While low mocks can possibly take part in deceptive conduct, they incline toward not swindling and manipulating, except for when they see such behavior is needed or of importance. For what reason are people wired to be high mocks? Does a fundamental identity issue cause the conduct? Assuming this is the case, is it possible to deal with the issue at hand? To put it plainly, no. Identity issues don't transform individuals into high mocks. Machiavellianism is an inherited quality, presumably then worsened by an individual's social and family conditions. Cunning predispositions exist separate from any identity issue that an individual may have. However, we should not ignore identity issues completely. Different identity issues can create tension, alarm, dejection, separation, craziness, happiness, and other states of mind which may trigger aggressive responses. When somebody routinely deludes and uses others to prove their own points, that individual may develop the label, self-assigned or otherwise, of a manipulator. Being under constant stress from an identity issue does not give terrible conduct a free pass. We have a decision to make before we act, and we are in charge of our behavior. Keeping this in mind, some individuals with specific identity issues may be inclined to fall back on manipulative conduct as a way of persevering and dealing with stress. The first feeling that might drive manipulation is fear. As soon as our brains sense that we might not be getting the exact thing that we feel we need, then we can end up becoming severely dependent on controlling others to fulfill that desire. The fear of being alone can lead to someone manipulating multiple people in their lives in order to ensure that persons will stick around. When we are fearful of losing the things we have, like money and material objects, it can cause us to manipulate, often in the workplace, to get what we want and ensure we stay in a higher position. This feeling of fear and the desperate desire to alleviate that anxiety is validated by the thought that we're not good enough to get what we want on our own. Manipulators, and those who struggle with controlling others, are doing so because they usually have low self-esteem that tells them that they are not good enough and need to look to others to gain control and motivation. Manipulators can also have strong feelings of desire. They will desperately want some things and think that the only way they can get these is if they manipulate others. Someone might desperately desire the admiration of others so they can manipulate perspectives to make them seem more desirable than in reality. The reason that many manipulators have this behavior is because they're not aware of the actual things that they want and allow their emotions to be the biggest driver in their decisions surrounding their life. Rather than being conscious of the things that they actually want and how to properly achieve these things without hurting others, they'll act from one moment to the next, having no logical plans for the best way to actually get what they want. What motivates people? Manipulation and persuasion are huge topics in this book. Therefore, it's essential to learn what motivates people. When you learn what really motivates people, you gain the knowledge necessary as to how to make people feel motivated to do what you want. Motivating others to do what you want is the cornerstone of manipulation and persuasion. Of course, we cover how to use manipulation and persuasion in a later chapter, but first, we must make it clear how manipulation and persuasion can work. What causes people to want to do things? How can you use this knowledge for your own purposes? Motivation is not always caused by a single force. It's often a combination of forces that act upon a person, driving them to want to do something. In order to motivate someone, you must make them find an action appealing. You must minimize the perceived discomfort or inconvenience that a person doesn't think that doing something will create too much bother. At its very core, the process of motivating someone is comprised of both showing someone how they will benefit from doing something and making doing something seem easy. Even if you're asking someone to do something huge, you must make it seem small, like it won't pose a big inconvenience at all. You must make it seem pleasurable or beneficial in some way. Rewards. Motivation relies on the fact that humans seek rewards for what they do. People don't do things that offer them no reward of any kind. They want some sort of return for their time, energy, and effort. This is why we do jobs that we don't exactly enjoy and tolerate bosses or co-workers who drive us crazy, because we get paid and are able to survive as a result of our effort. We're motivated to work because it provides us with the sustenance that we need to continue to survive in our society. Conditioning. It's very possible to train people to do what you want. You can motivate people by creating an unconditioned response. Basically, you want to make someone associate you with a reward. You don't always have to deliver this reward, you just need to create an association. The anticipation of it, based on past rewards, is sufficient to get people motivated. Convenience. People hate expending too much effort. They won't do it if they think that the reward is not sufficient to compensate them. The most basic illustration of this concept is shopping. If you try to sell something that is priced as more than its dollar's worth, then people most likely won't buy it. You want to make sure that people perceive that the effort they will expend is worth the reward that they will receive. Behavior analysis. By learning methods of analysis, you can develop a better understanding of the parties which have the power to help you achieve or prevent you from achieving your goals. A large part of this is practice. Practice observing behaviors and then try to predict actions based on patterns you have observed. Test your accuracy in this regard. Reflect on why you failed to make an accurate prediction and then try to remedy that in the future. You will naturally improve with time. Self-analysis. An excellent way to begin understanding the actions and determining the goals of others is to start analyzing yourself. Keep a note of your actions and observe yourself as if you were observing a third party. Understand why you took an action and, in particular, whether it helped or hindered your efforts to achieve your goals. What you're trying to do is achieve objectivity, which you can use to make good decisions regarding your own future. Note that the terminology used here is good decisions. You may already be making rational decisions, but that does not mean they are necessarily good. You could be making those rational decisions based on your ill-informed knowledge of what type of behavior works in your favor and what type of actions work against you. By improving your knowledge and gaining perspective through objectivity, you can make better decisions. Analyze, too, your instincts. Consider your instinctive reaction to a situation. What provokes an impulse in you to become emotional? What provokes you to make clearly irrational decisions, i.e., taking actions which offer you no value at all, yet you make them all the same? With self-analysis, you can recognize the occasions a desire has a negative effect on your power. When people see you out of control, for example, they will judge you to be a less reliable option for assistance in achieving their goals, reducing your perceived power. The natural conclusion, and lesson to learn, is that controlling your immediate reaction is almost always the correct choice. Do not act until you can truly understand a situation and form an appropriate strategy to turn it in your favor. Identifying these impulsive instincts will also help you to discover the goals of others. Impulsive actions taken by others offer insight into their goals. People are most likely to become provoked when their power or the likelihood of achieving their goals is under threat. Use your self-analysis to empathize with people in these moments, place yourself in their shoes, and understand what drives them. Analyzing others. Along with empathy, using your self-analysis and lived experience to place yourself in the shoes of others, you can also recognize the behavioral patterns of others objectively. Here's an opportunity to present the process of analyzing others in a more systematic manner. Begin by observing and recording every action that a person takes. Provide yourself with as much data as possible. Include every unusual mood, action, reaction, and impulse. Hypothesize obvious and suspected goals which that person may possess. Test their actions in relation to these goals. Try to understand if the person is acting to achieve these goals, in which case your hypothesized goals are correct, or if the actions and your hypothesized goals fail to align, in which case you may need to consider that the person is pursuing alternative goals. Predict the actions of a person based on their goals and the behavioral patterns in the actions they take, you observe. Specifically, when something unusual occurs, try to predict how they will react. Analyze your success and failures in prediction. Where you fail, try to understand why the person reacted as they did, why you failed to predict that, and use it to inform your future predictions. Repeat steps 3 and 4 times until you can accurately predict the behavior of that person. With this ability to predict the reaction of a person to a given event, it only requires your creativity to reverse engineer an event based on the reaction you wish to produce. The event might be as simple and innocent as mentioning a certain topic of conversation, revealing a piece of information, or thanking them for some work they've done. Conclusion. Thank you for making it through to the end of this book. By now, you should already have a good foundation and understanding of how to effectively manipulate people to achieve your goals. Keep in mind that human manipulation is a sensitive art. Although it has been used for ages, it is guarded as a secret because of the great power that it can create and wield. It's up to you to decide how you want to use this power. This book is not the only book on human manipulation. However, this manual was carefully written to ensure that its readers will be able to draw from it the important lessons on human manipulation. Take note that the art of manipulation is not something you master overnight. If you want to get good at it, then be prepared to invest some time and effort in it. The good news is that manipulation is doable. When you employ the skills of manipulation, deception, persuasion, and subliminal messages, you put yourself in a position where you can completely control your life and have any outcome you desire. I hope you were also able to learn about how you can prevent yourself from getting caught and from being brainwashed by someone else. Remember, a lot of the prevention comes from being educated and taking your time. Make sure that you are well practiced before you unleash your skills on just anybody, and always start small to ensure that you are confident and skilled enough to get the outcomes you desire without being caught. Remember that knowing the process of NLP will get you in and allow you to manipulate someone. It does take courage to stand up to a controlling, manipulative character, but you must be brave and see it through. Push them away from your life and keep them at arm's length. Don't be taken in by their false promises. If someone encompasses you so tightly that you feel you cannot breathe, then you must escape. A healthy relationship should not feel like that. The next step is to begin practicing all of the tools you've been provided with and using them as an opportunity to change your life. Beginning right now, in this very moment, you no longer have to rely on others to help you get the life you deserve. This has been Influence Human Behavior and Dark Psychology. Discover the techniques to understand the psychology behind speed reading people, persuasion, NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and manipulation.